What if Naruto were a necromancer and steals power from defeated? Part 1. The full moon shone brightly, illuminating the forest path below. The night was tranquil and serene. And a light breeze drifted by, rustling the trees and adding further calm to this picturesque night. Yet despite the great beauty, the animals knew that something was wrong. There were no sounds common to the ambiance of the forest. Everything was silent except the infrequent rustling of the foliage as the wind caressed them. The forest creatures knew of the impending disaster. 2 figures leapt and flickered from tree to tree, their black cloaks fluttering from their forward velocity. The sound of their sandals tapping against the wood of the branches they landed on was the only other sound heard in the area. One of the figures jumped across the cleared path to the parallel row of trees, briefly exposing themselves as the moonlight flashed across the person. Any nearby traveler with a decent eyesight and knowledge of the world could identify the crimson cloud design spread across the cloak. The two figures landed on the ground after their extensive push towards their destination. They were close enough now to simply walk, and they needed to conserve as much energy as they could, for they were on an important mission. If anyone was present, they would have easily described the scene as eerie as the figures cloaked in black began moving forward. One figure was the taller of the two, and a large bamboo shade shrouded the face of the figure. The height, muscular physique, and broad shoulders of this figure suggested that he was a man. His cloak was slightly open, showing that he was wearing a simple midnight blue GI uniform. Strapped to his back were two sheathed katanas, both of them lying in an X shape across his back, and behind the black sash around his waist were two smaller sheathed swords. His stance while he walked suggested that he was a brash individual. Next to him was a smaller figure with more delicate features. The exact sex of this person could not be identified due to the bagginess of his or her cloak. In addition, this person wore a thick black hood that encased the face in blackness. This person did not seem to have any weapons on them, but what might lay under their cloak remained a mystery. The posture of this person as they walked showed refinement and dignity. "We're close, aren't we?" questioned the male Akatsuki member, his voice deep and somewhat husky. The smaller person simply turned to the man and nodded. The man sagged head in exasperation and crossed his arms. "Look," he said, "I get it. You're new, you're shy. But cut the act. I'm tired of you being quiet. We're partners now, and if we're going to pull this off, we need to speak with each other." The other person held a black gloved hand up, telling his or her partner to be quiet. The hand then pointed forward towards their destination, the gates of Konohagakure. The anger the hooded member's partner held had vanished as he beheld the gates. "So, this is it," the man said as he gently bit his lip in uncertainty. The hooded member began to speak, but the words died in his or her throat. Apparently this person had not spoken in quite some time. A clearing of the throat was heard, and the hooded member spoke. "Yes," said the person, whose voice was a soft woman's voice, "tonight. We shall share our pain." The man looked towards the hooded woman and took a step back in shock. He soon regained himself and rose a thick hand to rub against his chin. I never would have guessed that the mysterious necromancer would be a woman," he said in a tone that was hard to tell whether he was impressed or unimpressed. "Let's just move," commanded the woman as she led the way to the gates. Atop the gates stood a single Konoha ninja. It was quite early in the morning, so most of the night watch had clocked out to sleep. There were usually never any visitors at this hour. And the 2 jonin and 3 specialized jonin stationed near the entryway below would only deter any potential attackers. Therefore, he found it quite unusual that 2 figures were approaching in the distance. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and, upon seeing that his eyes were not fooling him, he pulled out binoculars from a pouch in his flak jacket and gazed into them. His eyes widened with fear as he saw the red clouds on their black cloaks. Akatsuki was approaching. This was an emergency. He reached up to the earpiece he was wearing to communicate with the ninja below using radio. But he felt his gut sink as the vision he saw through his binoculars become pitch black. He lowered them to see that a hooded Akatsuki member had jumped up to him. He tried to cry out for help, but his voice was silenced with a gurgle as the man's throat was slit with a short blade. The woman flicked the blood off of the blade, which had emerged from the sleeves of her cloak. A mechanical click was heard, and the blade quickly disappeared up the sleeve of the cloak. Below, the man walked towards the 5 ninja in a pompous way as he unsheathed a single katana from his back. Akatsuki. One of the Konoha ninja stammered. Quick, go alert the village. Cried another. I don't think so, spoke the Akatsuki man as he grabbed his shade with his free hand and threw it towards the Jonin as a distraction. The shade flew towards them, obstructing their view of the Akatsuki man. When the shade landed, he was there no more. A pained cry was heard as one of the Jonin was stabbed in the gut by the man who had dashed over to him. Another Jonin quickly fumbled with the contents of his flak jacket to find some sort of weapon, but he was felled by a swift blow from the blade. Two other Jonin began making hand seals. But they ceased as two blades emerged from their foreheads. Mechanical clicks were heard as the tips of the blades sank back into the heads. The men slumped down, revealing that the cloaked woman had been behind them. Thanks, the man said to the woman as he walked over to pick up his shade. His short and scruffy hair was a vivid blue, and his light skin had a slight bronze tint to it. He reached down to pick up his shade, but reconsidered. The cloaked woman turned to look at the sole remaining member of the night watch. He was holding a katana, his grip tight and trembling. The Akatsuki man stood up and turned towards him with a cruel grin. Oh, yeah, I forgot you were here. Quiet as a mouse, you are, said the blue-haired man to the Konoha ninja, who had spiked brown hair and a distinct scar that began on the bridge of his nose and spread and widened until it covered his entire left cheek. What the hell is wrong with him? Wondered Raida Namiyashi as he gazed at the Akatsuki man, who was wiping the blood off of his sword by using the clothing of the fallen Jonin. The man's teeth were strange, his canines were sharper than a normal human's. His eyes, they were yellow like those of a wolf's. And not only that, these two had effortlessly taken down the rest of the watchmen. Stay back. Raida spoke in fear, IW won't let you in the village. You will be the first, spoke the hooded Akatsuki member. The woman made a few hand seals in a combination that was foreign to Raida. They weren't falling for his bluff, and Raida said his foolishness for thinking that they would. The cloaked woman finished the hand seals and began slowly walking towards Raida. She drew nearer and nearer, and with each step, Raida felt his panic rising. I mean it. This is your lip, he warned, but his words died away, along with the last of his courage. He was paralyzed with fear, and he could tell that even if he fought or fled, they would kill him. The wolf-eyed man chuckled at Raida as the woman placed a gloved hand over Raida's face. The latent jutsu was activated, and a pale yellow gas with a noxious odor manifested itself from the woman's palm. It rushed into Raida's face through his nose and mouth, and he instantly fell to the ground, dropping his katana as he began to cough intensely. He began to spasm as he coughed up blood, and soon he was still. It shall take effect soon, spoke the woman as she turned towards her partner, so we had best locate a proper building in this city to inhabit before the village wakes up due to the plague. The man nodded, and stared at the limp figure of the man the necromancer used the gaseous jutsu on. He shook his head in pity and sheathed his blade. Poor motherfucker, the wolf-eyed man said to nobody in particular. He then looked up to see that his partner had already began to walk into the village. Hey, wait for me, he called out as he ran after her. In the distance, a wolf howled lowly. A requiem for what was going to occur. Elsewhere, a figure underneath the covers of a bed tossed and turned. After a bit, the movement stopped, and the figure rose up. The sheets draped over the person's face fell, revealing a very tired Naruto. He scratched his messy yellow spiked hair and sleepily glanced over at the clock on his nightstand. The blue eyes inked a few times as they tried reading what the clock said in the low light of his room. Once they identified where the hands of the clock were located, he groaned and collapsed back on his bed. Why'd I have to wake up at 4? He mumbled in a complaining tone. He closed his eyes and laid there for a while, trying to go back to sleep, but his brain had different plans for him. After about 10 minutes of trying to return to sleep, he gave up. He sighed as he slowly got up out of bed as he rubbed the sleep out of his eyes. He wandered over to his closet and began to get dressed. After going through his normal morning routine, he decided to roam around town for a while, since there was nothing better to do. He could stop at Ichiraku Ramen when it opened, which was an upside to his early awakening. As he headed towards the door leading into the hallway of the third floor of the apartment building, he heard slow and irregular footsteps in the distance. Why's someone else up at this hour? He thought. He then quickly concluded, maybe they're just going to the bathroom. But that did not seem to be the case, for Naruto heard the footsteps get closer. Whatever was making them was heading towards his room. Naruto took a few steps back, unsure of what to do. The footsteps became louder, and louder. And then they stopped. Naruto stood still, and then a loud thud was heard as something banged against his door. He jumped in fright as the sudden noise caught him off guard. What the hell did this person want with him? The banging continued, and Naruto got annoyed. Sheesh. Calm down. I can hear you just fine. He shouted, but the blows against his door continued. Something was not right here. Nevertheless, Naruto decided to see what this person wanted. Hold on. Don't get your panties in a bunch. He sighed in frustration as he walked over to the door. He opened it, revealing a woman in the doorway. Naruto instantly knew that he should not have opened the door upon seeing the condition of the woman. Her clothes were askew and had blood on some areas of it. Her red hair was draped over her face, and she suddenly snarled as she lunged at Naruto. She grabbed his shoulders and her mouth moved towards his neck. Naruto yelped and instinctively punched the woman in the face, knocking her back. What's the matter with you, crazy lady? Naruto shouted as he took a few steps back. The woman groaned as she stumbled about, trying to regain her footing. Naruto noted that her right hand was missing a few fingers. What the hell was wrong with her? The woman began to shuffle towards Naruto with an odd gait as she lightly moaned. No ordinary person would walk in such a way. Her steps were slow and irregular, and her head seemed as if it was too heavy for her neck. Overall, she moved very sluggishly. Like she was shambling. Naruto took a step back in shock as the woman tilted her head to the left, parting her hair and revealing her face. There was blood around the woman's mouth, and her eyes. They reminded Naruto of Hinata's Byakugan, but these eyes were different. They were completely white, and they were more dull, lifeless, soulless. There were no feelings behind those eyes. Naruto was now scared. He then saw a wound on her left arm. He wasn't an expert on wounds, but he could tell that this was caused by a bite. A chunk had been ripped out of her arm, but it wasn't bleeding. There was blood around and in the wound, but none of it was flowing out. It was like the woman was dead. Dead? Was she dead? His brain was waking up further, and this all seemed very familiar to him. He remembered going to the comic book store before he graduated from the Ninja Academy. There were many magazines with all kinds of stories, but the ones that appealed to him the most besides the dirty ones were about undead creatures, zombies. The dude that wrote them was kind of a nutcase. Naruto had met him once, and he had decided to never do so again, but the woman before him acted terrifyingly similar to the monsters the man had created in his stories. He bit his lip in worry. He knew he wasn't dreaming, this was too real to be a dream. Ha ha. Naruto falsely laughed as he began walking back. I get it. Pranked Naruto, right. Well, you can stop now. The woman continued to approach, and she continued to moan lowly. He then saw a man in similar condition to the woman before him enter his room. He, too, was shambling and moaning, but his wounds were more horrendous. The skin around the man's jaw had been torn off, exposing his gums and jaw muscles. This definitely was not a joke. Zombies were real. Naruto's eyes began to frantically dart across the room, looking for something, anything, to use as a weapon to defend himself from the inhuman monsters in front of him. He spied his pouch with various ninja tools and quickly dashed towards it. He flung it open and took a few shuriken. He turned around and threw the pointed stars at the two zombies. They flinched from the force of the weapons, but they continued approaching as if nothing had hit them. Damn it! Naruto mentally swore as he remembered that zombies could not feel pain. He took a kunai from the pouch. What do I do? They can't feel pain, and I don't remember how you were supposed to kill them. And even if I did remember, who says that these zombies operate the same as the ones in the books? The woman paused for a bit before making a ghastly snarl as she lunged towards Naruto, arms outstretched and mouth agape. Naruto gnashed his teeth in anger. He wasn't going to die here. He brought the kunai down into the woman's head. It slid into it, and the woman slumped down, dead once more. Naruto eyed the now bloody kunai that slid just as easily out of the zombie's head as it entered it. That's right. You have to destroy the brain. At least they're similar to the ones in the books in this regard, Naruto thought with sudden determination. He placed some chakra into the kunai and threw it at the other zombie, nailing it between the eyes. The chakra reinforced the kunai with extra cutting power, so it flew straight through the man's head like a bullet. Naruto felt satisfaction on defeating the undead assailants, but now that his mind was fully awake, it realized something. Something that made his eyes widen in fear. If zombies are real, Sakura and the others are in danger. Naruto exclaimed aloud. He quickly gathered the pouches that contained his ninja gear and placed them on his black and orange outfit. He opened up a drawer in his desk and removed his forehead protector. He quickly tied it around his head and rushed out of his door. He briefly stopped in his tracks. About 5 other zombies were mulling about in the apartment hallway. They all slowly turned to look at Naruto before they all began to shamble towards him. Damn it, I don't have time for this. Naruto indignantly thought as he sprinted forward, shoving a zombie out of his way. He flew down the 2 flights of stairs, and he rushed out of the apartment building. He saw even more zombies wandering about, but he did not stop this time. He began to body flicker quickly towards Sakura's house, his heart pumping and his mind full of determination to save the woman he loved. With every step taken towards Sakura's house, Naruto's fear for her safety kept growing. On the way there, he had seen several zombies roaming the streets. Some of them were familiar faces, too, people that Naruto had seen before while going about the village. It was downright eerie to see someone you recognized, only with those soulless white eyes and perhaps any number of horrific wounds. They were so concentrated at one point that they completely choked out the street, so he had to move to the rooftops. It was safer and faster to travel above the ground, regardless. Help us! Naruto heard a woman scream. He stopped and looked down from the building he was on to see a couple with their on cowering in front of an approaching crowd of undead. He grit his teeth, for he was caught between 2 fires. Would he risk himself to save these people, or would he ignore them to protect himself? Screw that, Naruto thought as he reached into his rear pouch and produced a few smoke bombs and a kunai with an exploding tag on it. He jumped down, tossing the smoke bombs as he fell. The smoke shrouded the area, confusing the zombies. He threw the kunai into the crowd, and it exploded, scattering the smoke due to the tag using chakra-based explosions instead of gunpowder-based ones. There, you're safe. Run to safety. Naruto urged the family, which ran through the clearing created by blasting the zombies directly in front of the family aside. Some of the zombies just had burns and were getting up. But a few unlucky ones had been hit directly by the blasts, and they laid in pieces that were still moving. Naruto turned away in disgust and body flickered back up to the rooftops. Hopefully the family could find a safe place to hide. This event was still overwhelming to Naruto. How did it happen? Who was safe? What if someone died? What if Sakura, Kakashi, and his other friends, what if they were undead now? Would they make it? Could they make it? So many questions and fears whirled about in a torrential hurricane in Naruto's mind, but he had to endure and subdue the storm. He had to focus and act instead of just thinking. Someone's survival, including his own, could depend on it. He had to adapt and hope someone else had the answers, because he sure wasn't going to find out. And just as he thought that, he saw movement in the corner of his eyes. Someone else was on the rooftops. It could only be a fellow ninja, since civilians lacked the training on how to use their chakra. He stopped and turned to look at the person moving about. He saw a person in a black cloak hopping across the rooftops. Naruto's eyes widened in shock as he saw red clouds on the person's cloak. That shock quickly turned to anger as his mind pieced together things. Akatsuki was behind this. Naruto roared and quickly pursued the Akatsuki member, letting his rage control him. Not once did he think about the consequences. He just knew that many innocent people had and were going to die because of their actions, and he wanted retribution. Hey, you! Naruto yelled in anger. The Akatsuki person stopped, seemingly in confusion as to who would be calling out to him, and turned his head around to identify them. Naruto could tell that this man was unusual already, for he had blue hair and shining yellow eyes with irides that were unnaturally large. The man's bewildered look turned into a malicious grin as he glanced at Naruto's headband. Well, already we have Konoha ninja jumping around, he said as he fully turned around. I guess we weren't as discreet as I'd have hoped. There's more than one, Naruto thought. Then again, Akatsuki travels in pairs. But what if there are more than 2 here? Why the hell did you do this? Naruto growled, trying to hold back his fist so he could possibly get some information out of this man. Are you sure you have time to be talking to me? Surely there's someone out there you're trying to save. Why else would you be on the rooftops? The man asked. Naruto clenched his fist so tightly that his nails were digging into his palms. Answer me, Naruto demanded. The blue-haired man smirked and reached behind him, unsheathing a katana from one of the 4 scabbards on his back. Why don't you see if you can beat the information out of me? He asked in a mocking manner as he smiled, showing his teeth. Naruto could see that the man's canines were longer and sharper, and his other teeth seemed to be slightly sharper all around. Naruto was successfully coaxed into fighting the man. He was prepared to demolish him. A shadow clone appeared next to him as he began forming a Rasengan. He really wanted to upgrade the Rasengan to a Rasenshuriken. But he remembered the grueling effort Tsunade had to go through to heal his arm afterward. And he definitely could not afford to be out of an arm during this crisis. Naruto roared and darted towards the Akatsuki man, thrusting the twisting sphere of chakra at him. The man narrowly dodged and then stabbed Naruto in the back. There was a puff of smoke showing that the Akatsuki man had hit a clone. The man turned around to see that Naruto was inches away, the Rasengan still in his hand. The man widened his eyes in disbelief as the attack slammed into him and began grinding into his SK. Before launching him back while spinning. Naruto smiled triumphantly at this man's defeat. Urgh, that kinda hurt, the man said as he slowly stood up and turned to face Naruto once more. His thing was torn on his upper torso where the Rasengan connected, but the wound it caused seemed less potent than a normal Rasengan wound. Upon closer inspection, Naruto noticed that the wound was healing itself. The wolf-eyed man seemed to notice Naruto's reaction, and he chuckled. Yes, I can overcome any attack with my regeneration powers, the man boasted, so you cannot defeat me. That was an impressive jutsu you had there, kid. But it won't do any good. It's Naruto. Naruto yelled as he formed another shadow clone to assist him in creating yet another Rasengan. The shadow clone vanished, and Naruto charged forward once more. This time, he decided to wipe that smirk off of this man's face. The Akatsuki man continued to grin right up until the point the Rasengan collided with his face. Once more he was sent flying backwards while spinning about. He stood up once more, clutching his bleeding face while laughing. You don't get it, do you? The man asked as he removed the bloody hand covering his face. It was now not bleeding, let alone damaged at all. You can't injure me. Sure, you can hurt me, maybe make me bleed momentarily, but it will always heal with my powers, he continued. And since I can tell you're the stubborn type that won't back down, I'll just get rid of you. The man picked up the sword that had flown out of his grip earlier, and then he sprinted towards Naruto with great speed. The pommel of the sword was bashed into Naruto's face, and the man followed up by kicking Naruto in the gut, winding the blonde ninja. The blow sent Naruto flying back near the EDGE of the rooftop of the building they were on. Naruto gasped for breath while clutching his stomach, and the Akatsuki man chuckled as he walked over to the downed boy. Naruto struggled to regain his composure. But the pain from the Akatsuki man's blow swept through his entire body. Well, it looks like it's over for you, he said, so I'll just let you know the name of the man that killed you. Kenakami Getsuken. Be sure to tell the people you've killed just who did you in when you meet up with them in hell. And with that, Kenakami nudged Naruto off of the building with a simple push from his foot. Naruto rolled in midair until he was facing the ground below that was quickly rushing up to meet with him. All Naruto could think of as he fell was his idiocy in attacking the Akatsuki man, and of Sakura's smiling face. He landed, and all went black. And then, the next thing he knew, his eyes were flickering open. His head was throbbing, but the pain in his body was gone. He sat up and felt his face. It was fine. He observed the rest of his body and saw that nothing was dislocated or broken. Looking around at the level of light in the sky showed that not a lot of time had passed, either. How did that fall not kill him? Let alone incapacitate him? A booming voice from within his head answered. You can thank me for that, the Kyuubi spoke. I wasn't going to let myself die for something so stupid that you did. I didn't intend on it either. Naruto replied back with bitterness towards his actions and the attitude of the nine-tailed fox. Naruto expected the demon to reply, but he did not, so Naruto stood himself up. A realization then hit him. Why had that Akatsuki man tried to kill him? Their goal was to collect all of the Biju, and killing him would ruin that. Did he not recognize Naruto? He would worry about that Kenakami guy some other time. Right now, he needed to save Sakura. He looked around to see that he was in an alleyway near her house. He was close. He exited the alley and saw her house across the street. He ran to it and, without thinking, opened the door and went inside. He felt a horrible internal sinking feeling that would eventually become all too familiar with him. He could easily tell that something had happened in the house. The place was a wreck. Sakura and her mom always valued tidiness in the home, but the current condition seemed like a bomb went off in the house. He glanced to his right and saw the kitchen. In the kitchen, several shelves were open and there were dining utensils and broken dishes on the floor. The dining table was askew, and the chairs were toppled over. In the room Naruto was standing in, there was blood on the walls, smears and handprints. More chairs were knocked over, and some potted plants were on the floor, with their jars broken and soil in messy piles. A bookshelf had fallen down, and several books were on the ground like they had been thrown carelessly against it by a child. Some of them were pinned down by the bookshelf. He then heard a very quiet moan. He gulped in trepidation. He peered around the corner he was next to so he could see the rest of the main room of Sakura's house. It was in a similar condition to the rest of the room. But here he could see who made the noise. It was Masami Haruno, Sakura's mother. Her back was turned towards Naruto, and she was facing a mirror, but her head was obstructing nearly all of it. Her clothes were slightly askew and had dried blood on the shoulders of her shirt. Her long pink hair was a bit messy, too. She's just up and about early in the morning, as usual. Naruto tried to convince himself, not wanting to accept that she was a zombie. The less likely Sakura was one of the undead, the more relieved he felt. And right now, Naruto was slightly panicking. He then saw an arm by Masami's feet with several bloody chunks missing from it. Upon peering further out from the corner, Naruto saw that the arm was attached to a half-eaten corpse that had a kunai in its head. He was very worried, but he did not know if Masami ate the man or not. Mrs. Haruno? Naruto asked fearfully as he stepped into the room to see the mirror from a different angle. He wished he had not once he gazed upon the reflection. Her eyes were the soulless white of the undead, and her mouth was bloody. Several bite marks adorned her neck, but they were not bleeding anymore. She seemed to snap out of a trance as she growled and turned around to face Naruto. She moaned as she began to shamble towards him, reaching towards him with her blood-covered hands. Naruto greatly feared for Sakura's safety. He ignored the zombified Masami, turned around, and ran up the nearby stairs to the second floor. He darted towards Sakura's room, but he heard a growl behind him. He suddenly found himself pinned against the floor with cold hands gripping his back. Naruto struggled with the unknown undead attacker, and he managed to knock the zombie off of him. He rolled, and moved around until he was facing the zombie, who was Sakura's stepfather. The man lunged towards Naruto's leg, and Naruto kicked out at the head of the undead man. The blow was so hard that his torn neck gave way, and his body fell to the ground while his head rolled away, the teeth still gnashing. Naruto stood up and continued running towards Sakura's door, trying to suppress the bile he felt coming up. He reached her door and tried turning the doorknob. It was locked. He grit his teeth and pounded on the door. Sakura. Naruto cried out, "Sakura, are you okay? Naruto, is that you?" He heard Sakura ask from the other side of the door. Suddenly a great weight was lifted from his shoulders. Sakura was okay for now. Of course. Naruto soon heard the door click, and it slowly opened. Sakura's green eyes peering out from the cracked door. Upon verifying Naruto was actually there, the door opened fully. Naruto walked in her room, and the door was closed and locked once more. Sakura's head hung low in sorrow, her hair shielding her face. Naruto looked at her with concern, and he heard her make a small sniffle. She then began to bawl as she walked over and hugged Naruto tightly. Naruto blushed and hugged her back. He frowned and looked down once he realized the pain Sakura had to go through. Both of her parents had become abominations that likely tried to eat her. After what seemed to be a long while, Sakura released Naruto and wiped her teary eyes. "Naruto. She said quietly, failing to find words to convey her feelings. Naruto looked down and away from Sakura. Memories of the undead monstrosities flashed across his eyes. I know, it's horrible, he said lowly. Do you have any idea how this happened? She asked Naruto with concern. Naruto clenched his fist as he thought of Kenakami and his mocking grin. Akatsuki, growled Naruto. Sakura gasped, why would they do that? That's basically declaring war on us. The other ninja nations would, Our thoughts and words trailed off and she began to cry once more. I don't know, Naruto said, I encountered one on the way here. He beat me down, tried to kill me. Something's up, and I'm just not sure. Sakura wiped her eyes once more and sat down on her bed. Her hands grabbed the sheets tightly, and then she let go. There were so many emotions, the two of them were feeling: anger, sorrow, confusion, and hopelessness being the prominent ones. What are those things? Sakura asked Naruto, but she never expected Naruto to actually know the identity of the monsters that were spreading throughout Konoha. Zombies, Naruto said. Sakura tilted her head. Zombies. What are those? These creatures resemble creatures in a comic book almost perfectly. So they're zombies, Naruto said. But Akatsuki wouldn't take ideas from a comic book. She replied with scrutiny towards Naruto's claims. Maybe they didn't. It's pointless arguing about it. We need to, Naruto began. Thank you, Naruto. Sakura interrupted while blushing slightly, for heading straight here to make sure I was safe. Were you injured by? Naruto began, but he felt very uncomfortable bringing up the subject of Sakura's zombified parents. No, I wasn't bitten, Sakura said quietly. Naruto frowned as he realized that Sakura must have observed firsthand how one became a zombie. I'm so sorry, Sakura, Naruto said. Failing to think of anything else that was sufficient. Sakura shook her head. Don't be. It's not your fault, it's none of ours, she said. At that moment, a roar was heard and the door to Sakura's room was bust down by Masami. Naruto and Sakura both turned to face the agitated zombie in fear as the door crashed against the ground. The zombie hissed as it lunged towards the closer Sakura. Sakura was frozen in shock as her zombified mother tightly gripped her shoulder and moved in for the kill. Naruto shouted, no, as he ran forward and tackled Masami away from Sakura. The undead woman thrashed about and turned her head towards the nearest part of Naruto, his right shoulder. She greedily moved her mouth forward. And her progress was halted as a kunai was slammed into her head. The hungry moan died in her throat as her struggle ceased. Naruto released the corpse, stood up, and backed away. You saved my life, Sakura, Naruto said. You protected me, and I wouldn't let that mockery of my mother take you away. Sakura spoke, her voice wavering as her eyes began to well up with tears. Naruto roared in anger as he slammed his fist in the wall nearby. Those Akatsuki bastards are going to pay for the pain they've brought to us. Naruto swore with determination. He regained himself and turned to look at Sakura. He then spoke in a softer tone, and I will protect you, and everyone else we meet up with. That's a promise. Sakura smiled. Thank you, Naruto. And we need to warn the others that don't know about the monsters yet. We have to act now, so we can save people. Kakashi-sensei. We need to find him. Naruto said with determination. He should be at the Shinobi Memorial Monument right now. I'm sure he'll know what to do from there on out. Yes, but what if he? Sakura said grimly. Don't think that. Let's just go, Naruto said. Sakura nodded as the two left her room. Sakura paused and turned around to look at her mother's body for one last time. She stood there, silent for a moment, and then she turned around. She closed the door and followed Naruto. She did not flinch at the sight of her undead stepfather. She had resolved to face this catastrophe with courage and determination so she could save other people. So other people would not have to suffer what she had suffered. Naruto opened the door that led to the outside of her house. The light of a new day shone upon them. A beacon of hope that inspired them to fight so other people would continue to be able to see the sun rise. While many of the civilians, and most of the shinobi of Konoha were still slumbering as the sun slowly crept up across the horizon, one Nara clan household had been up for several minutes. Shikamaru and Shikaku always woke up early to play a ga-mi of shogi to get their brains warmed up for the day, and Yoshino made them breakfast and got some of the household chores out of the way so she could have more of the day to herself. Due to the size of Konoha, this Nara clan household was oblivious to the undead menace slowly consuming the village. Shikaku, Shikamaru's father, was currently trying to focus on his next move in shogi. The lovely scent of sizzling bacon was wafting into the room, which was distracting him. Damn that delicious smell. Shikaku grimaced as he leaned in closer to the shogi board in a strange attempt to ward away the odor of the cooking meat. Shikamaru rolled his eyes at his father's antics. Just make a move, please, Shikamaru sighed with slight annoyance as he lazily rested his head upon a single palm. Now, son, you must always have patience. Even in heated conflicts, losing your head will lose you the battle, Shikaku lectured. In an actual battle, my forces would have annihilated yours while they idled about trying to decide what to do. Shikamaru sighed as he rolled his eyes once more. Shikaku comically scowled at his son, and he opened his mouth to say something, but Yoshino cut in. You two better not start anything in there, she shouted from the kitchen with a subtle threatening tone hidden in her voice. Everything's fine, dear, Shikaku shouted back with nervousness. Shikamaru smiled. It was always hilarious to see the Jonin commander of the village be so easily whipped by the common housewife that was his mother. Your turn, Shikaku said, bringing Shikamaru out of his thoughts, so you better not piddle around. What a drag. Shikamaru groaned as he glanced down at the board. His king appeared to be surrounded by the enemy units, all of them a few squares away, but the king was within their movement range. He carefully scrutinized every possible move he could make, and the results of each move, and he grinned upon seeing an opening. He moved his king. Checkmate, Shikaku calmly said as he grabbed a mug of coffee that was next to him and took a sip. What? Shikamaru asked in mild bewilderment, for Shikamaru rarely expressed emotions to their full extent. How? Shikaku was still drinking from his mug, so he simply pointed at a figure. The kanji on the piece read, Knight. Shikamaru sighed and hung his head in defeat. I always overlook the knights. Yeah, they're tricky little pieces. Your main problem is that you keep going on the offensive. You have no patience, son. You charge in carelessly at times, allowing me to take out important ECES of yours and bring them back on my team. Please tell me this isn't how you operate missions. Shikamaru sighed as he comically glared at his dad. Of course not. Shikaku chuckled, I'm just teasing you. How troublesome. Shikamaru mumbled as he yawned and stretched. He jumped when a very loud crash was heard at the door, almost causing his chair to lose its balance. What the hell? Swore Yoshino from the other room. Who's causing that racket? The crashes continued against the door. Whoever was making the sounds seemed to be knocking heavily against the door. Shikaku sighed as he stood up. Good game, son. Now if you'd excuse me, he said before he turned and walked towards the door. Quiet down, I'm opening the door. Shikaku yelled at the door before opening it. He gasped. ND quickly took a few steps back as a bald man lunged at him with a groan. Shikamaru glanced over at the man. He seemed strangely pale, but he was obviously drunk. His father, on the other hand, was in front of the man, so he could see his features more clearly. The man's mouth was bloody and a large chunk was missing from his neck. His nose was also broken and pushed upwards. It seemed that his face was bashed repeatedly against something. What the hell? Shikaku thought as he backed away from the wounded man, who simply continued to moan and shuffle towards him. Cease this immediately. Shish. Ikaku warned as he produced a kunai from a compartment in his vest. Stop approaching, or I will use lethal force. The man continued approaching. Shikaku growled as he changed his mind and used a jutsu instead of attacking the man. He made a few hand seals and used the shadow paralysis jutsu on the man. The man stopped moving as his body was conformed to the stance Shikaku was currently in. Yoshi. No walked in with an angry look on her face. She slapped the strange man hard across the face, Shikaku being forced to imitate receiving the blow. You filthy drunk. Get out of R, Yoshino began to yell. But she stopped as she noticed the wounds the man had, along with his pure white eyes. A Hyuga clan member. No. These eyes are solely white. Then, she thought, but her thoughts were soon still. As an explosion of pain erupted in her arm. Yoshino shrieked as she saw that the man had broken out of the paralysis and had sunk his teeth into her arm. Shikaku's countenance became fearful and concerned. Let go of her, Shikaku shouted as he used the kunai in his hand to stab the man in the shoulder. The man continued to gnaw on Yoshino's arm, seemingly undeterred by the attack. Shikaku produced another kunai and jabbed it inside the man's head. That attack killed the man, who fell to the ground, chewed up pieces of Yoshino's arm still in his mouth. Shikamaru had witnessed the whole event. But he was too shocked to react sooner. Something about this seemed terribly familiar. Son, Shikaku called. Shikamaru stood up and ran over to his father. Yoshino was wincing as she clutched the rapidly bleeding wound on her arm. Keep watch on your mother. I'm going to the basement to get some medicine to help her wound. Shikaku departed before Shikamaru could say anything. Mom, are you okay? Shikamaru asked in fear as he eyed his mother's wound. He quickly went into the kitchen and grabbed a towel. He returned to his mother and gave her the towel, which she pressed against her wound. She then began to cough profusely. Mom, Shikamaru cried out as he knelt down and supported her. Don't worry about me, Yoshino weakly said as she removed her hand from her mouth. There was blood on it. I'm fine. Yoshino then lapsed into unconsciousness. Shikamaru panicked and lightly shook his mother. Mom, wake up, he pleaded. What happened? Shikaku asked with fear as he entered the room, some vials in his hand. He set them down and rushed over to his fallen wife. Shikamaru backed away to make room for his father. There was a moment of uneasy silence as Shikaku investigated her. Then, a low sob. Shikamaru paled and felt his heart sank as he knew what words would come next. She's dead, his father announced quietly as he continued to cry. Shikamaru was in disbelief partly due to how easy his mother died. And partly because she was beginning to move again. Shikamaru was very worried. The man that had attacked his mother was still able to move despite a lethal wound on his neck. And that particular wound wasn't bleeding. His eyes had been unusual, as well. Something was not right. Oh, honey, you're okay. Shikaku exclaimed in joy as he smiled at Yoshino, but his joy was silenced. For a brief moment, he saw that his wife's eyes were now the same milky white color as the drunken man that attacked her. Yoshino groaned and moved towards Shikaku, and she sank her teeth into his neck. Shikaku cried out in pain before his cries died away into choking gurgles. Yoshino ripped away a large portion of Shikaku's neck and greedily chewed it, the blood and juices pouring down her throat both internally and externally. Shikaku fell down, his face contorted in a look of shock, before he soon perished from the wound. No, Shikamaru thought in fear as he gazed at the event before him with hopelessness. His mother had become just like the stranger that attacked her. She moaned and stood up and began to approach Shikamaru slowly. Shikamaru could barely see his mother through his vision, which was clouded with tears. He heard a few wet gurgles as he saw the blurred image of his father rise up. He finally remembered why everything seemed so familiar. They were creatures from the comic books he read when he was younger, zombies. And somehow, they were happening. He wiped away the tears that masked his vision and clenched his fist tightly. There was no way this was a natural event. Someone had to have caused it. And there were other people out there that needed his help. He couldn't mope and pout, he had to act. He looked ahead at his zombie-fied parents to see that they were blocking the entrance to his house. He couldn't kill them, he had to find another way out. He turned around and saw a nearby window. He began to head towards it. He heard his mother snarl behind her before he was tackled to the ground by her. Shikamaru struggled against his mother, lashing out at her. His blows did nothing to loosen her grip, and he could feel her warm breath near his neck. He moved his right arm around to grab her neck, and he held her head back so she could not bite him. It was an uncomfortable position and his mother was struggling against him. But he needed to hold it to survive. A series of nearby pained rasps told him that it wouldn't be easy. Shit, Shikamaru thought as the shadow of his father washed over the two. Thinking quickly, he rolled away from his father. And the tumbling made her lose her grip. Shikamaru quickly bolted away from the two and rushed towards the door, which was still open somewhat. He stopped for a moment to gather his thoughts. Damn it, why is this happening? Why my parents? Damn it, he thought in despair. He took a deep breath and composed himself. Kurenai, I need to save her. I have to uphold my promise to her and to Asuma. Shikamaru turned around one last time to look at his parents. His mother's mouth was agape, with fresh blood and saliva dripping from it. And his father. It made Shikamaru sick to look upon his undead parents, but his father's wound made him feel physically sick. A large portion of his throat was ripped open, revealing the arteries and organs within. A section of his trachea had been removed by his mother's teeth, and some of the esophagus had been torn as well. He turned away from his parents in disgust and ran outside, shutting the door behind him. He was briefly frozen once more. There were other zombies roaming about the streets, including a few feasting upon some hapless soul. Some were banging on the doors of homes, while O.T. Hers took notice of his presence and were now approaching him. He felt as if his shoes were glued to the ground. So many thoughts stormed through his mind, but one took prevalence above the rest. Kurenai, he thought. The thought of protecting her filled him with courage. He began to run forward, dodging any of the zombies in his way. He wouldn't feel the pain over losing his parents as long as He focused on upholding his promise to his departed teacher. Damn it, I hope the others make it, he thought grimly as images of Naruto, Choji, and his other friends flickered across his vision. He would just have to have hope. Hope and faith would guide him, and he prayed that they wouldn't let him down. The sun pleasantly basked its light upon the village, finally having emerged from the horizon. A sizable portion of Konoha had become aware of the zombie outbreak by now, whether from directly witnessing the zombies or by receiving messages from friends or family elsewhere in the village. One man, however, was completely oblivious that today would be any different from another day. That man was Kakashi Hatake. He was currently at the Shinobi Memorial Monument, as he usually was in the mornings. He was sitting in front of his stone, his hands resting on his knees, as his eyes flicked back and forth between four names: Minato Namikaze, Tsukumo Hatake, Rin Nashima, and Obito Uchiha. Today was one of his sentimental days, in which he would stay by the memorial stone for a few hours, thinking about what could have been. His eyes stopped on his father's name. It was not often that he mourned his father's loss. But for some reason, today felt fitting. He had idolized his father as a child, but he never really got to tell him how much he loved him. Kakashi closed his eyes as he recalled the traumatic moment in his youth when Tsukumo committed seppuku. Tsukumo had asked for his son to be his second. Kakashi honored his father's decision, but it was so hard to make the blow to cleave through his father's neck. But he had to honor his father's wishes so that he could feel redeemed in his death. The event hardened him into the cold young boy that he was until Obito changed him. Obito, Rin, Minato. None of them really got to fully see how Kakashi changed throughout his life. Obito, of course, had died in the Third Great Shinobi War. But shortly after their successful mission, Minato became the fourth Hokage, and soon after that the nine-tailed fox attacked the village. Both Rin and Minato would die in the battle, both of them valiantly sacrificing their lives to protect others. Just as Obito had. He owed so much to those three, they completely changed him, and he just wished he could thank them for all they had done for him. He felt a lone tear roll down his cheek as he recalled the memories he could never relive. The memories where he would never be able to say what he always wanted to say to them. They would always be phantoms that haunted his sleep. Apparitions that stalked his memories, ghosts that blessed his dreams, and, ultimately, the spirits that both weighed down on him and guided him forward in life. And Kakashi's thoughts were interrupted as his ears picked up slow footsteps behind him. Something was off about their beat. It didn't feel like the person behind him was walking naturally. The grass also rustled way more than it should with normal steps. Was this person limping? Kakashi stood up and turned around to look at the person approaching him. Sure enough, he was limping. But what was extremely unusual was the fact that the injured leg was turned around in a way that would normally cause excruciating pain, but this man did not seem to mind. Blood was all over his mouth and flak jacket, and he moaned lowly as his soulless white eyes stared into Kakashi's. The man continued to approach with his limp shuffle, his leg dragging uselessly behind him. This man is not human anymore, was the concluding thought that Kakashi had. He took a defensive stance and eyed the man a bit more. Stop approaching or I will attack, Kakashi commanded. The strange man did not heed the warning and simply kept approaching with that unnatural limp of his. This is your last warning, Kakashi said, but he knew it was futile to continue to warn the man. Kakashi decided to take a risk. He would use lethal force against the man. If his theory was correct, then it would not matter if he used it or not. He stared at the man, who was now just a few feet from him. The man's teeth were slightly yellowed and bloody, and he reached towards Kakashi. Kakashi took a few steps back. He raised his forehead protector and closed his right eye so he could see better out of the Sharingan. Normally, he would not use the Sharingan for such minute purposes. But he would make an exception to see if what he thought he noticed earlier was true. Right away, he could see that the man's flow of chakra was non-existent. This confirmed more on his suspicion that the man was not breathing, which he wasn't, because he could see that the man's chakra had been replaced by something. He moved the forehead protector back down, suddenly concerned. Just what the hell happened to this man? Kakashi quickly formed some hand seals and used a jutsu that caused a spire of rock to jut out of the ground. It impaled the man through his gut, causing a much smaller spray of blood than if the jutsu hit a normal person in the same spot. The man continued to moan and futilely reached towards Kakashi. Kakashi had faced opponents with immunity to pain before, but not on this level. Nor were those enemies dead. But one piece of advice he had picked up during his time as an Anbu always helped him. When in doubt, go for the head, he mentally recited. He reached into a pouch in his flak jacket and produced a kunai. With a single well-aimed toss, the knife flew into the man's head, causing him to fall limp. Kakashi waited for a moment to see if the man would move again, and when the man did not, he turned away. The spire of stone sank back into the ground, and the body of the unnatural man fell to the ground. Just as he finished off the man, he heard more sets of footsteps. His eyes dilated as he spun around with fear and surprise. He didn't want to believe it, but it was true. 3 more people in similar condition to the man were Aproa. Him 2 male Konoha ninja and a civilian woman. All 3 of them were moaning and shambling towards Kakashi, with blood on their clothing and around their mouths. One of the men had much of his skin around his lower jaw torn off, revealing blood-caked bone. The other man had a large hole in his stomach with a few bits of intestine dangling out of the wound. The woman had a large portion of her neck ripped open, and one of her ears had been torn in half, the 2 pieces connected only by a small band of flesh. All 3 had the same eerie white eyes. What did this mean? Why were there people in similar condition to the man? Why were they all bloody with various wounds that a living person couldn't possibly endure? Why did they have those white eyes that lacked feeling behind them? There were many possible answers, and none of them seemed good. From what Kakashi could piece together, someone had altered these people to be walking dead somehow, and they were bloodthirsty beasts. Judging by the blood around their mouths and the wounds on their bodies, it seemed that this strange disease or jutsu or whatever was afflicting them was spread through bite. They did not feel pain, and they could only be destroyed if their brains were destroyed. Konoha was likely in danger. Kakashi swore under his breath as he made a different set of hand seals. The ground around the 3 zombies began to rise and wrap around them. Kakashi turned away. He did not like this jutsu, but it would dispose of them quick. The earth soon completely enveloped the 3, and it began to compress till a series of sickening crunches were heard. Kakashi tried not to mentally picture the bodies of the 3 walking dead cracking and popping, blood flying everywhere within the earthen prison, but he failed. He tried pushing those images away as the earth sank back into the ground. The fluid and chunks that were the remains of their smashed-up bodies would feed the earth once bacteria decomposed it. Kakashi placed his hand on his forehead, composing himself and fully recognizing what was happening. This strange plague was most likely endangering the village as he stood there. He needed to protect it. Worry filled him, but he decided not to panic until he observed the condition of the village firsthand. His thoughts were then interrupted by more footsteps nearby. Fed up, Kakashi decided to use a quick jutsu that caused sharp stalagmites to burst from the ground. He formed the hand seals, and turned around. Shit, he swore as he saw Naruto and Sakura, very much alive, running towards him. He had already activated his jutsu. Move, now, he yelled. The ground began to crackle under their feet, and they quickly sprinted to the sides as the stalagmites burst from the ground. Kakashi. I felt relieved that he did not accidentally injure them, but he felt more relief on seeing that 2 of his students were safe. He would also most likely learn more about the village's condition, but The fact that they sought him out most likely did not mean good news was going to be given. Kakashi walked over to his panting students. He lightly smiled under his mask. It was very fortunate that these two were safe. He just hoped that other people were okay. Sorry about that. Looks like I'm a bit too jumpy, Kakashi said nonchalantly. A bit. Naruto yelled, you almost killed us. Shish, Kakashi said as he placed a finger up to his masked mouth, we might attract more. Sakura noticed the body behind Kakashi. She looked at him with concern and a bit of disgust. How can you act like this during this crisis? It helps me cope and not feel panicked, explained Kakashi, which you promptly ruined by saying the word, crisis. How bad is it? And do any of you know what this is or how it happened? Sakura frowned and stared at the ground. Naruto sighed sadly, and looked at his teacher. Pretty bad. I don't know if the whole village is overrun yet, but... Naruto said. Damn, what's going on? What are these things? Zombies. Naruto said quietly. Come again? Kakashi asked in confusion. Naruto sighed. He felt like he was going to have to explain this to a lot of people. Why couldn't more people read comic books? The walking dead that desire the flesh of the living. They spread their plague through bite. They can't feel pain and can only be killed by destroying their brain. Naruto explained with a hint of exasperation. I could definitely tell something was wrong with the ones that approached me. I figured out most of the characteristics of these zombies, you say, by observing that man behind me. Kakashi said as he motioned towards the body by pointing at it from over his shoulder with his thumb. And Akatsuki's behind it, Naruto said, rage welling up in his voice. What? Akatsuki? Why? Kakashi said in disbelief, this directly goes against their goal if it endangers your safety, Naruto. Why would they cause something like this? I still don't know. There was one guy the first recklessly attacked. And he wouldn't tell me anything. He beat me down and left me for dead, but the Kyuubi healed me. That Akatsuki jackass seemed to know something, but his partner was not present. Naruto said with shame as he mentally cursed his stupidity for acting so brashly during that situation. Kakashi seemed to tell what Naruto was thinking. It's okay, you found out more by confronting him. Although I would not have recommended such an attack if you didn't have a beast inside of you that will protect your life at all costs, if not only to preserve its life. Did you find anything out about his abilities, or anything indicating why he tried to kill you instead of capture you? Yeah, he's a swordsman. He had lots of swords on him. He didn't use any jutsu on me, but he's fast and strong. He also had crazy healing powers. I used my Rasengan on him twice, and he shrugged of the blows like they were nothing. And no, I wondered myself why he didn't capture me, Naruto said. Damn, this situation is getting worse by the minute. We need to find Tsunade and go over things with her. We're the only people that have some idea as to how this whole mess started. We need to, Kakashi said. But he noticed that Sakura had remained quiet the whole time. Oh, her parents, they. Naruto said lowly. I understand, Kakashi said quietly. He walked over to Sakura and embraced her. She hugged back. She sobbed for a bit into his chest before she composed herself. Kakashi sighed. No matter how he thought about it, he knew his mind would never prepare him for what he would witness once they entered the village. We should depart. We cannot waste any more time. Kakashi said boldly. Naruto and Sakura were filled with determination. Right, they said together. The three then began to body flicker towards the village. The administration building was quite a distance from the training grounds where the Ninja Memorial Monument was located, but they would hurry. The lives of many were at stake. Lady Hokage, exclaimed an assistant as he burst into Tsunade's office in the administration building, another batch of reports. The assistant walked over to Tsunade's desk and placed a stack of papers on it, adding to the several other stacks already on the desk. Tsunade placed down the report she was reading and flipped through the new stack. They were all similar. Ever since she woke up and entered her office, reports from almost all over Konoha were swarming their way onto her desk. All of them described a strange sickness that turned people into cannibals. How these cannibals would not die and did not feel pain, and other such details that Tsunade knew were horrible news. With so many reports, there was no way that this was false. Something terrible was happening to the village. What should we do, Tsunade? Shizune asked fearfully as she glanced through some of the reports. Go find the council members and tell them to get to safety. Also, contact the Anbu and have them head here. No, just have them go on the offensive against these cannibals, Tsunade ordered. But, why go on the offensive? We barely know what's happening. Shizune protested. Don't question me here, Shizune. I've encountered my fair share of evil creations to know what's going on here. So do as I say. Why yes, ma'am. Shizune exclaimed as she left the office. Tsunade sighed and ran her hand through her hair. Just how the hell did these creatures show up? There were many possibilities, and none of them were good. She was conflicted as to what to do next. But a shout from outside tore her thoughts away from the tough decisions that she would have to make. Someone help. A man outside shouted, we need a medical nin here. This is an emergency. Tease. Unade opened the window in her office and jumped out of it, sending chakra to the soles of her feet to cushion her fall from the 3-story leap, not to mention the incredible height of the 4-story. Ease in the administration building when compared to ordinary buildings. Tsunade walked towards a crowd of concerned people that were most likely around the injured person. Move aside, people, she announced. A path was cleared for her. And she walked into the clearing to see a man crouching over a wounded girl. Tsunade temporarily flinched at the sight of large amounts of blood coming from the girl. But she swallowed her fears to help the girl. Tsunade knelt down beside the concerned man, who had wiped away most of the blood around her wound. Tsunade glanced at the man as she placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. The man nodded, understanding what Tsunade wanted, and he backed up. Thanks for taking care of her before I arrived, she added. She then turned towards the girl. The wound was between her neck and shoulder. And it was still bleeding. Tsunade's hands hovered above the wound and began to heal it. The blood flow began to slow and eventually stop, and once the blood was no longer obscuring the wound. Tsunade recoiled in shock. That's a bite wound. Tsunade thought in fear. This was not good. Closer examination showed that the bite was caused by human teeth. This matched the reports. While Tsunade had her assumptions, this all but confirmed it. All that was left. No, she wouldn't simply sit around and watch this girl die. It had been nearly 20 years since that horrible event. Her medical skills had improved since then. She would stop this. She closed her eyes and focused as she began to heal the girl once more. The familiar evil chakra was within the girl. She opened her eyes to see if she was making progress. Tsunade noticed that the girl was losing the color from her skin and her breathing rate was increasing. Damn it. Tsunade mentally cursed as she began to pour more of her healing chakra into the girl. It was incredibly difficult to counteract the plague that was spreading through her. Every time she fixed something, some other part of the plague became worse. The girl began to cough up blood. Tsunade stopped healing the girl and slammed her fists in defeat against the ground as she grit her teeth tightly. She had failed. She stood up and walked away from the girl. She's dead, she said sternly. Please, everyone, do not stay Arrow. No, Emmy. The man that had been next to the girl earlier cried out as he rushed by her side. Tsunade turned around, fearful for what would happen next. Don't go near her, she warned, but it was too late. The man was shaking with shock as the girl, presumably his lover, sank her teeth into his neck. Emmy remained latched onto his neck, and the man could only stare at Emmy's mouth and the blood flowing down his body. He soon collapsed, and the crowd of people began to panic. Shit, Tsunade swore before yelling. Don't go near them. Her words were unheard over the crowd, and cries, screams, and moans were heard as more and more people were either bitten or transformed into the undead. Tsunade had no other choice. She had to go back inside the building. She rushed inside the administration building, and quickly bolted up the long stairways between floors before she reached her office on the 3rd floor. Lady Tsunade. What's wrong? Shizune asked as Tsunade entered. Tsunade, panting and unable to speak from exhaustion, simply pointed towards the window. Shizune walked over to it, looked outside, and cupped her hands over her mouth in terror. Shizune took a few steps away from the window before looking at Tsunade with a lost look. What do we do? She asked. Tsunade took a deep breath and spoke. Did you contact? Yes, Shizune said. Where are they? Right here, spoke Homura from behind Tsunade. Tsunade glanced behind her to see Homura, Kaharu, and a whole squad of Anbu outside her office. How did this happen? Kaharu asked, seemingly expecting Tsunade to know the answer. The sensing barrier around Konoha did not pick up anything unusual at any time this day. I don't know. I don't supervise the barrier. Shizune, is Taunton taken care of? Tsunade asked. Why yes. I reverse summoned him to where Katsuyu is located. Shizune said, unsure of what to make of the current chaotic situation. Katsuyu. Couldn't she heal everyone? Homura asked. If she couldn't 20 years ago, I doubt she could today. Besides, it's too risky. Even if I split her up, if one piece gets bitten, the chakra will distribute itself to the other pieces of her, Tsunade said grimly. What are our orders? Spoke the commander of the Anbu squad. Lady Shizune said we were to attack. But she suggested we hear directly from you. Do a full-scale onslaught against the cannibals. Show no mercy to them. They are not the person they may appear to be. They are the enemy. Rescue any civilians. But make sure they are not bitten. If they are, they will turn into a cannibal as well. Tsunade said with bravado. Yes, Lady Hokage. Shouted the Anbu members. Hold on. How can you order such an attack without any evidence to back your claims? Kaharu asked, her mien about to become outraged. Unlike you two, I was there during that event 20 years ago. I believe that. I know more about what is happening than the two of you, and I am positive that if Hiruzen were still alive, he would back my decisions. And you seem awfully angered towards a massacre, even though why? Oh, you supported a similar one not too long ago. Tsunade said lowly, a smirk appearing on her face as she mentioned the Uchiha massacre. Why, how dare you? Homura shouted. He then turned towards the Anbu and said, do not listen to this woman. Find out what happened to those people outside and try to cure them from their psychotic rage. The Anbu only answer to me. Tsunade said with vehement anger as she glared at the two elders. They entered this position knowing full well that they will have to protect this wonderful village by sacrificing themselves, if need be. I have the first-hand express experience of being there at the day of the bloodied sun. I know these creatures. They cannot be healed to the person they used to be. They have to be destroyed. Homura was about to object, but Tsunade cut him off. Escort them to the emergency room. Give them some time to cool off, Tsunade said harshly. Two Anbu burst forward and restrained Homura and Kaharu, who futilely struggled to break out of the Anbu's hold. Tsunade looked towards Shizune. Shizune nodded, and went over to Tsunade's desk and pressed a button on the underside of it. The bookcase in the room slid over to the right, revealing a heavily reinforced steel door. Shizune walked over and opened it, revealing a descending tunnel with lights lining the corridors. Don't listen to this mad woman. Homura shouted. She'll doom you all. Kaharu added. It sounds to me like you two need to be locked up, one of the Anbu said. The two Anbu then pushed Kaharu and Homura into the tunnel, and Shizune quickly shut the door. The two Anbu pushed the bookcase back in front of the door, effectively locking the two elders inside. Tsunade sighed with relief. Oh, thank you for that. I'm getting fed up with their bullshit, Tsunade said as she smiled at the Anbu. No problem. Lady Hokage. Do the orders still stand? Yes. Serve our village with honor and valor. Do not show fear or hesitation towards the cannibals. Tsunade exclaimed. Do not worry about me, I'll go investigate why the barrier team did not contact me. Go forth and protect the leaf. Yes, Lady Hokage, exclaimed the Anbu squad as they all body flickered away. Nade stared at the spot the Anbu squad recently occupied. Lady Tsunade. Shizune asked. Oh, sorry, Tsunade said, snapping out of her trance, let's go. Shizune nodded, and the two left the office. As they headed down the hallway towards the monitor room, Tsunade mentally thanked the brave Anbu squad that would fight against the undead menace. She hoped at least a few would survive, but it was doubtful. This terrible plague had likely spread over all of Konoha, and there was little she could do except find out who was behind all of this. Hopefully the barrier team had the answers. Tsunade opened a door and went inside. The monitor room was just that, several computer monitors that showed various important areas of Konoha. Tsunade walked over to the many screens and looked around for the one that showed video footage of the chamber that contained the barrier team. She found it, and her eyes widened with shock. The barrier team had somehow been zombified. How? Their location is kept secret. Shizune asked as she stared at the screen with horror. Either we have a traitor, which is unlikely, or we're against someone with knowledge on the layout of Konoha, Tsunade said grimly. What if the enemy is a sensor ninja? Shizune asked. That could be the case, as well. Tsunade said. She gasped when all of a sudden the video footage suddenly turned to static. Shizune walked over and typed some commands on the keyboards below the monitors to try and bring back the video feed, but it did not work. Video communications have been cut. Shizune exclaimed. Shit. Tsunade swore. She sighed in exasperation as she placed a hand on her head. We should see if the people down on the first floor are okay. The cannibals might have broken in. Right. Shizune exclaimed as she nodded. The two then set off. Kaharu took heavy breaths while Homura pounded on the door, shouting at the people he thought were outside to open up the door. He, too, soon joined Kaharu in breathing heavily from overexerting his body. Forget it, Homura, Kaharu said. Let's just head down. Fine. Hopefully everything turns out okay for this village. Then we can contact the daimyo and tell him all about Tsunade's recklessness. Homura exclaimed as he began to walk down the tunnel, which gently sloped downward. Or, if we're lucky, the problem that is Tsunade will take care of itself. Kaharu said with a devilish grin as she followed Homura. I'm not that bitter about this. Homura said as he glanced at Kaharu with concern, and besides, it would be a bureaucratic nightmare to select a new Hokage. Especially not knowing how many will die before this whole problem is stopped. Well, Tsunade has always been a thorn in our side. She constantly argues against our viewpoints. Kaharu exclaimed with frustration. True, but her ideas have always helped us more than our ideas would have, Homura admitted. Maybe we're just not trusting of her because she's not Hiruzen. Maybe you're right. Kaharu said with a sigh. We trusted Hiruzen since he was a longtime friend. Minato always sought a compromise, and Hiruzen was on the council to coax us and Minato towards the right choice. We don't have that peace here. There's no middleman to ease the tensions. Nothing more was said until they finally reached the safety room. It was well lit and equipped, with several rooms that resembled any ordinary house. There was an additional room with many rations and other emergency supplies. There were also other corridors that led to several other locations throughout Konoha. Everything was as expected except for another man sitting on a couch in the room. Who are you and what are you doing here? Homura demanded. I helped construct these tunnels, replied the elderly man. I believe I'm entitled to use them. Kaharu was about to speak, but Homura quieted her by saying, fine, just don't cause any trouble. The two elders went over to a bookcase to pick out some books to read while they waited for someone else to come down here and tell them that everything was safe. The elderly man stared at the two with remorse and guilt. Damn it all. I came down here so nobody could be hurt. But now, he thought as he glanced at his right hand, which was missing a few fingers. He had bandaged them well enough so that they didn't bleed a lot, but he could feel something inside of him seeping throughout his body. He entered a fit of coughing, blood exiting his mouth. Kaharu and Homura quickly ran towards him and asked if he was okay. The only response they received was a low, bestial rasp. The ambush squad was in front of the administration building. The zombies slowly approached them, moaning for their blood and flesh. If there were any Anbu that were scared, they did not show it through shaking. Okay, shouted the Anbu commander over the barbarous din caused by the undead. We 20 Anbu here are the only ones left that are not on reconnaissance missions elsewhere. As usual, Root is doing whatever they please, but let us forget about them. We will fight with honor and courage. I want to split into 5 4-man teams. My team will remain here. The other 4 teams will cover the eastern, western, southern, and central parts of Konoha, since we are in the northern area. I don't care who is in what team. We have no time to argue, so just go. Make Konoha proud. The Anbu quickly departed, leaving the commander with 3 other Anbu members. Glancing at the 3, he could tell their identities by the masks they wore. Yugo, Yamato, Tokiro. Let us show these monsters no mercy. The Anbu commander proclaimed. Yes, Mashiro. The 3 responded. The 4 quickly unsheathed their katanas and took defensive stances as the undead drew closer and closer. Yugo suddenly darted forward with great speed, cleaving through many of the undead in the immediate area. Despite the grievous injuries, they still approached. What? How? Yugo asked in bewilderment as she took a few steps away from the cut-up corpses. Quote. Take out their brains, Tokiro, the Anbu man with a bird mask, said, if they cannot feel pain, and they're still moving. Then their pain receptors have to be blocked. Let me test my theory. Tokiro held onto his katana and pointed it at an approaching zombie that's chest had a deep cut across it due to Yugo's attack. He aimed the blade towards the zombie's head and made a one-handed seal. There was a crackle of electricity that surged through the golden gauntlet he wore on his right hand only, and the sword suddenly launched forward at great speeds. The sword impaled the zombie between the eyes, and it fell down dead. Well, it looks like my younger brother can still surprise me, Mashiro, the Anbu captain with a fox mask, said with a smile under the mask. He then directed his next sentence to his teammates, all right. Go for the head. Pierce their skulls or cut their heads off. Do not hesitate. The zombies that Yugo wounded were now only a few feet from the Anbu. Yamato made a few hand seals that made several sharp and thin roots burst from the ground, skewering the zombies' heads. Mashiro used a jutsu that caused a wave of water to surge forward, but only to push the zombies back. Once they had enough room, they all split up to attack different parts of the horde. Yugo made S own hand seals and then passed her hand over the sword. The sword began to glow with an aura of chakra that soon extended and became more solid in appearance. Yugo had learned this technique from Tr. Aiming with the samurai in the land of iron. It would absolutely devastate the undead creatures. She jumped down from the rooftop she retreated to and began to sprint forward and cleave through the zombies around her. Now her sword could easily cut through the undead instead of just wounding them. She also tried to aim her blade so that she could cut off the heads of the zombies, but she knew variations in height would throw her off. After clearing the immediate area she was in, she turned around to investigate the damage she had done. Had she not have been trained to deal with these kind of sights, she would have vomited. The area was covered in blood and guts, and several body parts lay in the pool of red liquid. Some of them were still moving, dragging themselves towards Yugo, their insides trailing behind them. Yugo walked towards the few stragglers to finish them off. After stabbing through the heads of a few of the undead, she noticed that there was only one left. She walked over to it, and felt a sharp pain on her left leg. Yugo looked down in fright to see that a bodiless head was biting her leg. She cried out in anger as she stabbed the head. It was over, she was doomed. But why that head? She looked around and noticed that every bodiless head was still moving. She sank to her knees in defeat. She would not let herself turn into one of these monsters. She removed her mask and took her sword. She placed the tip of it against her forehead, and she closed her eyes as she prepared to thrust the blade through. A snarl near her interrupted her thoughts. She turned around to cut down the nearby zombie, but she hesitated. It was just a mere child. The boy drug itself towards Yugo, its lower half having been cut off by her earlier. Yugo began to cry. A child that she and Hayate would never be able to have. The zombie child continued to approach Yugo. He grabbed her arm and moved in to bite it, to get a taste of her delicious flesh. He suddenly stopped inches from her skin. A moan came from the woman's lips. She was kin now. The child turned away and began to drag itself towards other prey. Yugo, now a zombie, shuffled toward the Anbu man she could see fending off zombies using the summoning of sharpened wood. Yamato finished off the other wave of nearby undead. He took off his mask and tossed it aside. He really did not need it on concealing his identity was meaningless, and it was hot, to boot. Another crowd of undead approached, and he grimaced upon seeing them. He was getting sick of these creatures. He made more hand seals and slammed his hands on the ground. Several spires of wood burst from the ground, spearing every zombie in the head. He poured more chakra into the technique to make the spires express and kill every zombie behind the nearest crowd. The spires sank back into the ground, and with them dropped nearly 100 bodies. There was only one approaching zombie left. Yamato gasped with shock as he beheld Yugo's zombified form. How did she fall? Yamato bit his lip as he took a kunai in his hand. He knew that Yugo would not want to be one of these creatures. He walked over to her, causing her to moan and reach towards Yamato. He yelled in rage as he hurled the kunai at her, nailing her between the eyes. Yugo fell, dead, her long purple hair spread all across the ground, shielding her face. Yamato stared at her body for a bit, paying silent respects to her, before he decided to check in on his other teammates. He leapt up on the rooftops and looked around until he saw two heroes surrounded by a crowd of undead that was slowly closing in. Yamato jumped down and made a few roots appear to kill a few zombies behind Tokiro. "Thanks," he said as he removed some kunai from pouches in his outfit. He slapped the kunai on his gauntlet, and they stuck to it. He made a one-handed seal, and the kunai launched forward, propelled by magnetism. "Where's Mashiro?" Yamato asked. "Dead," Tokiro said bluntly. "What?" Yamato asked in disbelief. "At first I thought they got him when one bit his arm, but I keep forgetting about that prosthetic arm of his." He then lit him a flame, and the bastards kept approaching. He was torn apart. "I'm so sorry," Yamato said lowly. "Stop moping. You need to get out of here," Tokiro said. "But, no. I saw you fighting that crowd over there. We both know neither of us has enough chakra to smash all of these fuckers. You need to go to Root and ask for assistance, since you're the only one that is in contact with it. Go. I'll hold them off to the best of my ability." Yamato looked down with despair. "Thank you, Tokiro," Yamato said. "Hey, if you see Julie, and she's okay, tell her I love her," Tokiro added. "I will. Goodbye, Tokiro," Yamato said as his body flickered away. Tokiro sadly smiled at the spot where Yamato occupied moments ago, and then he turned to the undead crowd. "All right, you fuckers. WHO wants a piece of me. Tokiro said as he made some hand seals to heavily increase the flow of electricity inside of him. Normally it would boost his speed, strength, and general reaction time, but here, it would have a different purpose. It would disrupt the nervous system of any zombie that bit into him, ultimately shutting it down. He charged forward into the crowd, cringing as the teeth bit into him, but laughing as the zombies that bit into him shortly died. "I hope you piles of shit get a stomachache from eating me," he screamed as he felt his jutsu wear off after a few zombies bit him. He laughed maniacally as the zombies tore into him with delight. Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura were running down a back street that was relatively zombie-free. They had to take several winding lesser-traveled routes on their way to the administration, which cost them time, but with the benefit of safety. Traveling on the rooftops towards the northern part of the village was difficult due to the differing height of the buildings. This current street was completely empty. Kakashi stopped dead in his tracks, and he held up a hand, signaling Naruto and Sakura to stop as well. "Why'd we?" Naruto began, but Kakashi hushed him. He pointed to his ear, indicating for the two to listen. The only thing that could be heard was the distant moans of the undead and the screams of their victims. There was nothing near them at all. Kakashi looked around, noticing that this entire street seemed off. Despite the zombies sweeping through the city, there were no signs of struggle on this street. There was no blood, no dropped possessions. Even peering inside the houses showed that there were no visible signs of struggle. "It's like there were no zombies here at all," Sakura said quietly, breaking the silence. "Exactly. Which is why I think we've found the perpetrators," Kakashi said. "Huh, why's that?" Naruto asked in confusion as he looked around for people wearing Akatsuki robes. "If they created these creatures, it would make sense that they could control them, especially if they eat people without discrimination. So it would make sense to make the creatures avoid their base of operations. Plus," Kakashi explained. Then he pointed up at a building they were nearby. "This building is rather tall. A nice place to observe the village, don't you think?" "Well, you're good at piecing together little things," spoke a man from a nearby rooftop. The three turned to see a man in an open Akatsuki robe with several swords on his person. The blue hair and yellow eyes of the man made it unmistakable this W. as the man that attacked Naruto earlier in the day. "Why, thank you," Kakashi said with a light smile. The Akatsuki man suddenly unsheathed a sword and leapt down from the building, ready to cut down Kakashi. Naruto roared in anger as he jumped up and slammed his foot against the blue-haired man's face, knocking him off course and down to the ground. "Fucking piss ant," Kenakami cursed as he turned, his head to the side and spat out a small glob of blood. He wiped his mouth with his free hand and beckoned for Naruto to charge at him, all which he grinned, showing his wolf-like teeth. Naruto CL. Enched his fist tightly as he felt the anger boil up inside of him. He was ready to burst forward, but Kakashi placed his arm in front of Naruto. Don't. You said yourself that he easily defeated you. Protect Sakura for now, until the both of you go against what I say and jump in to help, Kakashi said. Naruto managed to quell his anger, but only for Sakura. He turned towards her as he prepared to walk over to her, but he gasped. Kenakami was holding Sakura, his blade at her throat. Sakura's eyes were wide with fear, and she stared at Naruto and Kakashi, silently begging for help. How did you move so fast? Kakashi asked. You'd be surprised how easy people get distracted when they're talking to other people during a fight, Kenakami said as he held Sakura closer to him. You let her go. Naruto screamed. Why? What are you going to do if I cut her pretty little neck? Drown me with your tears. Kenakami said in a mocking manner. I'll fucking kill you, Kenakami. Naruto howled in anger. It took all Naruto had to not run forward and smash that grinning face into the ground. He wanted to, but he had a gut feeling that if he tried, he wouldn't be fast enough. Yeah, you sound real threatening from over there, Kenakami said. Sakura felt tears begin to form in her eyes as she felt hopeless, but she saw that Kakashi had moved his forehead protector up, revealing his Sharingan. Ra glanced down to see that Kenakami was not holding her very well, and she remembered what he said earlier. You'd be surprised how easy people get distracted when they're talking to other people during a fight. She glanced down at Kenakami's feet, which were not covered well, since he was wearing wooden sandals. She glanced up at Kakashi, then Kenakami's shoes, then at Kakashi again. Although she did not move her head, she was sure Kakashi would notice the small movements her eyes made. Kakashi made a small nod, and Sakura stomped as hard as she could on Kenakami's feet. OOOWWW. Goddamn bitch. He began as he prepared to cut Sakura's throat, but Kakashi charged forward and tackled Kenakami. The two of them rolled some distance away, allowing Sakura to scurry over to where Naruto was. Are you okay? Naruto asked her with concern. I'm fine, Sakura said, still in a bit of shock from how easily Kenakami could have killed her. Sakura looked over at Naruto, who was staring at the battle before them with rage. She added, I'll cue you in when there's an opportune time for us to jump in. Naruto smiled at her, thanks. The fight before them now had both combatants standing. Up after Kenakami kicked Kakashi off of him. Kenakami charged towards the masked ninja with his impressive speed, but now that Kakashi had his Sharingan showing, his reaction times were on par with the Akatsuki man's. Kakashi managed to gain some distance from his offensive opponent and blue electricity began crackling about his body until it became focused in the form of a blue ball in his hand, the Reikiri. No hand seals, Kenakami thought with a slight bit of awe as he stared at the jutsu. Kakashi was suddenly in front of Kenakami, and the jutsu was thrust into his upper chest, piercing rough it while temporarily paralyzing Kenakami. Kakashi quickly withdrew his hand, reached around towards Kenakami's backside, and unsheathed the other katana on his back before dashing backward. To his amazement, he saw the deep wound he just delivered swiftly heal and close shut. What the hell? Give back my sword! Kenakami yelled as he ran forward. Kakashi quickly shifted his position and locked blades with Kenakami. I just thought we'd fight on even grounds. Please excuse me, I'm a bit rusty with a katana, Kakashi said nonchalantly. Kenakami growled as he pushed Kakashi back with a impulse push of his sword before following it up with another swing of the blade. Kakashi couldn't lower his arms fast enough, so he instead moved his sword hand so that the blade would intercept Kenakami's. He was practically thrown back once the swords impacted. He's strong, Kakashi thought, but he seems to be a one-trick pony. He's shown no ninjutsu techniques so far, is this all he has? Kenakami thrust his blade at Kakashi. And Kakashi sprinted back to dodge it, but he lost his footing and fell. He rolled out of the way right before a blade slammed into the ground where his head had been moments ago. Kakashi placed his free hand on the ground and spun around, using his free hand to hold his body in place as he swung it in an arc. His foot struck the blunt end of Kenakami's katana, knocking the sword from his hand. Kakashi then waited a bit until his feet were at a position so he could spring up off of the ground, and he did so. Kenakami was reaching for his sword, so Kakashi the grasping hand off before grabbing the sword himself. Kanekami clutched the bleeding stump as his face was grimacing in pain. I don't think your regeneration powers can heal amputated limbs, can it? Kakashi asked with confidence. Not exactly, Kanekami said as he picked up his hand and placed it against the area it used to occupy. He twisted it until it was aligned correctly with his arm, and the wound quickly healed. He then reached for the two blades on his side, but he found that they were not there. What the, he said as he turned around to look, but he was met with a heel to the face. Kanekami hit the ground as Naruto landed. He ran back to Sakura's side, ready to prepare a Rasengan if needed. Sakura held the two swords she stole from Kanekami while he was distracted, and she was staring with concern towards the Akatsuki man. Well, it looks like you're unarmed, Kakashi said, and I'm pretty sure if you had any significant ninjutsu, you would have used it by now. Hey, cute, you think I'm defenseless, Kanekami said as he reached into his dark blue gi and produced a scroll. He flicked his hand, causing the scroll to unfurl. There was a brief puff of smoke, and Nokami now held a massive sword in his hands. The sword was easily taller than a grown man, and it was about 3 feet wide, in addition to being thick. The sword was basically a much larger katana with a longer handle. He swung the massive blade in a wide arc. Kakashi held the two swords in an X shape, for he could not move out of the way fast enough. As soon as the huge blade impacted, Kakashi was thrown back 2 feet as he landed on his backside, the swords landing some distance behind him. And as soon as the sword had been swung in an arc, it was now rushing towards Kakashi's body. Naruto had the Rasengan made ever since Kanekami summoned the giant sword. He was just waiting for the opportune time to strike, and that time was now. He charged forward and slammed the spinning ball of chakra into Kanekami's backside, launching him forward and over Kakashi, the blade falling from his hands, causing a small crater in the ground when it landed. Just how heavy was that weapon? Thanks, Naruto, Kakashi said as he stood up and turned around, awaiting Kanekami's next move. The Akatsuki man stood up and threw off his Akatsuki robe, which had a hole in the back where Naruto's Rasengan had impacted. Naruto had also added extra power into that Rasengan, which caused the other side of his clothing to burst open from the force of the blow. Two things were noticeable about him, one being the headband around his neck that had an engraving of a crescent moon with a deep gash across it, and the other being the complex seal on his stomach not entirely unlike that of Naruto's. Why you're... Kakashi began, but the words lost their way. Sakura and Naruto were showing similar shock at the seal's revelation. Yeah, I'm a Jinchuriki, like that wasn't obvious, Kanekami said lowly. Why the hell would a Jinchuriki join Akatsuki? Naruto asked, his mind still wrapping around the fact that this man had a biju inside of him. It certainly made sense, but suddenly Naruto was seeing a future he could have easily turned towards. I was sick of my life. Sick of everything. Figured if I joined I could fight the strong until I was wounded. Then they would rip the beast out of me, Kanekami said gruffly. But my partner gave me meaning, which is why I'm here. You mean? Kakashi said. Correct, spoke a woman. All heads turned towards the direction of her voice. A woman garb. In an Akatsuki cloak with a thick hood landed on the ground. She stood up and walked forward a bit before stopping. We are no longer affiliated with Akatsuki. This isn't good, Kakashi thought as he looked towards Kanekami's partner. I could have fended off Kanekami, but if this is the person that created this plague-like jutsu. If that is the case, why do you wear their rings? Sakura spoke up. Kakashi and Naruto looked and noticed that the cloaked person was wearing Hidan's orange ring on her left index finger, and Kanekami was wearing Kakuzu's dark green ring on his left middle finger. Oh this, Kanekami said with a grin as he flipped off Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi with his left hand. Akatsuki has a man that knows his way around things. You can't possibly hide things important to Akatsuki from him. That's why we wear these rings. If he wants them back, he'll have to pry them off our cold, dead hands. You, Naruto yelled as he pointed at the cloaked woman, ignoring Mo. Saint of the conversation since the cloaked woman arrived, you started this, didn't you? Of course. Do you like, she began, but immediately after she said, of course, Naruto charged forward, yelling. As red chakra began to pour out of him and his features became more animalistic. A Rasengan formed in his hand as he thrust it at the woman, but she stepped back and disappeared. Naruto stopped, his charge and looked around for the woman, still holding the Rasengan in his hand. He suddenly cried out as the cloaked woman suddenly appeared behind him and grabbed Naruto's neck. Naruto turned around to nail her with the Rasengan. But several spikes suddenly burst out of the woman's body, piercing Naruto in several areas. The woman then exploded, knocking Naruto backwards, in addition to knocking him out. Sakura rushed over to Naruto and began to heal him. Kenakami was about to attack Sakura, but the woman suddenly appeared in front of Kenakami, her arm extended in front of him. No, Sakura's not a threat. I added a quick-acting sleeping gas in that exploding clone. Naruto will be out for a while, spoke the cloaked woman. Tell me, Kakashi said lowly as he stared at the two ex-Akatsuki members. Why are you doing this? Why Konoha? I don't have to explain my motives to you, Kakashi Hatake, spoke the cloaked woman. Read up on Konoha's ninja, I see. Kakashi asked, not icing that the cloaked woman had successfully identified all three of her opponents. I wanted to be prepared, the cloaked woman said as she lowered her arm, and you can attack them, Kenakami. I've changed my mind, Kenakami grinned. With pleasure, he said as he ran towards Sakura and Naruto, picking up his massive sword on the way. Kakashi turned around to instinctively assist them, but he saw a blade in the corner of his eye and quickly pulled out a kunai and blocked it. The woman leapt back, a short blade emerging from the sleeve of her cloak. It was dripping with a liquid, most likely a poison of sorts. Kakashi had to focus on this woman, he just hoped that Naruto and Sakura would be okay. His thoughts were cut off as the cloaked woman thrust her blade at him. Kenakami swung his blade down at Sakura. Sakura stopped healing Naruto, quickly turned around, and sent chakra to her hands. She caught the blade, the momentum of it pushing her down some, but she was unharmed. She threw the blade back and charged towards Kenakami while his guard was down. She swung her fist in an uppercut directed at his chin. Kakashi and the cloaked woman were locked in a tango of battle, both blade and kunai clashing against each other. Her reaction times are on par with mine, how can that be? Kakashi thought as he leapt back a bit and threw the kunai at her as a distraction. He made a few hand seals. He placed his hands on the ground, causing 3 rushing rows of spires of rock that burst from the ground to rush at the cloaked woman. As the attack headed her way, he also formed an other Reikiri and watched closely for the woman to appear. Kenakami flew back from the blow Sakura gave him. I won't let you hurt Naruto. She cried as she charged forward and began pummeling Kenakami. Normally, the blows would cause internal bleeding or break bones, but Kenakami's regeneration powers were incredible. She rose both of her hands for a haymaker, but this left her open. Kenakami laughed and said, "Gotcha," as he kicked Sakura in the gut and bashed her face with the pommel of his massive blade. He then swung the gigantic sword in a large arc. Naruto cried out in rage as he saw Enli burst forward and tackled Kenakami to the ground before wailing on his face with his fists. A few smoke bombs landed near Kakashi's feet, and they burst open, shrouding the area in a thick smoke. Kakashi saw a slight movement behind him, and he turned around to attack the cloaked woman with his Reikiri. He hit the woman and grinned under his mask, but the clone suddenly exploded, clearing the smoke. The cloaked woman, who was actually on a nearby rooftop, smirked as she observed the charred body of her adversary. She gasped as she saw the body crackle and fade away as lightning. She frantically looked around to locate Kakashi's current position, and she saw him. His Sharingan had changed shape, he had a Mangekyo. Kakashi fired a Kamui from his eye, fully intent on destroying the cloaked woman. The space around her began to contort and ripple, but before it collapsed on itself, the woman vanished, and not in the intended way. Kakashi looked around for her, shocked that she managed to dodge the attack. And he saw her over to where Naruto and Sakura were. She kicked Naruto off of Kenakami and helped him up. "We're leaving," she said. "What?" Kenakami asked in an outrage as he glared at Naruto and his partner. "I've wasted too much chakra. We need to be prepared for Akatsuki's retaliation," she said. "Grr, fine," Kenakami growled before he turned to look at Naruto. "Just you wait, you lucky fuck. Next time we meet, you'll be dead." "The feeling's mutual," Naruto said as he glowered at Kenakami. The two Akatsuki members then body flickered away. Kakashi ran up to Naruto and Sakura. "Are you two okay?" he asked with concern as he lowered his forehead protector to cover his Sharingan, which had reverted to normal. Sakura finished healing her face, the glow around her hand disappearing. "Now we are good." Kakashi sighed with relief. "Why did we let them go?" Naruto said. "Because our intention was not to fight them. We were going to the administration building, remember?" Kakashi said. "Plus, that woman was holding back. And there is something dangerous about her." "Well, that's besides the point," Sakura said. "They're gone, they have no intention of attacking us again anytime soon. So let's go find Tsunade." "Right," Kakashi said with a nod. Kakashi and Sakura began to sprint towards the building, and Naruto begrudgingly followed them. "Well, I assume everyone wishes to know why they have been called here." Zetsu spoke to the rest of Akatsuki, excluding Pain and Konan, who were elsewhere. "This has to do with the disappearance of Kenakami and the Necromancer, doesn't it?" Itachi asked upon observing the makeup of the people at the meeting. "Of course. Normally, we'd just astral project ourselves, but hey, everyone was in the general area," spoke Zetsu's other half. "Just cut to the point, yeah," Deidara said with a very bored look on his face. "Just how is it not obvious what happened yet?" Kisame asked with scorn as he stared at Deidara with disbelief. "Toby doesn't like fighting." Toby whimpered quietly. "Is this really how the infamous Akatsuki acts?" pondered the newest member of Akatsuki, a man with long black hair that framed the sides of his face. He wore his forehead protector over his eyes like a blindfold, an eighth note with a gash through it depicted on the metal plate. "Unfortunately, yes." Itachi sighed. "Oh, you should have seen it when Kakuzu and Hidan were around," Kisame said with a nostalgic grin. "Hell, Kakuzu and any of his past partners gave us a handful." "Yes, memories are nice and all, bu. We kind of have two traitors on the loose," Zetsu said with an annoyed sigh. "So we're going to head after them, Deidara asked. "Well, it would make sense because a Jinchuriki was with them," Zetsu said with further annoyance. "But we don't even know if they betrayed us," Toby inputted. An intelligent comment from Toby. "Quite unusual," quipped Deidara with a smirk. "They have not contacted us when we have repeatedly requested it. You cannot ignore the chakra signals the rings give you. They have betrayed us, but where did they go?" Itachi pondered. "They went to Konoha," the blind man added. He suddenly felt very uncomfortable as the sensation of every pair of eyes in the room settled on him. "What? I overheard them talking about going there. How was I supposed to know they would betray us?" "You fucking idiot." "Yeah," Deidara growled. "He does have a valid point," Kisame said. "I mean, Otoshi has only been here for 3 days." "I'll take care of them," the blind man named Otoshi said. "But you are new. We have not had enough time to evaluate your skills. I think it would be best to send out someone the whole organization trusts, like me," Itachi said. "But I took Orochimaru's ring. See," Otoshi said as he extended his left little finger to show off the blue ring. Unfortunately, the ruder members of Akatsuki, which was all of them except Itachi and Toby W. Ho, didn't get it, took it as Otoshi was speaking as if Orochimaru was his girlfriend, so much snickering was had. A valid point, but, Orochimaru is a gur, we do not know the state of the Sound Village. Nor the security around his old ring. Orochimaru is dead, and it is likely that there was turmoil in the village. You could have just snuck in and stole the ring, Zetsu said. Yes, see. Completely ignore the fact that I slaughtered everyone in my way, Otoshi said with exasperation. Look, kid, it's not that we doubt you, it's just that we need to put someone with experience on this mission, Kisame said. And since the leader and Konan are absent, and Zetsu only takes orders from them, and the fact that several senior members are dead or missing, it all trickles down to Itachi, who is well equipped for such a job. Otoshi sighed. He had wanted to prove himself to this organization, but it was obvious that was not going to happen. He had to cheat to get the results he wanted. Hell, he didn't even know why he wanted to hunt down the two traitors, but it just seemed like a fun thing to do. He reached up and untied his headband around his eyes. He grabbed the headband and edit on the table they were sitting around. The familiar feeling that he had everyone in the room under his power washed over him. He smirked. These eyes cursed him, but they were also very useful. And now that you are under my genjutsu and my sovereignty, Otoshi began, you will let me hunt down these traitors. And you will see me as fully capable for the job, so I don't need any further assistance. Otoshi pondered a thought he had. True, he had just joined this organization, but he had done so on a whim. He never really followed a set path in life, but instead did whatever he felt like doing. And you will remain here, completely enthralled and trapped, he added with a pleased grin. He picked up his headband and tied it back around his eyes. He knew that someone would break free of his genjutsu. After all, this was an organization of freaks. But that was his intention. He would have the head start, and then Akatsuki would be after him just as much as those other two. And now that he was free from the sound, he could do as he pleased. Well, don't disappoint me, he said as he waved at the frozen Akatsuki, leaving the current base. I still don't see why both of us had to leave, Kenakami said. The two rogue Akatsuki were in the tall building that Kakashi successfully pinned down as their outpost. Like I said, we needed to conserve our chakra, the cloaked woman said. Bullshit. I have a Biju inside of me. I don't need to conserve anything. Kenakami exclaimed indignantly. The woman sighed as she wrung her gloved hands nervously. It's because I am scared, Kenakami, she said softly. We don't need to worry about Akatsuki. We can take them, Kenakami said with a confident smile. Not just Akatsuki, the people in this village. You said yourself that this village was the best choice. Kenakami said with slight suspicion. It's just, I don't want to die, she said even softer. Kenakami looked at her with confusion, but also with a concerned look. She continued. Just seeing the zombies brings back old memories. Memories? Kenakami asked, what memories? The cloaked woman said nothing for a bit, and her slight movements told Amy that she was thinking of what to say, and she was hesitating each time. Finally, the woman reached up to her hood and pulled it back, revealing the face underneath the cloak. She was the most beautiful woman that Kenakami had ever laid eyes on. Her skin was a delicate pale shade, her hair long, lustrous, and black, and her eyes a shining green the color of malachite. She looked towards Kenokam. With a sorrowed look and lowered the neckline of her robe slightly, revealing the headband around her neck. Do you recognize this symbol? She asked. Kenakami looked at the headband. Engraved on the metal plate was the symbol of a sun with a gash, characteristic of Akatsuki, across the symbol. Can't say I do, Kenakami said. Of course you don't, she said as she turned away, only Akatsuki's leader and that plant man knew of the village I once belonged to. I will tell you my tale so you can know the pain I have felt and why I am scared. And why exactly I am doing this. Kenakami took a seat down on a nearby chair in the room as he watched the necromancer. He frowned upon realizing that he didn't even know her name yet. Well, you trust me enough to show your face, but I still don't know your name, he said. Oh, right, she said somewhat absent-mindedly. She was most likely focused on how to summarize her past to her partner, it's Reiko. I see, well, Reiko, tell me when you're ready. Kenakami said with a warm smile. I grew up in the Land of Light, a small island nation between the current Land of Water and Land of Lightning. It was a beautiful country known for its great port city that was also a ninja village, the hidden village in the sun, Reiko began. She paused for a bit, and then continued, I only have vague images of my parents, but I never knew them. I was 3 when my older brother and I moved to the island. He said that our parents had died. There was nobody left in our immediate family, so he raised me. He was an amazing ninja, one of the best I had ever seen. He was just 16 years old, and he had created several powerful jutsu. There was no doubt in my mind that he would become a Kage one day. He trained me, and in just 2 years I was on par with many Jonin in the village. Really? If that was the case, then with regular training, you'd be unstoppable today, Kenakami said. Please, let me finish. Reiko said sadly. Kenakami apologized. And she continued. My brother was friends with the Hikarikage. The sun was a great ninja country before the mist, and thus we had a lovely and large house. At nights my brother would always go to the basement, and he told me never to follow him down there. I was obedient, but I heard many unsettling noises. Every time I questioned him, he either shrugged off or denied my claims. But I was a little girl. So I didn't suspect him of anything. Then, one day, the Hikarikage died. A criminal had assassinated him. My brother accepted the rights and responsibilities of being the next Hikarikage. Even though the sun had stepped down as a great ninja nation many years ago. This also meant governing the entire country, because the Land of Light did not have a daimyo. And then my brother invited me to see what he was doing in the basement. A few tears began rolling down her eyes. "Reiko?" Kenakami asked, suddenly concerned. She ignored Kenakami, and continued, "It was awful. We entered the dark basement, and he flipped on the lights. There were test tubes, vials, bloodied cages, and people restrained against walls. These people were different. Their eyes were white. They acted like savage beasts, and they had many grievous wounds. And that was only the small section of the basement that I saw. I remember the sick and twisted look on his face as he turned to me. I remember him saying, 'Aren't they beautiful, sister? I think you are powerful enough to use this jutsu. Here, let me teach it to you.'" Kenakami was speechless. He continued to listen. I, of course, rejected him. I yelled at him for turning innocent people into monsters. He simply stood there, baffled, and said, "Is there something wrong with that?" I felt rage and hatred inside of me, and sorrow and betrayal. My brother continued, "Think of the possibilities of this jutsu. You and I, sister, we can rule the world with this jutsu. Starting with this pathetic village." I then attacked him. I had no hope of defeating him, but my anger guided my actions. We had trained before, but now he was fighting to kill. And when I saw him use a combination of hand seals that I had never seen before. A yellow gas snaked out of his hands. I knew something was terribly wrong with that gas, so I fled. I ran as fast and as long as I could. Looking behind me, I saw that the gas was spreading across the entire city. I soon collapsed from exhaustion and passed out. When I awoke, my brother was before me. He cursed my foolishness for not joining him, and then he left me. I heard thousands upon thousands of moans. To my horror, I discovered that the entire city. Reiko began to cry as she cupped her hands and covered her face. Kenakami sprung up and hugged her, and she hugged back. She continued crying onto Kenakami's chest. Kenakami was baffled at the trauma she had experienced. Just 5, and she had to live on an island of zombies, zombified versions of people she knew, with no way of escape. Reiko stopped crying and lightly pushed Kenakami away before turning around. "I had to," she said, her voice quiet and hoarse from crying, "survive on my own for a few days. It was a living nightmare. Then my salvation came when several ninja landed on the island and tried to wipe out the zombies. They failed, of course, but I was rescued. For a while, I lived with a foster family in the Mist Village. In that village, as I grew up, and after recovering from my trauma, I learned many unsettling things about myself, my brother, and the terrible event. My brother was never really my brother. He had kidnapped me from my actual family when I was 3 and built up a pillar of lies, giving me a smiling facade to look up to. He had done many terrible experiments in the basement, but they, too, were a setup. He only appeared young because he had taken the souls of innocent people to make him appear younger. He only did the experiments to tempt me into his side. Or maybe to perfect what he already knew. He wanted a servant. How horrible, Kenakami said, mentally noting on how much of an understatement that was. He had trouble wrapping his mind on how Reiko managed to cope. But some questions were nagging at him. How were you able to use his zombie technique? My brother was actually my grandfather, Reiko said, seemingly ignoring Kenakami. My grandfather whose vile ways made him infamous throughout the world. My grandfather, Madara Uchiha. Huh, Kenakami exclaimed in surprise as he looked at Reiko. Her lovely green eyes stared at Kenakami momentarily before she blinked. When she opened her eyes, the green irides had been replaced by the color and design of the Sharingan. That is right. I was kidnapped from the Uchiha clan, from my parents. As a small girl and raised by that monster so I would serve his deluded attempts to play God. Once I learned this, I sought out information. The only place I could turn to was Akatsuki. After all, Madara had helped found the organization. I was expecting answers upon joining, but I did not get any, so I left. But, why use his technique? Kenakami asked. For vengeance. My childhood and my future were destroyed by Madara, while the people of the world live out their lives in blissful ignorance of the suffering of the few. Friends, family, happiness, the people of Konoha and the other towns all possess these. I have had those things robbed from me. So I will spread my pain and suffering by robbing the people of those experiences. You want vengeance, too, correct? You've gone through pain and suffering, haven't you? Kenakami stared down at his outfit. The hole that Naruto caused was still there, and the seal that contained the biju was visible. Yes. Enakami said as if he were reciting something. He suddenly became more confident. I want vengeance. Good, Reiko said with a small smile. It was odd how her temperament gradually changed from sorrowful pain to brisk confidence. And additionally, I will lure Madara here by using his technique. I will then make him suffer for the 20 years of hell that he put me through, and then kill him. Then, once he is gone, we remove Akatsuki. And then we spread our pain and suffering across the world. Kenakami stared at Reiko with slight concern. She was completely serious with her plan. It was, unsettling to see the quiet and reserved woman that he had been partnered with to suddenly act vibrant and spiteful. Still, he agreed with her plan. I will help you, Kenakami said. Great, now we wait. If someone is a threat, we will take them out, one way or another. Understood, Reiko said sternly. Yes, but, something's off, Kenakami said. He walked over to a window and opened it. He took a deep breath of the air before turning away and coughing. He shut the window and turned towards Reiko. Yes, I can smell him. It's very faint, but I smell someone from Akatsuki amongst the blood and rot. Can you sense it? Reiko closed her eyes. She then opened them, her Sharingan deactivated. It's just Otoshi, and he is alone. Akatsuki is foolish for sending that blind idiot after us. We'll just dispose of him once he arrives. Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi could see the administration building looming over the horizon. They picked up their pace, and quickly decelerated to a stop upon seeing what lay between them and the building. A very large crowd of the undead was mulling about in the spacious area in front of the administration building. The closest ones detected the three ninja that arrived, and they all slowly turned to look at the three. Hundreds of dead white eyes belonging to men, women, and children stared at the three ninja. And then the moans started. At first, it was a low reverberating noise. But the moaning gained the attention of the zombies further away. It was a chain reaction that escalated into a loud and angry choir of hunger and pain. The entire mob was now approaching them. Well, this isn't good, Kakashi said quietly. His attempted humor failed to calm himself down, and it certainly didn't help his two students. What the hell do we do? Sakura asked, her voice filled with fear. Well, Kakashi said with elements of hesitation in his voice as he pulled up his forehead protector, we take them out, of course. But there's so many. How? Naruto began. Don't forget that we are ninjas and they are mindless creatures. We have the capability to use jutsus, Kakashi explained, sounding surer of himself, and remember, if you recognize someone, it isn't them anymore. Do not hesitate to destroy these monstrosities. Naruto nodded with sudden determination as he made the single seal needed to form many shadow clones. The clones appeared, and they all reached into their clothing and produced a kunai. Sakura, staring at the clones, was suddenly very worried. Wait, she cried out, having to shout to be heard above the moans of the dead, what if one of the clones gets bit? Their chakra is connected to you. The clones all began to fidget about in worry upon hearing this. A few of the clones had charged forward before Sakura spoke, and, upon hearing her, awkwardly stopped their charge and backpedaled to the position they were spawned from. I don't think Naruto will be in any danger, Kakashi said, also shouting to be heard. The clones vanish as soon as any relevant physical pain is inflicted upon them. Just don't get any blood in your eyes or mouth. And suddenly, the clones had a sudden boost in morale and vigor. With renewed assurance, the clones let out war cries as they charged into the undead horde, kunais ready to strike. Sakura blinked a bit, dumbfounded by how the clones were taking this catastrophe. She glanced over at Naruto to see if he was having a good time, but he held the same grim look that he had on since she first saw him today. She noticed that Kakashi was not preparing for battle, were they supposed to wait for the clones to wipe out most of the undead in the area? She took the inactivity of her two companions as a sign that her hunch was correct. She turned to look at the horde ahead of them. She could not see the clones due to the congestion of swarming undead, but she could see the occasional burst of smoke signifying that a clone had been bitten. After some time had passed, Naruto announced with determination. That was the last of them. It's up to us now. Kakashi and Sakura nodded and sprinted towards the significantly smaller horde. Naruto followed them. As he ran, another shadow clone appeared next to him, but only to assist in creating a Rasengan. Likewise, Kakashi had formed a Raikiri. The two charged fist first into the crowd, using their powerful techniques to tear apart any zombie unfortunate enough to be in the way. Sakura sighed with slight annoyance at their reckless charge. Kakashi had just warned them about not getting any blood on their faces, and now they were running through the zombies with jutsus that could easily rip through a person. And they were in such close proximity to the dangerous beasts. Sakura shook her head as she raised both of her fists above her head before slamming them against the ground. Her excellent chakra control caused a powerful shockwave to be sent out the moment her fists contacted the ground. It rushed forward, knocking most of the zombies in the immediate area to the ground, as well as rupturing the earth. Sakura produced a kunai from a pouch on her outfit and walked forward. The first one she approached was a little girl that couldn't have been any older than 8. Sakura's attack had snapped both of her legs in twisted positions. Despite this, the girl moaned and clawed at Sakura, who began to cry. Shish. He walked over and kicked the girl back before stabbing the kunai into her face. She sobbed aloud as she kept stabbing the girl until her face was nothing but a bloody mess. Sakura, look out! Naruto cried. Sakura turned around in shock to see what appeared to be a man approaching her. It was hard to tell what this person looked like in her teary vision, but it was easy to know that this person was one of the undead. Naruto rushed forward with a cry of rage as he slammed his Rasengan into the zombie's head, grinding it to a messy pulp. The spinning ball of chakra faded, and Naruto helped Sakura up. Are they? She began. Most of them. Naruto said lowly, that shockwave of yours really messed up some of them, so we don't have to worry about them. It's just, they still move, don't they? Sakura asked bluntly. Yeah, Naruto said, his voice barely louder than a whisper. His facial expression then became more hopeful as he said, well, at least we can go inside the administration building now. You're right. Sakura nodded absent-mindedly. Is Kakashi-sensei okay? Sort of. Naruto said as he pointed behind him with his thumb. Sakura peered over Naruto's shoulder and saw Kakashi's back facing her. He was hunched over, and she could see vomit falling from his mouth. His mask was pulled down, of course, but she could only see a bit of the side of his face. Sakura turned away and her gaze fell upon the little girl once more. She felt tears form in her eyes again. Who could do such a thing? Sakura asked nobody in particular. Well, what went well, Kakashi? I said nonchalantly as he strolled up to the two. It could have been a bit cleaner, but... He stopped talking as he noticed that Sakura and Naruto both seemed depressed. He sighed and simply said, come on, let's go. The two nodded. Sakura wiping her tears as they followed Kakashi towards the building. Naruto tried to avoid glancing at the ground. It was all so disturbing. They had just killed many innocent people afflicted with a terrible curse, and now they were walking over and around their bodies like it was nothing. Kakashi had a kunai ready as they approached the doors of the administration building. He knocked on the large doors, and, after not receiving any response, alive or undead, he pushed open the doors. I just hope that if anybody is alive, that they won't mistake us for one of those creatures. I mean, I'm sure Sakura would be fine, but Naruto and I are awfully messy, he remarked to nobody in particular as they entered. They could instantly tell that some sort of conflict had occurred in the building. There were a few bodies scattered throughout the lobby of the building. Sakura ran up to investigate them. They all had a few Senbon needles embedded in their heads. These are Shizuns. Sakura called out with renewed hope. Her voice echoed throughout the seemingly empty first floor and a series of low moans from somewhere in the right wing of the first floor echoed back. Well, we know what way not to go, Kakashi said with a light smile as he walked over to the left wing, Naruto and Sakura following him. He then stopped in front of a large staircase. Shall we go up? He asked. My voice sounded like it echoed pretty far, but I don't know if it reached the second floor. If someone was down here, they would have answered, Sakura said. Well, someone did answer. Naruto said grimly, let's just hope Granny Tsunade and Shizune weren't among them. Okay, up it is, then, Kakashi said as he began to walk up the long staircase. The administration building had, at first, been the Hokage's personal mansion. It was built tall, but without many floors. So each individual floor was around the equivalent to 3 or 4 stories of a normal building in Konoha. The first Hokage must have liked his space, Kakashi reasoned. As a need for governing and general administration arose, the left and right wings were tacked onto the mansion. And a top floor for important meetings was added. Kakashi just wished that they had added elevators so the hike up the long staircases would be avoided. After a good minute or so, they finally reached the second floor. Which way should we? Naruto began, but his voice was muffled when Kakashi suddenly covered his mouth with his hand. Naruto had learned to not even protest when this happened, but instead to just shut up and listen. In the distance, there were footsteps. I'll take care of them, Sakura whispered. She walked over to the corner they were near and she laid her back against the wall. She readied herself as she heard the footsteps draw closer and closer. They were just around the corner now. Sakura made a fierce cry as she rounded the corner, her fist prepared to strike. Her fist collided into a palm. Sakura looked up at who she attacked, and her eyes widened and she blushed with embarrassment. Lady Tsunade. I'm sorry. I didn't, she stammered. It's fine. Tsunade sighed as she let go of Sakura's fist. We were thinking the same thing I was thinking. You just struck first. There was a brief pause as the two groups looked at each other. It seemed as if this was the first sign of hope on this terrible day. Well, Shizune said, breaking the silence, it's good to know you three are okay. The same, Naruto said. So why exactly are you here? Tsunade asked bluntly. Is this really the place to discuss things? Naruto asked with slight annoyance, my feet are killing me. Fine, Tsunade grumbled, but you do know my office is on the 3rd floor, right? Naruto moaned in despair. Sakura scowled at him and flicked him on the forehead. Hey, what was that for? He asked in anger. Kakashi grabbed Naruto and Sakura by the shoulder and leaned down and forward. His head between their heads. Why don't we go to the safe office so we aren't eaten by things that are attracted to loud noises? He said lightheartedly. That got them moving. They quietly headed up the nearby stairs to the 3rd floor. Luckily for them, the 2nd floor was smaller in height, so they got there faster. A few moans were heard in the distance as they arrived on the 3rd floor. So they quietly followed Tsunade as she led them to her office. There were no zombies on the way there, and they soon arrived in front of 2 doors. Tsunade opened one and peered inside. It's clear, she said quietly as she entered. The other 4 followed, and Shizune closed the door behind them. Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi all took a seat on some chairs in the room, and Tsunade sat on the chair next to her desk, with Shizune standing beside her. So, who wants to go first? Kakashi asked with a cheerful tone. Will you cut that crap out? Naruto asked, stop being so happy. Like I said earlier, it helps me cope, Kakashi said with a small sigh. Well, judging from your clothing, you've no doubt encountered the zombies, Tsunade said sternly. Actually, they're called, wait, what? Naruto asked with bewilderment upon hearing Granny Tsunade call the zombies by their proper names. That is right, Kakashi said lowly, ignoring Naruto, and I can assume by some. Of the dead I killed that Anbu has failed. Tsunade hung her head in sorrow. Unfortunately, that seems to be the case. They were brave men and women. Tsunade said, also ignoring Naruto. Wait, Anbu fell? Sakura asked in disbelief. But, is Yamato-sensei okay? Naruto asked with sudden concern. We don't know. Shizune said quietly, he could be alive, dead, or one of those monsters. We just don't know. Well, Kakashi said gravely, do you know anything about what has happened? Tsunade leaned forward and crossed her fingers as her elbows rested on the desk. Whoever is behind this knows Konoha well. The barrier team never contacted me when the perpetrator entered Konoha. They couldn't, because the enemy got to them first. Shortly after I discovered this, all video communications were taken down. She explained. Oh, so you know someone's behind it? Kakashi asked as he leaned back and rested his right ankle on his left leg. Sakura and Naruto were confused at first by Kakashi's question. But then they realized that Kakashi was finding out everything Tsunade knew. Yes, this isn't a natural disease. This is the result of a horrible jutsu. How do you know that? Sakura asked. Don't tell me you read the comic books. Naruto said with suspicion. Comic books. Tsunade scoffed, you mean the ones made by Daisuke Sato? Ah, yeah, Naruto said, weirded out and dumbfounded. He never expected Tsunade to read those types of books. Huh, he's never been the same since that event. He writes out his nightmares in story form. Tsunade said with slight bitterness. Wait, that event? Sakura and Naruto asked. It's the past, which isn't important right now, Tsunade said. What is important right now is if you three know anything about this disaster. You're in luck, Kakashi said as he shifted his position slightly, because the two that are behind this seems to like us a lot. Is it the work of Orochimaru? Shizune asked. No, worse. Akatsuki, Kakashi said stoically. What? Tsunade exclaimed as she leaned back in her seat, her hands now resting on the desk, slightly gripping it, but that doesn't make sense. Why would they? Because the ones behind this are not affiliated with them anymore, Kakashi interrupted. Naruto ran into the first one on his way to rescue Sakura. Later, we bumped into him again as we coincidentally found their base of operations. His partner jumped in soon after that. What are their abilities? Tsunade asked with urgent concern. The one Naruto encountered first is a man known as Kenokami. He has several swords and is pretty strong, but he is lacking in ninjutsu skill. What makes him dangerous is that he's a Jinchuriki and has incredible healing powers. Jinchuriki. Shizune gasped in shock. His partner is a woman. She was cloaked, so I didn't see her face, but she's much deadlier. She's fast, and she has several hidden traps, poisons, and other sneaky reaction jutsus. She somehow dodged my Kamui skill. And I know she's the one that used the jutsu that started all of this. This is not good, Tsunade said as she stared down at the desk. Should we attack their base? Naruto asked. That would be a foolish move. Who knows if they are still there? What if they are expecting us? Tsunade said with a chastising tone. What if we contact the other villages for assistance? Shizune suggested. That's a great idea, Sakura exclaimed. Great in theory, but there are multiple things complicating it. Tsunade said grimly, video communications are down, which means we would have to use a messenger bird or someone else. That would cause at least a few days before they can reach us. The building with the messenger birds is on the other side of the village, those zombies might have broken in for a snack. Well then, it looks like I'm delivering the letter to Sunagaku, Kakashi said as he stood up and stretched. What? But, Naruto began. You heard what Lady Tsunade said. We haven't run into anyone else, and I know the fastest routes to the Sand Village. I will deliver the letter. Why just the Sand? Why not the other great ninja villages? I mean, I know we only have one messenger, but couldn't we write other letters and hold on to them in case we find someone else? Sakura asked. It's pointless, Tsunade said sadly with a small sigh. That would be assuming that we even find anyone else that hasn't become a mindless monster. I know that sounds cynical, but Shizune and I haven't found any survivors in this building. What about the other old geezers? Naruto asked. They're in the safety room, Shizune said. They got mouthy with Tsunade, so she locked them up. I don't think it would be okay to let them out yet. Shizune's right, and the other villages won't help us. The Mist and the Rock, we've been on shaky terms with them for some time. They're not going to suddenly assist us. The Cloud might help, but they have the roughest terrain to cross to get here. They'll turn us down. The Sand, however, only has flat deserts and forests to cross, and we're allies. They're the only reasonable choice, Tsunade said. I'll write the letter, Kakashi said. You'll just need to add a little confirmation and stamp the Hokage seal on the document so they are forced to accept what the letter says. Yeah, sure. Tsunade sighed as she slouched in her chair. I could use some fucking sake right now. Shizune took a pen and paper from Tsunade's desk and handed it to Kakashi, who walked over to a nearby table and began to write the letter. Wait, couldn't you just explain it to them? Naruto asked incredulously as he raised an eyebrow. First off, Kakashi said as he continued to write, they wouldn't believe me. Secondly, it's much easier to pass around a document than to repeat things over and over again. Naruto skulked at Kakashi's comment, which he was often to do after having his intellect discreetly insulted. What are we going to do? Sakura asked to the Hokage. Tsunade turned her head towards her. It's going to be dangerous, but I can't sit idly by while there might still be people we can save. Naruto, Sakura, you will accompany Shizune and I. We're going out into the village to search for survivors, Tsunade said. And, done, Kakashi exclaimed. He walked over to Tsunade and handed her the letter and a pen. Tsunade wrote something down and then took a rubber stamp out from her desk. She lightly touched the bottom, and, upon seeing that the ink was still fresh, stamped the paper with the official seal of the Hokage. Shizune had the envelope ready for Kakashi, who folded up the letter, placed it inside, and closed it. Well, then, I wish you all luck, Kakashi said with slight hesitation as he tucked the letter into his flak jacket. Naruto began, but his words became lost. Thank you for everything, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura exclaimed, her eyes tearing up. Oh, don't be too sentimental. Chances are we'll see each other again. You have the Hokage on your side, what can go wrong? Kakashi said with a smile. Right, Naruto exclaimed with vigor that Sakura thought he had lost. We'll do our best. Normally, I'm not the religious type, but may the gods watch over you. Tsunade said solemnly. Yes, you'll be in my prayers, for sure. Shizune said with a nod. Thank you all. I'd like to stay, but it's best I get going. Goodbye, Kakashi exclaimed with a wave as he walked over to the door. The other four waved back as Kakashi opened the door without looking at it. He felt his heart stop beating when he saw their happy faces turn into ones of terror. Look out, Tsunade screamed as she pointed behind Kakashi. Kakashi turned around just in time to see a zombified Enko Mitarashi lunging towards him. This moment would come to haunt Naruto whenever he closed his eyes to rest, along with all of the others he could do nothing to save. He would remember seeing Enko in the doorway. Her eyes completely white, mouth slightly agape, and, eerily enough, no visible wounds on her. He would remember Kakashi's face, paralyzed with fear, as he could not react fast enough. Enko sank her teeth into the left side of Kakashi's neck. She yanked her head back, ripping off a piece of his neck, like it was some sort of trophy for the zombie. Kakashi tried shoving Enko away, but her grip was far too tight. She leaned in to eat some more of the bloodied area on his neck. Sakura, Tsunade, and Shizune were still rooted in place by shock. Naruto's rage, however, overrode his shock. Damn it, Naruto shrieked with rage as he charged forward, a steady stream of tears flowing down his cheeks. He slammed his fist into the zombified Enko's head, successfully knocking her away from Kakashi. Kakashi clutched his neck wound and stumbled backwards until he slumped over against Tsunade's desk. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura cried out as she, too, began to cry. Enko lunged for Naruto, who punched her in the face once more. Naruto's hand stung from the force of his blow, which caused the zombie to stumble back once more. Enko looked straight at Naruto. Some blood trickling down her nose, as she snarled and lunged towards Naruto once more. She grabbed his shoulders and successfully knocked Naruto to the ground. Naruto grabbed her neck to prevent her from biting him. And he tried to push her off, but her grip was too tight. Her bloody mouth inched closer to her face as Naruto's strength weakened. Her mouth was snapping at him as her moans of hunger became more excited. Her hot breath was falling on his face, and it smelled of a mixture of death, dumplings, and blood. Tsunade. Shizune cried as she shook Tsunade, who was locked in a hemophobic stupor, snap out of it. People need help. Sakura was kneeling down next to Kakashi, trying her best to heal the wound on his neck. It was working. The bloody hole was slowly closing. Sakura, please, stop. Kakashi weakly exclaimed, healing me won't work. I'm going to become one of them soon. You have to kill me, while I'm still human. Naruto heard those words, and his muscles weakened further. Enko was just centimeters from his face now. Damn it! Naruto roared as he found a new burst of strength. He threw Enko off of him and pulled a kunai out from his ninja tool pouch. He roared with anger as he charged forward and tackled Enko to the ground. The disoriented zombie reached towards Naruto's arm to bite it, but her arm fell limp as Naruto stabbed her in the head. Damn it! Naruto screamed as he continued to stab Anko. Each stab produced more tears, and more hatred for the ones that caused this. With every stab, another, "damn it," rushed from Naruto's mouth. He kept stabbing and smashing her head until nothing but a bloody mess remained. He panted heavily and dropped the kunai, slowly standing up and then quickly turning around. He saw Kakashi looking at him. But not with the look of a wise and powerful teacher, but of a weak and dying man. "Naruto, you're the only one who has the guts to kill me," he said, "please, while I'm still human." "But, I can't. Naruto cried as more tears managed to fall from his eyes. "Can't means won't. Do you want me to become a zombie and possibly bring harm to you all?" "No, you have to kill me now," Kakashi said, his breathing becoming heavier and his voice losing its strength. "But, Kakashi," Sakura sobbed quietly. "Those who don't care for their companions are worse than trash," Kakashi recited. He took a deep breath. And added, "Please, it's for the best. I'm sure, you can find someone else, to deliver the letter." Naruto gulped as he pulled out another kunai. His NT body was shaking in trepidation towards what had to be done. "Thank you. I can finally be reunited with Obito and Rin. Good, bye," Kakashi said faintly. After he spoke, he took a final shaky breath, and exhaled. His head then fell limp. "Kakashi?" Sakura asked fearfully. There was no response. "Why you have to kill him?" Shizune cried out, her eyes teary as well, "before he turns. Why can't I wake up?" Naruto thought. Why can't this be just a horrible nightmare? Kakashi made a small spasm as the familiar sound of blood falling from a mouth could be heard. A bit of blood that had leaked out of his mask fell to the ground. He began to stir slightly as he made a small rasping sound. "He's reanimating," Shizune cried out in fear. "Do it, now." Before Naruto could act, Kakashi let out a bestial roar as he lunged forward and grabbed Naruto, knocking him to the ground. His mask was still on, but Naruto saw that Kakashi had pure white eyes. Naruto closed his eyes, awaiting his end. "No!" Sakura howled in despair as she picked up the kunai that had fallen from Naruto's hand. She thrust it down into Kakashi's skull, and his body became lifeless once more. Naruto pushed the body off of him and scrambled to his feet. "I'll kill them," Naruto growled. "I'll kill those two for this." Tsunade finally snapped out of her trance. She instantly knew that everything had gone wrong, since she was somewhat aware while locked up in her own fear. She saw Anko's corpse with the smashed-in face, and Kakashi lying face down with a kunai in his head. She clenched her fist tightly, vowing to not let her fears overcome her again. "We have to go," she said quietly, but sternly. "What?" Sakura asked as she turned to Tsunade with a teary gaze. "But Kakashi, take the letter from his jacket," Tsunade said, her voice faltering. Naruto and Sakura did not move. Instead, they just turned to look at their fallen teacher. "We have to go," Tsunade shouted fiercely, tears rolling down her cheeks. "We won't accomplish anything by standing around mourning someone's death. Kakashi wouldn't want us to do this. We have to take the letter and continue our mission to rescue any survivors." Naruto wiped the tears from his eyes. "You're right," he said lowly. Sakura merely nodded as she stood up and wiped away her tears. Shizune walked over to Kakashi's body and turned it over. She reached into his flak jacket and pulled out the letter. She placed it in her own robe and stared sadly at Kakashi momentarily. She then stood up and looked at Tsunade. "Lead the way," she said quietly. Tsunade, Shizune, Naruto, and Sakura all silently said goodbye to Anko and Kakashi as they exited the room. The door was shut behind them, showing that it was time to move on. Yamato App. ARED at the secret entrance to the chambers of Root. It was a well-concealed area in the forests of Konoha, it being the face of a small cliff. The only clue to its location was a single mysterious marking carved onto the wall, and the slightest difference in color on the rock. Yamato walked straight into the discolored area of rock and passed through it. That part of the cliff was simply a genjutsu that was upheld by the marking next to it. Yamato walked a few feet before he encountered a very long chasm that descended down. Yamato glanced down at the large vertical tunnel, seeing the rock wall LLS transformed to metal quite a ways down. To most, it would appear to be another dead end, but Yamato knew his way around Root's chambers. He turned to his left and felt the wall for a slight indentation. Once he found it, he slid it to the right, revealing a concealed control panel with a few buttons. He punched a button, causing parts of the walls in the vertical tunnel to open, revealing mechanical rails of sorts. He pressed another button, and he could hear a mechanical roar far below. It gradually grew louder and louder until the elevator finally reached his position, the doors sliding open. Yamato stepped inside and pressed the button to descend to the bottom level. After a few minutes, the elevator doors slid open, and Yamato stepped out. Two masked Anbu members were awaiting him. They stared at him for a moment. And one spoke into a radio under his mask. "It's Yamato," he simply said. There was a momentary pause as the voice on the other end said something, and then the two meters. En turned and began walking down the corridor, one of them waving Yamato to follow. He complied, and they eventually met up with Danzo, who walked up to them using his cane to assist his movement. "Why, Yamato? Would you barge into our headquarters without giving warning?" Danzo asked politely, but with a threatening undertone under his voice. "I'm sorry, but, Yamato said with slight panic. Even his intense training had not prepared him for a catastrophe like the one that was sweeping the village. He took a heavy breath and composed himself. "There is a terrible disaster spreading throughout the village." "Is that so?" Danzo asked as he raised an eyebrow. "You mean you haven't?" Yamato began. "No, I have received reports of the creatures. I just did not consider them a threat. I thought the Hokage and her forces could eliminate them before they became a problem. It seems I overestimate the effectiveness of her rule," Danzo said with a slight chastising tone to his voice. The old man did not grin. But Yamato could sense that was how the leader of Root was feeling currently. This, naturally, made Yamato angry. "How can you say that?" he exclaimed indignantly. "Hundreds, if not thousands, of people have died. The rest of Anbu has likely fallen. We only had enough personnel for 5 4-man squads, and my squad was taken out. If Yugo, Tokiro, and Mashiro have fallen, then there is little doubt of the chances the other teams have." Danzo frowned as he slightly turned away. "I apologize, sometimes you do not perceive threats accurately when you are holed up down here. I can see that the village is in great danger. Has the Hokage contacted any outside assistance? Before she ordered us to attack, she said she was going to investigate why the barrier team did not contact her. I don't know the results she discovered or her current status. The Anbu did not hesitate to carry out her orders to attack the cannibals. We split up to cover as much of the village as possible. I was told to come here for assistance by Tokiro," Yamato said grimly. "Very well. I will send a few men to investigate the village." "You, Yamato, shall," Danzo began. "Just a few men?" Yamato asked, almost becoming outraged. "Calm down, Yamato," Danzo spoke with authority. "I cannot brashly send out all of my men, especially since most of them are performing confidential missions for me elsewhere. However, I will assist. Be assured of that." He looked towards the 2 Root members that flanked Yamato. "You two, scout out the village and return to me in an hour with your findings," he ordered. The 2 men did not speak as their body flickered away. He then looked towards Yamato again. "As for the assistance I can directly provide you, I shall give you Sai. You two have gotten along with the Kyuubi brat and the pink-haired girl. You have tainted one of my men, Yamato, but as long as he holds his conduct in front of me and the rest of Root, you will not be punished," Danzo said. He then placed his fingers to his lips and made a sharp whistle. Sai appeared by Danzo's side. "Yes, sir," Sai asked. "Your new assignment is to serve under Yamato once more. This mission is a bit direr. But I am sure Yamato can fill you in on the details," Danzo said to Sai. He then gazed at Yamato. "If she is still alive, tell Tsunade my plans of action and why I cannot offer any more men. That is all." Danzo turned and hobbled away on his cane. Yamato sighed and said to Sai, "Let's go." The two began to walk back towards the elevator. If Sai was shocked by hearing the possibility that the Hokage might be dead, he certainly did not show it. They entered the elevator, which began to rise. "So, what exactly is happening now?" Sai asked bluntly. "A horrifying plague is spreading across Konoha, turning people into violent cannibals. If the infected bite someone, the lethality rate of the plague is guaranteed, and they shortly become a cannibal themselves. We don't know who started this, but it's bad, Sai." The village is in great danger, Yamato said. I don't understand, but I suppose I will experience this with my own eyes, Sai said with a slight frown. He then added, what is our action? Yamato felt very uneasy as he began to consider the choices they could make. Finding Tsunade was important, but what about other people? What if Naruto, Kakashi, Sakura, or anybody else was in danger and needed help? How would they be able to find out where they were and if they were still alive? Yamato? Sai asked. Yamato closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and opened his eyes. He looked at Sai with determination. We find Tsunade, he said. Akamaru quickly sprinted into the room, followed by Kiba. The Inuzuka boy turned around and slammed the door shut. He scanned the room and saw a desk nearby. He walked over to it and pushed it in front of the door. As soon as it was in place, Kiba sank to the ground, his back resting against the desk. Behind him, growls, barks, and bestial snarls could be heard as the assailants he fled from were bashing on the door. Akamaru walked up to Kiba and whimpered. Kiba sighed and petted Akamaru's snout. I don't know what to do either, boy. Kiba replied quietly as he felt his eyes begin to water. He shook his head and mentally cursed at himself, don't cry, you pussy. Despite this, the tears began to fall. All of the knowledge he had about the current situation suggested that the entire clan except for him had turned into those cannibalistic monsters. Even the dogs had become rabid. Yet they did not try to eat each other. They seemed to work together to try and eat the ones not like them. And Kiba had witnessed with his own eyes what happens when one of them bites you. Akamaru made a small yip as he rubbed his face against Kiba. The Inuzuka boy smiled at his companion's affection, but that smile faded once he heard what Akamaru said. Absolutely not, boy, Kiba said with a hint of chastisement in his voice. We've been together for far too long, I won't let you sacrifice yourself. Akamaru made another light yip. This caused Kiba to sigh. No, I don't know how we're going to get out of here. It'd certainly be nice if this room had a window. Kiba said despondently, but I don't have that many ninja tools, and you can't bite them, because we saw what happened with Kuromaru. Kiba recalled when the cannibals first showed up. His mother had been the first to leap into action, as usual. So she and her animal companion, Kuromaru, practically ran out to combat the cannibals. Kuromaru rushed forward and bit into one of the cannibals, and he began to thrash about in pain. Soon after, he started acting like the freaks and bit his mom. Kiba and Akamaru jumped in fright as a hand burst through a small part of the door. The hand moved about, futilely trying to grab the two. Kiba could see his mother's face through the hole, her eyes that creepy soulless white color. Akamaru growled at the zombies past the door. Kiba looked at him in shock. Fang over fang, Kiba asked in bewilderment, but, that's too risky. And we might hurt. Akamaru barked at Kiba, who lowered his head in shame. Yeah, you're right. Mom, sis, everyone else, it's not them anymore. But, are you sure, boy? Akamaru made another confident bark. Kiba stood up and took a deep breath. Okay then, he said confidently as he formed some hand seals. He lowered himself on all fours as he felt his fingernails form into claws and his teeth sharpen. Akamaru transformed into a clone of Kiba and hopped on his back. Chakra began to flow throughout the two as they began to spin around rapidly until they appeared as a whirling tunnel of wind. They charged forward, easily crushing the desk and the door, along with injuring and scattering the infected on the other side. Kiba and Akamaru stopped using the technique, and Akamaru transformed back into his original shape. Kiba hopped on his partner as T. He too briefly turned around to survey the damage they caused. A few of the clan members, including the dogs, were splayed across the ground, their heads either snapped or cracked open from the sheer force of being knocked back into the wall from Kiba and Akamaru's jutsu. The few stragglers that survived the attack were slowly standing up and moaning or growling, depending on their species. Soon was one of the survivors. And her wounds were even worse. There was the piece of her right side missing from when Kuromaru bit her, and now blood was slowly running down her face and her left arm was twisted in a painful way. His sister was nowhere to be seen. Soon let out an angered bestial shriek as she dropped on all fours and began running towards Kiba and Akamaru. The other clan members taunted the clan head and began their pursuit. Shit, Kiba swore as Akamaru turned around and began to run down the hallway. They turned a corner, and Akamaru bumped into someone. Kiba fell off of Akamaru, who was growling at the thing they crashed into. Kiba looked up to see the zombified form of his older sister above him. Hana groaned as she lurched towards Kiba, dropping on her knees to get closer to him. She lunged forward and grabbed him, her head moving closer to bite him. Kiba was holding her head back as he tried to push her off, but her grip was too tight. He could hear the sounds of the other zombified Inuzukas in the distance. "Damn it, I don't need this," Kiba shouted as he headbutted his sister, the force of the blow enough to make her grip falter. Kiba planted a foot into her belly and thrust it forward, throwing Hana off of him. Kiba scrambled to his feet and hopped on Akamaru, and they were off. They continued through the hallway, turning a few more corners, and then they saw a window. Kiba braced himself as Akamaru leapt towards it, shattering the glass. Akamaru landed and took off, not giving the zombies in pursuit of them a chance to catch up. A few zombies lunged at Akamaru, but he swerved to avoid the clumsy corpses. Akamaru barked. "Where to?" Kiba repeated. "Fuck, I'm not sure, this whole thing is too chaotic. I guess we head to Sensei's apartment. She'll know what to do." Akamaru barked once more as he began to take a seemingly random route through some alleyways before emerging onto the main street once more. This was to throw off the Inuzuka zombies following them. Even though it would be relatively simple for any Inuzuka to tell that they were still on the path they started on, it didn't seem to Akamaru that the zombies were intelligent enough to figure that out. "Hey, good thinking, boy," Kiba exclaimed as he petted Akamaru on the head. The dog barked in approval as he sped up slightly. The air rushed by them as they headed towards Kurenai's apartment, and Kiba, for a moment, felt relaxed. Then he remembered the chaos in the village, the chaos that would take some time to fully accept. But for now, he would approach this crisis face first. Hinata absent-mindedly poked at her breakfast with her fork, her other hand holding up her head. She really didn't feel good today. All she could think about was Naruto and all of times she failed to express her care for him, along with all of the missed opportunities where she could have talked to him. "Hinata, your food will get cold if you don't eat it," Hanako, Hinata's mother, said as she looked at her daughter with a small frown. "She's probably thinking about Naruto again," Hanabi, Hinata's little sister, said as she took a large bite of her breakfast. "I am not," Hinata defensively said as she blushed, which all but gave things away. "Honey, you're only depressed because you never built up the courage to ask him," Hiyashi said. But I don't think he has any idea, and he likes that Sakura girl. Hinata said quietly. "You have nothing to fear. If you keep waiting, then he very well may get that Sakura girl," Hiyashi said with a single nod. "He's right, dear. And we're always here to help you in case he's unsure or turns you down," Hanako added. You're right," Hinata said with newfound determination. "I'm going to ask him today." "That's the spirit," Hanako exclaimed with a smile. It was at that moment a silhouette of someone could be seen through the sliding door that was the entrance to this particular Hyuga household. The person was approaching the door, and it seemed as if they were wounded. "Oh my, is that person okay?" Hanako exclaimed as she pointed to the sliding door. The other three turned to look at the sliding door. Thud. The sudden burst of noise caused Hinata to jump slightly. Hiyashi stood up with an urgent expression on his face. "Thud. Hang on," he exclaimed, concerned about the condition of the injured person. He walked over to the sliding door and opened it, and he gasped upon seeing the Hyuga man. "Hanabi. Get the medical supplies," Hiyashi exclaimed. Hanabi nodded and ran off to retrieve them without question. Hinata leaned over so that her dad was not obstructing the view of the person, and she gasped in shock upon seeing him. A large section of this man's left cheek was missing. He was moaning in a pained stupor. And Hinata noticed several other small injuries on the man. Nothing as major as the face wound, but lots of cuts were on his clothing, and several bruises could be seen on the parts of skin that were exposed. Hiyashi, however, was most shocked at the man's eyes. They were like the Byakugan, but they were not. And never before in the entire history of the clan had a Byakugan become discolored in any way. His thoughts were silenced as his right hand burst into immense pain. Hiyashi yelled in pain as he looked down and saw that the Hyuga man was eating his fingers. He pulled his hand away from the crazed man, his index and middle finger ripping off of his hand as he did so. Hiyashi clutched his hand and doubled over in pain. Hanako rushed to her husband's side while Hinata backed up against a wall in fear. What was happening? The crazed injured man moved towards Hiyashi again, who promptly thrust his palm out towards the man, sending out a surge of chakra that knocked the man away. What did you do that for? Honey? Hanako asked with fear in her voice. She looked down and noticed that Hiyashi's Byakugan was activated. That man is dead, Hiyashi said weakly as he took heavy breaths. What? Hanako said in disbelief as she activated her Byakugan. She zoomed in on the wounded man in the distance and saw that he had no chakra, even though he was still moving. Something else was inside of his body, likely controlling it, but it was as her husband had said, that man was definitely dead. Something terrible was happening. Hiyashi suddenly began to cough profusely. Hanako leaned down to comfort her husband, who spat up quite a bit of blood as his coughing stopped. He turned to his wife. Please, take Hinata and Hanabi and get out of here. Leave me, Hiyashi pleaded. What are you talking about? Hanako asked, worried by her husband's strange words. I have the first aid, Hanabi exclaimed as she entered the room once more. Hanako looked up at her daughter with a warm smile. But her face showed signs of anxiousness. Good. Hurry and, Hanako began. No, Hiyashi interjected weakly, you have to leave me. I can feel. I can. Hiyashi's voice died away as he suddenly passed out. Hanako and Hanabi were both by his side and Hanako was taking supplies out of the first aid kit and trying to help Hiyashi. Hinata was still backed up against the wall in fear. And she was more scared now than she had been earlier. Especially when her father began moving again while making the same kind of sounds the man that had attacked him had made. Good. It's working, Hanako exclaimed in relief as she saw her husband began to move. The relief in her face turned to terror when she noticed that her husband's eyes seemed dead on the inside. Hiyashi grabbed her and lunged at her neck, biting into it. Hanako screamed in pain as she tried shoving the newly turned Hiyashi away from her. Hanabi scrambled back towards Hinata, and she clung to her sister's side. What's going on, sis? Hanabi stammered with fear. I don't know. Hinata sobbed as she felt tears roll down her cheeks. Their mother spat up blood and began to shake as if she was having a seizure. Hiyashi stopped feasting on her neck and slowly turned towards Hinata and Hanabi. He moaned and began to shamble towards them. Hanako suddenly stopped shaking and slumped forward. A low moan fell from her lips. And she straightened herself and shuffled towards her two daughters. Both of them had the same soulless white eyes that the wounded man had. I don't think that these things are mom and dad anymore, Hinata said with dismay as her zombified parents approached the two. What do you mean? Hanabi asked as she looked up at her sister with wide eyes. They're acting just like that man that bit dad. And mom is still moving even though. Hinata began, but her voice died out as the zombified parents drew closer. Hiyashi lunged at them, and Hanabi squealed in fright. Hinata grabbed her little sister and quickly sprinted to the left to avoid their zombified father. Hanako was behind Hiyashi, so now she was closer to her two daughters. She growled and lurched towards them, her mouth wide open and her tongue lolling out of her mouth. Hinata cowered as her despair began to take over. No, Hanabi shouted as she ran forward and rammed her shoulder into her mother, knocking her back. She stumbled as she moved back, and her poor balance made her fall to the ground. Hanabi turned towards her father and pushed him back as well. Come on, Hinata, she urged her sister. Hinata was paralyzed with shock. So Hanabi grabbed her sister's arm and dragged her outside. Hanabi ran a few yards once outside, but she decelerated to a stop as she looked around her. Nearly every Yuga had been reduced to the bestial state their parents were in, and they were zeroing in on their position. Hinata fell to her knees and buried her face in her hands as she began to bawl. Hanabi had lost all hope, as well. She saw movement in the corner of her eye. She turned her head to see a Hyuga man next to her, his bloody maw open as he reached towards her. Only to be knocked back by a powerful surge of chakra. Hanabi's countenance was refilled with hope as she looked towards her savior. His hands were covered in blood and his hair was unkempt due to sweat, but he was normal. Are you two all right? Asked Neji with concern. Hanabi slightly nodded, still in shock over the whole event. Neji took a fighting stance and moved closer to Hinata and Hanabi. Don't worry. I'll protect you. he said with determination as the zombies drew nearer. I'm still not sure about this, Dad, Shino said with suspicion. The two of them were alone in the basement of their house. His father, Shibi, was near the far wall from the staircase, examining something. He moved to the side, showing that he was studying a zombified woman restrained against the wall. She quietly moaned at Shibi Il slowly moving her neck towards him in a pathetic attempt to bite him. But these people, creatures, are fascinating, Shibi mumbled as he stroked the woman's black hair. The woman turned her head to bite Shibi's hand. But he quickly withdrew it. They're monsters, Shino said with scorn towards his father. Is that what you think? I think they're a marvel, Shibi said. What's gotten into you? Shino asked indignantly. They are dead, but they still walk, Shibi mused, ignoring his son, still breathe, still pump blood. They are dead, but many things about them suggest that they are still alive. Look, they don't even feel pain. Shibi reached into his jacket and pulled out a kunai. He thrust it into the woman's left shoulder and dragged it downwards. The woman did not react as if she had been stabbed. What is the point of this? There are people that need to be saved. Shino exclaimed with fierce anger towards his father. You're absolutely right, son, and believe me, I've worked on it, Shibi said solemnly. Really? Shino asked, his voice riddled with skepticism. Of course. Most of the village is saved right now, and I just recently saved the entire Aburame clan. Shibi exclaimed with mild hysterics. What are you talking about? Most of the village is in, Shino began, but he had just realized what his father meant. He took a step back in shock as horror befell his face. You didn't, Shino said quietly. These living dead are the perfect creature. Shibi exclaimed with madness, they are our destiny. It is what nature wants for humanity. You are dead to me, Shino said with vehement anger. You are insane. I will not forgive the murderer of my clan. Shino charged forward and simply shoved his father backwards. Shibi's mad glee suddenly turned to pure rage. Shino might have been in trouble had the zombie not been behind his dad. The woman graciously sank her teeth into Shibi's shoulder, causing him to scream in pain. No, this can't happen. I can't become one of them. Shibi cried out. Odd. I thought they were perfect. It seems that you just wanted to build an army for yourself, isn't that right? Shino asked stoically. Shibi freed himself from the woman's grasp. He was leaning over while he clutched his wound. A mad grin spread across his face. That was right. I could easily transmit this with the Kikaichu insects, and I did. I spread this gift to the Aburame clan. But I was to lead them. Shibi began hacking up blood, and his legs lost their strength. He fell to the ground and looked up at his son. Aren't you going to kill me? He asked. Shino turned around and began walking away. I have no sympathy for you. You can rot as one of the dead. Shino, I am your father. You can't just leave me. Shibi screamed. Shino ignored his father as he ascended up the stairs, burying all of his emotions. He had been used to hiding them, but right now was a time where casting off emotions would be very useful. He was the last of the Aburame clan. No thanks to the insane madman he left below, and now he would have to escape the Aburame clan grounds, only to enter a village gone mad. But he had to. He had to see if anyone else was okay. Choji was exhausted, but he couldn't afford to stop moving. Especially not now. He had to get out of the Akamichi clan grounds. He still didn't know how exactly it had happened, but a few people showed up earlier that day. Choji remembered their bloodied forms and their hideous white eyes, probably because that was what he was fleeing from. His parents had turned into the monsters, along with the rest of the clan. As far as he knew, they had somehow turned into cannibals, and they were able to spread their infection to others. He had to make sure Shikamaru and Ino were okay. He wouldn't be able to live with himself if they had become one of these freaky cannibals because he wasn't there to help them. Oof! Choji exclaimed as he ran into someone, which caused him to fall down. He looked up and saw one of the cannibals. He rushed to stand up, but his limbs were aching. No, damn it. Not now. I need to get up. He thought as he mentally screamed at his body to move, but it wasn't complying with his demands. The man leaned down and grabbed Choji's leg. AHG. Get off. Choji yelled as he kicked at the man with his free leg, but it wasn't working. Choji howled in pain as the man bit into his calf. As he instinctively reared his head back in pain, he could see several other cannibals above him. They all moaned as they leaned down and joined in on the banquet. Choji rashed about as the zombies clawed at him with gluttonous delight while they bit into him. Of particular interest to the zombies was Choji's large gut. Surely there was plenty of meat there. The zombies diverted their attention from his arms and legs and moved towards the center of his body. And then they feasted. And the feast quickly stopped. The zombies stood up as if nothing had happened and began wandering about once more. The only difference was that Choji had joined them. Ino was currently at the cash register in the Yamanaka flower shop. She was slouched over her desk, obviously bored. Usually, she had at least 1 or 2 customers show up in the morning to get flowers for a loved one or a funeral, but nobody had showed up today. She perked up when she heard the bells ring, signifying that someone had opened the door to the shop. "How may I help you?" Ino cheerfully asked. She then saw her customer and screamed very loudly. The person approaching her was a bald man with bloodied skin and clothing. His bloody mouth was agape, showing that his teeth were both yellow and red. Had this person eaten somebody? Inoichi ran down the stairs. He was about to ask his daughter what was wrong. But that question would answer itself as he laid eyes on the bloody man. The man turned his attention to the closer Inoichi. "Stop, immediately. I am a Jonin, and I will not hesitate to bring you to justice," Inoichi exclaimed as he pulled out a kunai. The man was not deterred by this. He snarled and lunged at Inoichi, biting him between the neck and shoulder. Inoichi grunted in pain and stabbed the crazed man in the head, ending his life. The man fell lifelessly to the ground, and Inoichi clutched his wound. Ino gasped and hopped over the counter so she could reach her dad. "Thank you, honey," Inoichi said as Ino began to heal the wound. "What was wrong with him?" Ino asked with fear. I don't know, his eyes were this freaky white color. I think he may have been on some sort of drug. But I've never encountered anything like that," Inoichi said. He then suddenly coughed up blood and passed out. Dad! Dad!" Ino shouted as she shook her unconscious father. He groaned after a bit as he stood up. "Oh, thank goodness you're okay." Ino started, but her voice faded away as she noticed that her father now had the same eye color as the crazed man that he just killed. Inoichi roared at Ino as he shot towards her. Ino screamed in fright as she scrambled to get up. She managed to get up before her father fell on her, but she tasted blood. "His spit must have fell into my mouth," the analytical side of her thought while her body panicked. "Dad, what are you doing? Why are you?" she asked frantically, but her voice was cut off with a yelp as she sprinted out of the way of her father, who had lunged at her again. Ino ran into a different room to get away from her father, but she suddenly felt very dizzy. She grabbed her head as it exploded in pain, and then she began to cough up blood. She paled at seeing her own blood on the ground as she thought back to what happened before her father became like the crazed man. Am I going to?" she thought. But that thought was never finished as she lapsed into unconscious. Ino would not wake up from this sleep as the same person. Her inner beast would seize the reins as soon as the infection spread throughout her body. There was a brief spasm of her body as her now white eyes shot open. She groaned as she got herself to her feet. She shambled out of the room she was in and headed towards the open door of the Yamanaka flower shop. There was living prey somewhere outside, she could smell it, and she was hungry. Otoshi had taken a brief break from traveling through the shadows to soak up the sun on this beautiful day and, in general, enjoy the sounds of the forest. He was having quite a nice time, and then that time would be ruined as 3 bandits approached him. "This is a toll road, chump," one bandit said. "Yeah, you have to cough up your money if you want to live," another bandit exclaimed. "I may not be able to see, but surely you 3 can. Can you not see that I am a ninja?" Otoshi asked. He didn't mention anything about Akatsuki, because he could tell that these 3 men were incredibly stupid. "Oh, so blind, the third bandit said as a big grin spread across his face. "Den dis, it'll be easy. Get him." Otoshi gritted his teeth in fury as the man assumed that he would be an easy target just because he could not see. He would show them. He unsheathed a katana at his right side. Another katana on his left side remaining sheathed. The bandits were yelling as they ran towards him, presumably with knives or some other weak weapon. He heard a set of footsteps close to him. So he slashed his blade towards that direction, and he heard a cry of pain. He smirked as he leapt over the other two bandits and charged towards one of them as soon as he landed. He thrust his blade through another of the bandits before withdrawing it. The last bandit, instead of taking a clue and fleeing, roared in anger as he charged at Otoshi. Pathetic, Otoshi scoffed as he sheathed his bloodied blade and made a few hand seals. The man suddenly stopped moving as he fell over dead. The spike Otoshi had formed from the man's shadow had pierced his heart. The shadow returned to normal. And Otoshi continued his stroll through the woods towards Konoha as if nothing had happened. They descended the stairs of the administration building in mostly silence. No other zombies were nearby. But they could be heard in the distance. The distant moans and the syncopated rhythm of the footsteps of the four were all that was able to be heard at the time. Naruto's body was moving for him. His subconscious mind was following the three women out of the building, but his conscious mind was lost in thought. Images of Kakashi kept flickering through his mind. Memories of the past were acing together with visions of horror and despair. They all flashed across his vision, seeing a smiling Kakashi oblivious to the zombie behind him. The zombie biting him, seeing a dying Kakashi plead for Naruto to kill him. The spasm of his body, the sudden lunge at Naruto, and then being pinned down with the white eyes piercing through his soul. And as the last image faded away, he found himself in the large and ominous chamber that was the prison of the Kyuubi. The mysterious dim red light basked the room in an eerie color that made the ankle-length water flooding the floor seem like blood. Naruto was a bit confused as he looked around to see why he was in this room, but he soon realized that his negative thoughts likely pulled him here. He felt a chill run down his spine as heard something massive stir behind him. Along with the familiar sensation of the gaze of an immense evil. Naruto slowly turned around to face the beast. The fox's mouth was pulled back into a toothy grin, black interior of the fox's mouth visible. The canine eyes of red, orange, and black loomed over Naruto. The host glared at his beast, which seemed to be holding a sneering, mocking expression. "Oh, why do you look at me like that? Did something bad happen to you?" The Kyuubi spoke, his deep and booming voice causing the water to vibrate. The fox was obviously taunting Naruto, for it could always see what Naruto could see. "Don't play dumb," Naruto indignantly shouted, "you know full well what happened. So what? Why are you mourning when you could have saved him?" The fox asked. Naruto assumed an aggressive stance and he gritted his teeth. "I couldn't have saved him." Naruto screamed as he felt warm tears roll down his cheeks. "Really? I'm sure if you were truly prepared for anything to happen, you would have reacted fast enough to save your precious teacher. You're wrong. Perhaps you are right. Yes, you are usually a novice at things like this. But that doesn't excuse the actions of the others." "What do you mean?" Naruto growled as he tightly clenched his fists, his fingernails digging into his palm. Anything to keep him from lashing out at the fox. The pink-haired one was closer to the teacher than you were. She easily could have reached him in time to save him from the undead woman. "What are you?" Naruto began, his voice harsh and his countenance enraged. "And the assistant woman. She has a device that launches needles. She could have killed the undead woman. And you think that all the Hokage could do was shout out a warning? Don't be fooled, they let him die." Naruto's eyes widened as he leaned forward. "Stop speaking bullshit." Naruto shrieked with fury at the hated fox. This only made the jesting grin on its face grow wider. "Keep telling yourself that. Sure, you could say that they were taken off guard by the unexpected arrival of that undead woman, but they are shinobi. It is their duty to expect the unexpected. While one or two might slip at times, you think three would all fail to act. Especially when one of those three is the Hokage. It's their fault, they killed him. But, no, Kenakami and that cloaked bitch." Naruto struggled to say through rage and tears. The Kyuubi was speaking foul lies just to mess with his head, right? And how do you know they started it? What if someone else started it, and they took the credit? Perhaps this plague has been sitting somewhere in the Fire Country for quite some time, and just now it was unleashed. Maybe those two caused it, but they've teamed up with someone in this village. Maybe that's why the Hokage didn't act. Shut the fuck up. Naruto howled in anger as he dashed towards the cage containing the Kyuubi. He reached through the bars and tried to injure the fox in whatever way he could, but it was futile. The Kyuubi simply chuckled as he moved back away from Naruto's reach. Naruto quickly gave up and sank to his knees as he cried with violent sadness. It's their fault, the fox said. Unsure of how to continue messing with Naruto's head. He could feel his grip on the boy's mind become weaker. I said shut up, Naruto indignantly exclaimed. Sakura, Shizune, and Tsunade turned towards Naruto with concerned looks on their faces. Are you okay, Naruto? Sakura asked with worry. Naruto realized that he had unknowingly shouted the last two words aloud. It's nothing, Naruto said quietly as he hung his head low. Let's keep going. Whatever the fox told you, Tsunade said as she resumed walking, is most likely bullshit. Sakura gasped and looked at Naruto. Did the fox really? Yes, Naruto said lowly as he trudged behind Tsunade. Sakura and Shizune looked at each other for a bit, silently communicating their anxieties. They then followed the other two. They were in the lobby of the administration building, and they were heading towards the entrance. The door was slammed as the four exited the building. The sun's bright light caused the four to shield their eyes as they adjusted to the brighter natural light. By squinting, it could be deduced that none of the walking dead were nearby. A slight breeze drifted by, scent of death being carried along with it. A crow cried out as it realized its proximity towards the four survivors. It flapped its wings and flew away from the body it had been pecking at. Sakura paled as she saw that the crow had been eating a dead zombie. Do you think the crows will become? Sakura asked, unable to finish her question. It's unlikely, Shizune said. I'm pretty sure that whatever is creating the zombies either only works on humans or only can be transmitted when the zombies are alive. Shizune is correct, Tsunade added, on her second point only, though. Animals can be affected by this plague. There was a moment of uneasy silence. Obviously, Tsunade had experience with these undead creatures, but she refused to explain herself. And now hardly seemed the time. Naruto took a deep breath and managed to push back all of the bad memories of Kakashi, just like how he assumed Sakura had done. Now was not a time to be distracted by the past, he had concluded. It could cause lives to be lost. And that would only cause further pain. The silence was unexpectedly broken when Tsunade announced, we need to split up. What? Naruto asked with worry as he turned to Tsunade. Split up? Why? Tsunade sighed as she looked down at the ground, her countenance not a bright one. Obviously, she didn't like this, either. We need to cover more ground, she said. It increases the chance that we'll find more survivors. It also increases the chance that one of us might get killed and turned into one of those things. Naruto shouted indignantly. How could Tsunade seriously be considering splitting up? Don't think of that, Sakura cried out. Because if we just stay in one group, Tsunade replied to Naruto, using a more firm tone, then we might not stumble upon somebody in their time of need. And there's one less person we can help. Is this seriously what it's coming down to? Naruto thought with anger, splitting up because we might not be there to rescue somebody. Shizune saw the friction between Naruto and Tsunade, so she spoke up. I think it's better than traveling together. Together, we'll attract more of those things. And don't forget about the rogue Akatsuki. Sakura added, if we're together, both of them will attack us. If we're split up into two groups, then it's more likely that they'll split up to attack us, too. Or I'll team up to take one of the groups out, and then crush the other one, Naruto said grimly. And what about Kakashi's letter? What if the other group runs into someone who can deliver it? Enough, Tsunade said harshly. Shizune, you and Naruto will search the left half of Konohagakure for survivors. Sakura and I will take the right half. Since Shizune already has the letter, she will be responsible for it. We meet back here at sundown. If the other group isn't back by nightfall, then, we assume that they are dead. Are you kidding me? Naruto asked in disbelief. We can't. Please, Naruto, Sakura interrupted. It's for the best. There was a brief moment of silence as Naruto frowned and hung his head. Fine, he sighed. He wasn't speaking the truth, he didn't like this idea at all. But it seemed that the other three were dead set on it. Arguing would just further delay things. Naruto felt a hand touch his shoulder. He looked up to see Shizune with a warm smile on her face. Don't worry, Naruto. I'm sure everything will be fine, she said reassuringly. Naruto said nothing and turned to look at Tsunade and Sakura. Don't die on me, you too, Tsunade said with the slightest hint of a sad smile. The same, Shizune said with a more apparent sad smile. Naruto and Sakura walked up to each other. They simply stared into each other's eyes. A light breeze flew past the two, rustling their clothing and hair slightly. Good luck, Naruto, Sakura said after a while with a small nod. You, too. Please come back safely, Naruto said. There was another pause as they stared at each other. And then they turned and walked back to their respective group. Goodbye, Shizune, Sakura exclaimed as she waved at the Hokage's assistant, who waved back. Naruto simply made a small wave at Tsunade, who nodded. Tsunade then turned to Sakura and said to her, "It's time to go." Sakura nodded, and the two turned and began to walk away, their backs facing Naruto and Shizune. Well, let's go, Naruto, Shizune said quietly. Naruto was staring in the direction Sakura and Tsunade was in. He seemed concerned. Is something wrong? You have to have faith in them, they'll be fine, Shizune said. Naruto ignored her. Wait, Naruto called out as he sprinted over to the two. Sakura turned around and slightly yelped as she was met with a tight embrace from Naruto. She was unsure of what to do. But she could feel a slight blush. Her lip quivered as she felt her eyes begin to water. She returned Naruto's hug. Please, be careful, Naruto said quietly. I will, Sakura said back. The two released each other, said their goodbyes again, and returned to their group once more. Naruto and Shizune turned their backs to Tsunade and Sakura as the two groups diverged and headed their separate ways. And during all of this, they failed to notice that one of the nearby buildings had a window open, despite the other windows all being closed. This window had not been smashed open, either. They would also not notice the cloaked figure inside of the building, pressed up on the wall next to the window, listening in. And they certainly would not hear the cloaked figure depart, for she simply took a step forward and vanished. Some time had passed since the two split up. Naruto and Shizune were currently on a street which, like all of the other streets they had took, was void of any life. There were bodies strung across the street, most of them having white eyes. Shizune had suspected that Anbu had managed to clear out some of the undead in this area. Still, while it seemed safe, these silent streets were unnerving. The silence seemed to amplify each noise tenfold, and the slightest disturbances sounded like one of the walking dead lying in wait somewhere nearby. I see something in the distance, Naruto whispered to Shizune. He pointed ahead of them. On the other end of the street were two figures, one taller than the other. Are they dead? Shizune asked. I don't know, they're too far away to tell. The current breeze died down, allowing them to hear the sounds of eating nearby. They noticed that they were near an entrance to an alley. Shizune looked at Naruto. I'll head in the alley and take care of the zombies, she whispered. You keep an eye on those two up ahead. Naruto nodded. Shizune turned into the alleyway, and Naruto pressed himself up against the wall near the alley entrance as he watched the two approaching figures carefully. As Shizune entered the alley, she instantly saw the source of the noises they had heard. She saw four of the undead creatures kneeling down and feasting upon a bloody, unrecognizable corpse. Shizune's face held a look of disgust and loathing towards the monster of a person that created this jutsu as she saw the former citizens of Konoha, including a small boy, gorge themselves on the bloody mess that used to be someone else. Shizune raised her arm and pulled her sleeve back, revealing a device attached to her arm that fired Senbon needles. She pulled the strings that fired the needles one by one, each of the needles hitting their mark. She additionally fired one into the bloody corpse's head, just to be sure. Shizune turned back to see Naruto watching her. You're supposed to be observing those two figures in the distance, she scolded Naruto in a hushed tone. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized that. His curiosity caused him to neglect his watch duties. He turned his head in the direction the two figures were approaching and saw Sai and Yamato right in front of him. This caused Naruto to jump back and yell in fright. Shizune rushed out of the alley, ready to kill whatever undead approached Naruto, and jumped back a bit when she, too, saw Sai and Yamato very close to her. Geez, you scared us. Don't sneak up on us like that, Naruto said to the two. She got scared by us, but only slightly, Sai remarked as he pointed at Shizune, and she was just expecting the monsters but got us instead. You, however, were just shocked. By default, you have no penis due to being more scared than Miss Shizune here. What's with you and my penis? Naruto growled at Sai. Cut it out, you two, Yamato said sternly. Sai shrugged slightly and Naruto glared at Sai while crossing his arms. He humped and turned his head away from the root member. Yamato rolled his eyes and looked at Shizune. So, what happened? Where are Tsunade and the others? It's a long story. Lady Tsunade and Sakura are safe. We're searching for survivors, and we split up to cover more ground. Kakashi was with us, but he was bitten. He was going to deliver a letter to Tsunagakure for reinforcements. And as for how this all started, 2 rogue Akatsuki members are behind it, Shizune explained, becoming saddened when Kakashi was mentioned. Naruto thought he saw Sai's eyes water, but it must have been a trick of the light. So Kakashi's dead, Yamato said quietly as he hung his head in sadness. He clenched a fist. Saint as thoughts of vengeance filled his mind. He looked up and added, are the rogue Akatsuki members still in the village? They'll pay for this. They're most likely still here. I think they get some sort of sick satisfaction watching the village fall apart. And Sai, since he's with you, I assume you've contacted Root. Yes. Danzu's being his usual self. He's sent out a few men to investigate, and he claims he'll assist. But I have my doubts, Yamato said with bitterness. Miss Shizune. Not to interrupt, but if you have that letter you mentioned, I can draw a messenger bird that can deliver it, Sai said. Really? Shizune asked as her face lit up. That's wonderful. And that's where I'll have to stop you, an all too familiar voice said. The group, minus Naruto, began to look around to see where the speaker was. Look out. Yamato called out to Shizune, who had her back turned from the man he had spotted on a nearby rooftop. Shizune leapt to the side, narrowly avoiding 2 katanas held by the rogue Akatsuki man known as Kenakami. Be careful. He's a Jinchuriki. Shizune warned Sai and Yamato. Yamato gasped at the news, and Sai's eyes merely widened a bit. Well, you're spry, Kenakami said to Shizune with a cocky grin on his face as he took a fighting stance, the 2 katanas in hand. He left those swords behind when he departed for the first time. Did he really head back there to pick them up? Naruto thought. When he heard Kenakami's voice, he became angered. As soon as he saw that cocky grin, Naruto's hatred began to boil inside of him. He thought of Anko, of Masami and Sakura's stepfather. And of Kakashi. This man was affiliated with the one that caused their deaths, and he showed no emotion towards them. I'll fucking kill you. You killed Kakashi. Naruto roared at Kenakami. Red chakra exploded out of Naruto, billowing like flames as it molded itself around Naruto and assumed a fox-like shape around him, a single tail thrashing about. This ousted Kenakami to turn towards Naruto and grin even more. So he achieved the first tail just by seeing me. This will be interesting, Kenakami thought. Get back. Yamato warned Sai and Shizune, who complied. They took a few cautious steps away from the 2 Jinchuriki. So, I don't care if we caused his death. He had it coming, all of you do, Kenakami said as he glared at Naruto. Naruto stood there, staring at Kenakami with intense hatred. His teeth were bared, and he could feel them becoming sharper as his anger increased. This man pissed Naruto off more than Neji, more than Sasuke, more than Orochimaru. More than everyone else he hated combined. The marks on his cheeks turned thick and black, and his eyes became red and bestial. Another tail formed out of the red chakra, and Naruto let out a roar of anger. The roar created a shockwave that slammed into Kenakami and knocked him back a few feet. Yamato, seeing the shockwave coming, quickly body flickered to Sai, grabbed him, then body flickered to Shizune. And then finally body flickered the 3 to a nearby rooftop so they could observe safely. That was close, Yamato said as he stared at Naruto with concern. What do we do? Shizune asked with fear. We wait. Either Naruto will unlock more of the Kyuubi's power, and I'll have to intervene, or he stays at this level. If that's the case, then we wait until there's an opening for us to assist without getting in the way or risking any injuries from the fox's chakra, Yamato explained. Beneath them, Naruto leapt at Kenakami, the red chakra around him forming a few arms that rushed towards the other Jinchuriki. Kenakami avoided the arms by sidestepping to the left, and then he used his swords to cut the hands off of the arms. Kenakami gasped with surprise as the arms simply reformed more hands. And he also noticed that his swords were glowing orange with heat. Just how hot was the red chakra? The arms turned towards Kenakami and rushed at him once more. Ken. Okami maneuvered around the three arms that pecked at him in their attempt to grasp and burn him. Every time one got too close, Kenakami would cut it with one of his swords, giving him a bit of time to get away from the arm before it regenerated its hand. Kenakami was attempting to close in on Naruto, who was growling as he carefully watched Kenakami's progress. He's just testing me, Kenakami thought with vexation, that punk. I'll show him. Kenakami glanced about him quickly to see where the chakra arms were, and then he quickly darted around and cut all three of the hands off. He planted his swords in the ground, the heated blades easily sliding into the stone surface he was standing on, and he made a few hand seals. Air began to spin around his hands rapidly, creating a distorted effect around them. Along with a constant whirring noise, Kenakami picked up his two blades, and the air expanded to cover the blades as well. The arms had now reformed, and they continued their pursuit of Kenakami. The blue-haired man once more cut the hands off, but this time, the air continued down the chakra arms and collided into Naruto. Naruto was knocked back a bit with a few deep cuts, but Fox's powers quickly healed the wounds. Kenakami suddenly spun around and formed an X shape with his two swords. Yamato had made a few large roots burst from the ground in an attempt to skewer Kenakami by surprise, but he had failed. The roots rushed at Kenakami, but the air around the swords cut down the roots before they even reached him. Kenakami then turned around and cut down the two new chakra arms that had formed. Once more, the air followed the chakra towards its source, but Naruto leapt to the side to dodge it. He stood up in a hunched position and formed a Rasengan with one hand. The fox's chakra empowered the whirling ball, making it slightly larger and giving it a red-violet color. Naruto roared, sending out a shockwave. Kenakami swung both swords downward, sending out a blast of air that split the shockwave in two. The shockwave harmlessly passed by Kenakami, who charged through the clearing towards Naruto. Naruto growled as he charged at Kenakami, thrusting the Rasengan at the hated man. Kenakami ducked beneath Naruto's arms and thrust both blades up at Naruto's stomach, but Kenakami was batted away by one of the tails. As Kenakami got up, his eyes widened as he saw the Rasengan being carried towards him by one of the chakra arms. Kenakami grunted loudly in pain as he was launched back by the powerful attack. He shakily stood up, a large hole in his chest. It was closing at a very slow rate. Kenakami grimaced as he felt his legs and arms get ensnared by roots. Yamato leapt down from the rooftop and looked at Naruto. "We've got him, Naruto. Let me just rep the fox's chakra and then we can bring him to justice," he said. "No," Naruto screamed, his voice distorted by the fox's chakra, "let me kill him." "Wolf." Kenakami spoke mentally to his Biju, "Give me your chakra. You're not in any real danger," the Biju in Kenakami replied. There was a pause, and he sighed, "Fine. I'll give you just a bit of my chakra. A bit is all I'll need," Kenakami said as a grin spread across his face. Yamato and Naruto both looked at Kenakami with surprise as a shroud of white chakra began emanating from Kenakami's body. The wound on his chest quickly healed, and Kenakami broke free of the roots by simply struggling against them for a bit. Kenakami grinned at the nearby Yamato, his teeth elongated and his eyes brighter, as he took his two swords and dashed towards Yamato. The air jutsu Kenakami had used earlier had been cancelled when the Rasengan connected with him, but there was no doubt in Yamato's mind that this man was powerful without the jutsu activated. Kenakami swung the blades at Yamato. He was just too fast for Yamato to avoid in time. The swords connected with a semi-solid wall of ink that suddenly formed between Kenakami and Yamato. The blades slid into the wall and became stuck in the sticky chakra-based ink. Kenakami growled in anger and let go of the swords. He heard Naruto yell in anger, but he didn't expect for to charge right through the wall of ink. Kenakami cursed under his breath and quickly formed around 8 hand seals. The chakra of the Biju enabled him to move quicker, so he was able to form the needed seals before Naruto reached him. Kenakami then thrust his palm at Naruto and clutched his head. The red chakra bit at his arm, burning it greatly, but Kenakami felt no pain as the white chakra around him healed the burns instantaneously. Naruto shuddered as he felt a strange force surge through him, and then he felt the fox's power quickly recede back inside of him. What? Where did he learn that technique? Yamato thought with amazement as he saw the sealing jutsu Kenakami used. I don't know the limits of the skill, but it was certainly quicker than the sealing technique the first Hokage developed. Then again, I'm not as proficient as he was in using that technique. Kenakami, still clutching Naruto's head, hurled the Jinchuriki at a nearby wall. Sai appeared before Naruto and caught him. The momentum Naruto had was still enough to cause both of them to crash into the wall, but the damage was far less than it would have been normally. Shizune appeared behind Kenakami, finishing a series of hand seals. She opened her mouth, a noxious purple fog billowing out of it. Kenakami turned around and charged towards Shizune. Shizune smirked as Kenakami surely breathed in the poison gas. But her confidence quickly faded to fear when the quick-acting poison didn't kick in. Was he able to heal the effects of poison in this state, too? Before Kenakami could punch Shizune, wooden tendrils wrapped around his body and yanked him back. Kenakami struggled against the wooden tendrils, but they were too strong for him to break out of. He glanced behind him to see that Yamato's arm had been transformed into wood. Kenakami's hands were far apart, and they were unable to be moved easily, meaning there was no way he could use jutsus or pull out the scroll in his GI that summoned his massive sword. Keep holding him, Naruto shouted at Yamato as he walked in front of Kenakami, dusting off his clothes. But he may start forming tails. Yamato warned Naruto. Then just seal him up, right now. Naruto said. Yamato nodded as his arm returned to normal. The wooden tendrils ensnaring Kenakami remained as only the large trunk connecting Yamato's arm to the makeshift entrapment broke off. Yamato extended his hand towards Kenakami, his palm pointed at him. Wooden pillars burst from the ground around Kenakami, who continued to struggle against his wooden restraints. He doesn't have the first Hokage's necklace to make this easier, but he is only in his chakra shroud. Yamato mumbled to himself as he began the sealing process. Kenakami roared in protest as his struggling increased. Yamato focused intently on sealing away his biju before he could form a tail. If that happened, his restraints would most likely fail. Naruto, however, was confident that Yamato could pull the sealing off. He produced a shadow clone, which instantly assisted Naruto in forming a Rasengan. Instead of it vanishing as soon as the spinning orb of chakra was formed, it remained as Naruto poured even more chakra into the jutsu. The Rasengan swelled in size, and it required both Naruto and his shadow clone to wield. The pillars receded into the ground, revealing Kenakami without the white chakra around him. Naruto let out a battle cry as he charged towards the restrained Jinchuriki and slammed the Rasengan into him. Instead of letting the jutsu dissipate soon after contact, Naruto upheld the attack, letting the ball grind into Kenakami continuously. Kenakami yelled in pain as the sphere cracked his ribs and cut into his organs. All of the damage was being healed by the biju inside of him, but not at a near fast enough rate. The Rasengan's force was so great that it eventually destroyed the wood holding Kenakami in place, launching the Jinchuriki back several feet. The shadow clone vanished in smoke, and the Rasengan faded away, leaving a panting Naruto. "Fuck you, you fucking kid," Kenakami said with pain as he shakily stood up. He reached into his GI. "Don't let him get the scroll out," Naruto shouted. He knew the damage he did to the ex-Akatsuki man would be negated by his regeneration fairly soon, and having him summon his massive sword could easily turn the tides of the battle. Shizune quickly acted. She darted forward and pulled a scalpel out of her robes. She channeled her chakra through the medical device, causing an ethereal blue blade to form over the scalpel. She stabbed the chakra sword into Kenakami's throat, twisted it so the blade was horizontal, and then drug it to the right until it was out of the wolf man's throat. Kenakami's eyes were full of shock as he fell to the ground. "Nice one, Miss Shizune," Sai complimented with a smile and a thumbs up. Hey, I dealt the major blow," Naruto defensively stated. "Don't let your guard down just yet. Who knows if that attack even did anything," Yamato said seriously, referring to Kenakami's regeneration powers. His arm transformed into a sharp wooden spike as he cautiously walked over to the body of the ex-Akatsuki man. He briefly paused. Did he just see Kenakami's hand twitch? He waited for a bit, staring at the Jinchuriki for any signs of breathing or life. Content after a few seconds, he continued to approach him. Yamato's face changed to one of great fear when Kenakami quickly rose up, drawing out one of the wakizashis by his side. The short sword was thrust deeply into Yamato's chest. cracking a few ribs and missing his heart by a few inches. Yamato coughed up blood as he moved his arm to impale Kenakami, but before it reached the Jinchuriki, another wakizashi was stabbed into Yamato. This one slicing his heart slightly. Yamato's arm returned to normal as he fell down, his consciousness fleeting. Kenakami grinned at his kill. The man held that look that he loved so much when he awoke from his death. He loved that look of shock and hopelessness that people held just before they died unexpectedly. No! Naruto and Shizune cried out simultaneously. Naruto growled, and quickly formed another Rasengan while Sai drew a large lion-like beast that charged forward. Kenakami had little time to react before he was pinned down by the ink lion and clawed by it. Naruto was right behind it, and the lion faded right before it was struck by Naruto's Rasengan, which dug into Kenakami's upper chest. He cried out in pain as the chakra ball sent racks of pain throughout his body once more. Damn it, he thought. I've taken too much damage. This can spell trouble if I stay here. Kenakami kicked Naruto off of him and quickly dashed over to the two katanas he had dropped when they got stuck in Sai's ink wall. He picked them up and sheathed them quickly before turning to look at the fallen body of Yamato. He would have to retrieve his wakizashis later. He heard the angry cry of that Kyuubi kid again. He made a quick exhale of frustration as he leapt up onto the rooftops. Naruto was ready to chase him down. Naruto, stop! Sai called out. Naruto did so as he turned to look at the root member. He was showing genuine worry on his face. We have to lend our chakra to Shizune. Yamato's life depends on it. Naruto looked up at the rooftops Kenakami fled to, and he clenched his fist tightly as he turned away from them and walked over to Yamato. That made the third time the hated man escaped from him, and Naruto was getting sick of it. But Yamato's life took priority. And his condition was not good. He was on the ground, and blood covered his chest, including making a small pool around him. He was breathing painfully as his face held a look of strained pain. He had managed to stay awake despite his wounds. Shizune was kneeling by his side, her hands hovering over his wounds and glowing with chakra. She had removed the two wakizashis from his chest. Sai joined her side and placed his hands on hers. The chakra aura around her hands grew slightly in size as Sai poured his chakra into her healing efforts. Naruto did the same, and he watched Yamato's wounds with concern. It isn't working much. His heart was cut by the attack. I need more chakra. Shizune cried as her eyes teared up. Naruto closed his eyes and searched deep within his mind. There was only one way Yamato could be saved. He opened his eyes and was once more inside the chamber that held the Kyuubi. Fox, I need your chakra to heal Yamato. You better give me some of it. Naruto saw it with determination at the large beast before him. Oh, what's this? You want my chakra to heal someone? That's new, the Kyuubi said sardonically. Damn it, this is not the time. Naruto yelled at the fox. His anger had already escalated sharply when Kenakami got away, and now the Biju was really pushing it. This is the only man in the village that can seal me away. Wouldn't it be beneficial for me if he died? Naruto exploded with rage. Damn you, you do as I say. Give me some of your fucking chakra. And if I don't? The fox asked with a mocking grin. I'll kill myself. If I die, you die. I may be the host. But I can certainly end your life. Naruto yelled. And what will killing yourself accomplish? Another death to add to the list. Grief and suffering from all of your friends. Disappointing your parents' wishes. All to put me in my place, huh? Naruto retained his hateful glare towards the tailed beast, but he said nothing. Naruto had heard the fox mention his parents. How much did this beast know? And why was it hiding this information from him? The Kyuubi let out a bored sigh. Fine, whatever. Take your damn chakra. Just don't ever say I don't do anything nice for you. The red chakra shroud formed around Naruto once more, but his features did not turn animalistic. The chakra was also stable and not flame-like. It flowed down Naruto's arms and into Shizune's hands. The red chakra worked exceptionally well. Yamato's wounds were closing. It's working, Shizune exclaimed with relief. Yamato shakily stood up, clutching his chest. Sai and Naruto backed away to N.O.T. crowd Yamato and Shizune as she stood up as well. Careful, your ribs are still fragile. And you almost died on us. She said. He caught me off guard. I should have been more careful. Yamato said weakly. Are you okay, Yamato? Sai asked, the worry he expressed earlier now gone. Thank you, Naruto said quietly in his mind to the Kyuubi. The fox did not respond. Shizune noticed Yamato's weak posture. Are you okay? She asked. I'm fine, just a little exhausted and weak. I should be back to shape in a few hours. Just don't run into any Akatsuki during that time, and I'll be good to go, he said with a light smile. That's good, Shizune said as she sighed in relief. She then turned to Sai. Now, before we were rudely interrupted, you said you could deliver the letter to Sunagaku. She asked. Oh, yes. My ink beasts are semi-solid, so they'll be able to carry things. No excess ink will seep on the letter, either, Sai explained as he unfurled his large scroll and began to draw a messenger bird. It flew off of the page and landed on Sai's shoulder. Just tie it to his leg, he added. Shizune pulled the letter out of her robes. She stared at it sadly. It brought back memories of Kakashi. She had always admired that man, she also had a big crush on him, but she was either too busy or too afraid to ask him out. And now she would never be able to, she wanted to remove those memories. And getting rid of the letter certainly would help. She tied it to the bird's leg, and it took off. Good, now we'll get reinforcements. I just hope they'll arrive in time, she said absent-mindedly as she watched the bird get smaller and smaller as it flew away. Let's not worry about that now. I'm sure whatever men they can afford will be sufficient enough. Let's continue searching for other survivors, Yamato said. Shizune nodded, and the four set off. This is too eerie, where is everybody? Sakura thought with unease as she looked around. They were walking through a normally populous area of town. But nobody, not even the walking dead, was around. The only noise they had heard besides the faint moans of the zombies elsewhere in the village was a scream in the distance that stopped. If Tsunade was scared or uneased, she certainly wasn't showing it. The Hokage had retained a determined and serious look ever since they split up with Naruto and Shizune. They must have cleared out this area of the village, Tsunade said quietly, seemingly sensing Sakura's question. Sakura hung her head sadly. This whole day so far had seemed unreal. She didn't think her mind had fully accepted what was happening yet, it couldn't, because it had to survive. And to survive, it had to shove away all of the screaming thoughts of pain and confusion. Although, one thought had been bugging her. And she was following the solution. Lady Hokage, Sakura asked. You need to lead a ninja village to be called a cage, Tsunade said sharply with a hint of bitterness in her voice. Oh, I'm sorry, Sakura said quietly as she turned her head away from Tsunade, unsure of what to say other than to apologize. She never thought how Tsunade would be feeling. She must be feeling horrible at the moment, knowing that many people of the village relied on her protection, and that she couldn't help them in their dire times of need. Don't apologize, you didn't do anything. I'm just really upset over this, Tsunade said before letting out a small, empty laugh. What an understatement, she added. Unsure of what to say to that, Sakura instead just asked her a question. I've been wondering, why exactly did you want to split up? Your sole reasoning seemed odd, with how you ignored all of our other justifications or arguments. Tsunade made another small, empty laugh. But this one seemed mocking in a way, so you blindly follow me without pressing why. But, you're the Hokage, Sakura exclaimed defensively without realizing what she had said. Tsunade turned to look at her with a condescending glare. Not anymore. That title was revoked when this became the village of the dead. I'm sorry, Sakura whimpered as she felt her eyes begin to water. Tsunade heavily sighed and looked away. No. I should be the one that should be sorry. I shouldn't be taking out my stress on you. But you still won't like why I split us up. Sakura rubbed her eyes to remove the tears that were forming. What do you mean? You didn't split up so we could find survivors. No. Think about it. I doubt we're the only group of survivors in this village. Think about the other powerful ninja here. Do you honestly think that every single one of them fell to this plague? Tsunade stated. Before Sakura could reply, she continued, so that powerful ninja would form a group. And it's likely we'd bump into each other in some way. Either they investigate what all of the dead are chasing, or they see the destruction as we fight our living enemies. Then, why did we split up? Sakura asked with a bit of concern. I did us all a favor, Tsunade simply said. What do you mean, favor? Sakura asked with a bit of anger towards Tsunade. I couldn't bear it. If Shizune was bitten, not even I can cure this plague, Sakura. So I removed myself from her. If she's still alive when we meet back up, then everything's fine, but, if she turns, I don't want to see that. Shizune probably feels the same way about me, and you probably feel the same about Naruto. What? That's why. Sakura exclaimed in an outrage. Yep, Tsunade. Said carelessly as she continued walking, and you're still gonna follow me, whether you still admire me or not. And think about it, if Naruto witnessed your death, it's a possibility that his rage could make the Kyuubi break out. We don't want that adding to our problems. How could you be so unfeeling? Sakura asked painfully as she walked after Tsunade without realizing it. Ino's dead, Tsunade bluntly said. Sakura stopped in her tracks. What do you, she started, but then she realized what Tsunade meant. Exactly. I don't know if she's dead or not, but you didn't react as strongly as you would have if you directly witnessed her dying. Sakura took a deep breath as she said nothing and kept following Tsunade with her head bowed down. After a bit, she decided to ask. Another thought that had been nagging at her. When exactly did you encounter these things? Tsunade sighed. I don't want to talk about it. Now's not the time. Maybe later, if we all return safely. If Jiraiya ever figures out what's happening here, you can ask him once he shows up. Who else? Sakura asked. Who else has been through this before? And where? You wouldn't know where, and Jiraiya and I are the only two from the Leaf that are alive and would be sane right now, Tsunade said. The others that were there have either died or retired as shinobi. And if they retired, they either died in the years that passed, or they died today trying to use ninja arts they haven't used for several years. And that's all I'm saying right now. Sakura wanted to ask more, but she knew Tsunade meant what she said. But just what happened in the past? From what Tsunade said, it sounded like whatever happened involved the Sannin and more than one ninja village. She heard Tsunade stop walking, so she instinctively stopped, too. She looked up to see Tsunade holding a hand up, signaling for Sakura to be quiet. Sakura opened up her ears, and she heard footsteps nearby. Tsunade pointed ahead of them. Whatever was making those footsteps was approaching their position. Don't worry, I'm human, a familiar voice announced as it walked onto the street they were on. Shino. Sakura called out as the hooded man approached them. Sakura. Lady Hokage. So glad to see you alive and well. Shino greeted them. Do any of you know how this happened? He suddenly asked with a serious tone. The DGED version is that 2X Akatsuki are behind this, and they're still in the village. Naruto and Shizune are okay, but we split up to cover more ground. Kakashi, he died. We're looking for other survivors. I assume you're coming with. I would be a fool not to go, Shino said. Sakura sighed. If only Shino knew why Tsunade split up with Naruto and Shizune. What exactly happened to you, Shino? Sakura asked. What happened to me? My father went mad and infected my entire clan, Shino said bluntly, as if it were nothing. Tsunade and Sakura gasped. What? That's terrible. Sakura cried out. Indeed, it is terrible. Shino said lowly. There was a hint of emotion in his voice that time, but it was still eerie how well he was taking this. Or maybe he was simply burying all of his emotions so they wouldn't overwhelm him. Sakura's thoughts quickly turned to the kunai that had just embedded itself in a wall next to them. It wasn't aimed at any of the three in particular, it was merely a signal. The three looked towards the direction of a kunai and saw a person in a thick black cloak with a hood that shadowed their face on a nearby roof. The person was not wearing Akatsuki garments anymore. But there was no doubt in Sakura's mind that this was the woman that started this whole catastrophe. She's one of the ex-Akatsuki. Sakura exclaimed for Shino's benefit. A woman's behind this, then. Shino thought with mild interest. His analytical mind was getting the better of him at the moment. Interesting. Statistically, it's not often that a kunoichi commits horrible acts like this. The cloaked woman leapt down from the rooftop and slowly began walking towards the three. What was her motive? So you're the one that created this. I'll show you no mercy. Shino exclaimed with sudden anger as he extended his arms outward towards the woman. Thousands of the tiny kikaichu insects emerged from the pores in his skin and rushed towards the woman. The bugs surrounded her and enclosed upon her. No sound was heard for a moment as the bugs held a humanoid shape, and then they suddenly flew back towards Shino. The cloaked woman was nowhere to be seen. She had to have used some jutsu to escape. Watch out, Shino warned. Lady Tsunade. Sakura cried out. Tsunade gasped as she felt the presence of the cloaked woman behind her. She glanced down and saw a kunai dripping with a street range yellow liquid being held to her throat. She's incredibly fast, Tsunade thought, seeing that Shino and Sakura were a few feet in front of her, and that she saw the woman make no hand seals to escape, or even see or feel her pass by. Do you have any last words, Hokage? The woman threatened. Oh, you're that confident you'll take me out, huh? Tsunade asked with a smirk as she rose her T-foot an inch or two and then slammed it on the ground, creating a large crater from the force of her chakra control. The woman lost her footing, allowing Tsunade to grab the arm in front of her throw. And twist it about until she was holding the woman with her arm behind her back. A single finger was pointed at the back of her head. I don't think you realize just how powerful the Sannin are, girl, Tsunade said lowly. For example, I could end your life right now. My chakra control would increase the force of my blows to the point where I could easily snap your neck by just flicking the back of your head. Then why don't you? The woman asked without a hint of fear in her voice. Because I want information. And no doubt you're full of it, Tsunade said with a scowl. That would be true. But you would have to get me in a very dangerous predicament for me to tell you anything, the woman said with an eerie calmness. And this isn't dangerous how? Tsunade asked with incredulous disbelief at this woman's confidence. Tsunade's eyes widened in surprise as the woman suddenly vanished into air. How was that possible? She didn't just disappear, either. Tsunade specifically saw her sink into the air somehow. Tsunade grimaced as she felt the tip of a kunai press against her neck. The strange liquid was still on it. That's a neat trick you have there. Let me guess, based on the unpredictability of the Akatsuki and the strangeness of them, I'm guessing you're some sort of ghost. Tsunade said sarcastically, as long as she could use this woman's overconfidence to her advantage. No, I am very much alive. The woman replied. She glanced behind her to see what the other two ninja were doing. They were both carefully watching the current scenario. That was good, there would be no interference. She suddenly yelped in shock as Tsunade swept her leg behind her and tripped up the woman. The movement she made caused the kunai against her neck to make a small cut, but she had been prepared for that. While the ex-Akatsuki woman was distracted, she made some hand seals so that the wound would be instantly healed upon its creation, and therefore none of the poison getting inside of her. Tsunade stood up and turned around to face her attacker. She looked down upon the woman, her hood had fallen off. Tsunade's eyes became big and her mouth opened a bit in disbelief. Lady Tsunade, look out! Sakura cried out. Tsunade snapped out of her shock and saw the woman thrusting the poisoned kunai at her neck. Tsunade quickly leaned her head to the left to avoid it as she grabbed the woman and used her momentum against her to throw her to the ground, but she vanished before she contacted it. Be careful, she's an Uchiha, Tsunade warned. Sakura and Shino gasped as they heard the news. How could this be? All of the Uchihas except for Sasuke had been wiped out by Itachi. So my secret's out, huh? It doesn't matter, Reiko said from a nearby rooftop, causing the three survivors to glance towards her. Sure enough, her eyes were a bright red, showing the 4 pupils, 3 of them tomo-shaped, which were characteristic of the Sharingan. She formed a complex series of hand seals incredibly quickly, finishing the jutsu before the 3 beneath her could react to it. She thrust both of her hands forward, and a yellow gas billowed out of her hands and wafted over to the 3 survivors. Tsunade gasped in fright as she turned towards Sakura and Shino. Whatever you do, do not breathe in that gas. She cried out in urgency. Reiko's eyes widened slightly as she looked at Tsunade. How did she know about this jutsu? Reiko made a single hand seal, and the gas quickly faded. You know that jutsu? Well, that takes away its surprise factor, Reiko said as she a gloved hand across her face to brush some of her black hair out of her face. You're seeking information, and I am, too. Why don't we share? How do you know Madara? Tsunade asked as she glared at Reiko. Sakura and Shino were unsure of what to do, so they defensively waited for either of the two to act. Reiko's eyes widened as Tsunade asked that. Out of all of the questions, she never expected her, brothers, name to show up. How? What? Reiko said, at a loss for words. Tsunade smirked at her, that's his jutsu you just used, isn't it? Also, I don't seem to recognize you. Judging by your appearance, you would have been a child by the time I left this village originally, but I don't recall any Uchiha girls around the age of 10 at that time. What is your name, girl? And how did you escape the Uchiha massacre? I am Reiko Uchiha, the girl who went missing 22 years ago. What do you know of Madara? Reiko demanded. Tsunade made a mocking laugh, quite a bit, but I don't think I am going to tell you. Reiko gritted her teeth as she glared at Tsunade with hatred. The two wrist blades slid out of the devices around her wrists, dripping with the same yellow liquid that was on the kunai. She leapt down from the roof and quickly charged towards Tsunade. She's faster than I am, and now she's armed with weaponry. This isn't good, Tsunade thought grimly as she readied herself for Reiko's attack. But she didn't expect a large wall of Kikaichu insects to form in front of her. She was thankful of Shino's assistance, though, for the bugs quickly swarmed all over Reiko's body again. And once again, the woman simply disappeared. Tsunade felt a sharp prick on her neck. She grimaced as she quickly turned around to smash Reiko's head in. She was quickly shoved off, only to see a hooded figure vanish into air once more. Why did she put her hood back on? Tsunade pushed that thought aside as she closed her eyes and focused on the poison that no doubt entered her neck. It wasn't any poison that she knew of, if it even was a poison. Tsunade quickly healed the wound on her neck, but she couldn't heal the strange liquid on the blade. She exhaled in exasperation. She would have to deal with this later. Tsunade looked around for Reiko. Sakura. Behind you. Tsunade cried out. Sakura heard this and quickly turned around to see Reiko rushing at her, ready to stab her with one of the wrist blades. Sakura bobbed down and to the side to avoid the blades, and then she sprung up slightly and slammed her hand into Reiko's cloaked face. A sickening crack was heard. Reiko vanished in a puff of smoke as Sakura cried out in pain and cradled her left hand, the one she had punched Reiko with. Tsunade quickly ran over to Sakura to heal her. Every bone in her left hand is broken. What kind of clone was that? Tsunade thought as she swiftly healed Sakura's hand. She turned around to see where Reiko was now. As she predicted, she was heading towards Shino, who was looking away from her. His hands in his pockets. Tsunade didn't warn the Aburame boy, because he would be able to see her out of the corner of his eye, and, reading reports about his mission performance, he was luring Reiko into a trap. Gotcha, Shino said as he suddenly turned towards the ex-Akatsuki woman and removed his hands from his pockets. They were covered in the Kikaichu insects, and number of the insects suddenly multiplied until they covered his arms. Shino extended both of his arms, and the bugs wrapped around Reiko's arms and began biting through her cloak, draining her chakra quickly. Reiko quickly vanished, as Shino expected, but he had placed a female insect on her, so he would be able to track her. That is, if the female insect had vanished with her, so her strand. Vanishing jutsu wasn't a type of body flicker, then what was it? She's not around here anymore. Shino said, I can't sense her chakra nearby, and she somehow vanished without my tracking insect staying with her. Let's keep an eye out for her, but we'll keep moving. She had to have retreated for some reason, Tsunade said. Sakura and Shino nodded. Tsunade began to walk, and they followed her. When her back was turned, Tsunade's countenance changed to one holding great anxiety. What was that poison? Tsunade thought, I've never encountered anything like that, and since she fled. Did she accomplish what she set out to do? She tried poisoning Sakura and Shino, but they seemed more like afterthoughts than active targets, with her leaving after failing to poison them. But is this even a poison? I'm not sensing anything different or wrong with my body other than the presence of that strange liquid. Tsunade decided to not worry about it. It wasn't taking effect, and she didn't want to worry anyone else by acting frightened. Perhaps it allowed Reiko to track her. That seemed to be the likely situation, she hoped. Shikamaru briefly stopped running to see if the dead were still chasing him. He turned his head around, and sure enough, the 30 undead were still there in the distance, moaning and groaning. Granted, Shikamaru had made no effort to escape from them by taking side routes. But he was still a bit uneased by their tenacity. It was quite troublesome knowing you had to take convoluted pathways to throw them off. What a drag. Shikamaru sighed as he looked forward to see the tall apartment where Kurenai lived in the distance. He was almost there, but what dwelled inside that building, he was not looking forward to it. But he had to save her. He sprinted forward and took the few forks in the road that led to the apartment. Luckily for him, there wasn't a traffic jam of undead people blocking his path, but there were a few loners that were easily outmaneuvered. As he drew closer to the building, his mind began to think. What would he do if she wasn't safe? This wasn't exactly something that was under his control. And what if she was safe? What would they do after? Escape the village. Look for survivors. He hadn't really thought of the possibilities, he had simply leapt into action so he could save her. I guess I'll find out soon. Shikamaru thought grimly as he continued to run. He stopped as he finally arrived at the 25-story building that loomed over him. Already, his outlook became rather grim as he noted the condition of the building. Most of the windows, if they were not shattered, had blood smears on them, or the curtains were askew, signifying struggle. The double doors that were the entrance to the apartment were wide open. And one of them was only attached by the bottom hinge. He took a deep breath and mentally prepared himself for many possibilities as he stepped inside. The lobby of the building was swathed in darkness, the only light source inside being from the open door and windows. There were no zombies visible or audible in the immediate area, so Shikamaru looked around for a light switch to see if the power was still working. He soon spotted one and flipped it on. The lights turned on. Shikamaru then turned them off. The rest of the floors would probably not be lit, since he suspected that the zombies arrived here fairly early in the morning. Therefore, it wouldn't be helpful to get accustomed to having lights on this floor when there wouldn't be any on the other floors. Shikamaru sighed as he walked over to the stairway. He had to ascend 16 flights to reach Kurenai's floor, and there was no telling how many zombies awaited him. He would have normally taken the elevator. But he didn't want to risk becoming stuck, since he had no way of knowing how secure the power in the building was. For all he knew, it could die at any moment. Shikamaru would normally take more time planning out what he would do. But he had no time to waste. He cracked his knuckles, and then he reached into his flak jacket and produced Osamu's trench knives. He slipped on the weapons used by his deceased teacher. And he ran up the stairs. As soon as he reached floor 3, a zombie blocked his path to the 4th floor. Shikamaru mentally cursed. He wasn't that good at taijutsu, but he thought he would be able to pull this off. He swiped his foot at the zombie's knee, causing it to buckle. He then stabbed the blade of the trench knife into the zombie's head and quickly withdrew it. He continued on without looking back on his kill. As he ascended the floors of the building, he could hear the moans of the dead become louder and more frequent. He gritted his teeth as he continued to run up the flights of stairs. Kurenai had to be alive. Even though Shikamaru was denying the possibility that she might be dead, he still braced himself for it. At the 14th floor, a group of 3 zombies blocked his path. Shikamaru stopped running and quickly closed the door that led out into the hallways of the 14th floor. He didn't want any more zombies showing up. Shikamaru made some hand seals and prayed that his shadow imitation jutsu would work on zombies. The stairway was dimly lit, but the zombies were close enough for his shadow to reach them. He felt a big smile voluntarily creep up on his face when he saw that the zombies assumed the stance he was standing in. I don't see any way to kill them. Shikamaru thought grimly as he stared at the haunting visages of the 3 former people before him. Sure, I could just walk up and stab them at the expense of being hit rather forcefully, but I don't want to risk these knives getting stuck inside of their heads. Shikamaru gulped as he realized what he had to do. He took a deep breath and fearlessly walked forward, the zombies doing the same. He felt sweat running down his brow as he passed the zombies, his arms rubbing up against them. He then released his jutsu and quickly sprinted up the staircase, leaving the zombies behind him. I hope I don't have to do that again, that was nerve-wracking, Shikamaru thought as he continued up the stairs. Soon, he saw the door with the number 17 above it. Shikamaru took a deep breath and pushed the ajar door open as he stepped into the hallway. If I remember correctly, these hallways are primarily square-shaped, with rooms on both the outer and inner edge. There are 2 stairways at the west and east ends of this hall. I took the west stairway. So Kurenai's room, 1726A. I think it's on the north end, Shikamaru thought. He turned to his left and looked at the room numbers. They were the A rooms, and they were increasing, so Shikamaru walked down that hallway. He could hear the haggard sounds of the undead through the doors of the rooms that surrounded him. A drop of sweat fell down his face as he walked quietly. The last thing he needed was a crowd of undead zeroing in on him. He turned the corner, and saw 4 zombies near the end of the north hallway. They weren't facing his way, so he swiftly walked over to the nearby door of Kurenai's room. He jiggled the door handle to see if the room was locked. It wasn't. Shikamaru bit his lip as he quietly swung the door open and entered, closing the door behind him. "Kurenai," he whispered, "are you here?" "It's me, Shikamaru." "Shikamaru." He heard Kurenai whisper back. A great feeling of relief washed over him as he heard her voice, "Thank goodness someone's come to save me." He heard a nearby door crack open. He looked over to see Kurenai's head poking out of a closet. Shikamaru was about to say something, but Kurenai placed a finger to her lips. She then pointed. Shikamaru Folo wet her finger to see the doorway to the adjacent room open. That room was bathed in darkness, but Shikamaru listened up and could hear the low, raspy breathing of a zombie in the other room. "I'll kill it," he whispered to Kurenai as he walked over to the door, his hands clenched into fists and into a position where the blade of the trench knife would be the most effective. He peered into the adjacent room. He could see absolutely nothing through the darkness. The curtain in that room was completely shielding the windows, not even a single glistening ray of light was peeking through. He also couldn't hear any noises anymore except his own breathing and his heart pounding in his chest. He took a deep breath to calm himself down, and he listened up once more. Everything was silent except for Kurenai's breathing. Where was? A man suddenly lunged from the darkness with an unholy roar. His hands grabbed Shikamaru's shoulders, and then he knocked the boy to the ground. Shikamaru grunted in pain as his head smacked against the floor. In his dizzied vision, he could see the man moving in to bite. He recovered from the immense fright he felt upon being suddenly attacked, and he tried to shove the man off of him. He cursed at his foolishness as he saw the trench knives around his knuckles, and he stabbed the man in the head. He fell limp, and Shikamaru pushed the body off of his as he stood up. "Is everything safe?" Shikamaru quietly asked Kurenai as he looked at her. Her eyes were wide with fright, and she frantically shook her head. Shikamaru then heard the sounds that were scaring the woman he vowed to protect. There were strange noises heard either outside in the hallways or inside one or more of the other rooms on the floor. Shikamaru couldn't tell. He then saw Kurenai continue to shake her head. "Not the noises. That man had a wife." She quietly cried out. Shikamaru felt a sinking feeling in his chest as he quickly turned around to face the dark room once more. Instead of seeing the room, he saw a zombified woman lunging at him. "Shit," Shikamaru swore as he pushed the woman away from him. He took a few steps back and readied himself as the woman stumbled to regain her balance. She moaned loudly and lunged at Shikamaru once more. Shikamaru punched her in the face with the knuckles, knocking her back, and then he stabbed her in the head with the blade. The woman fell down, lifeless. And Shikamaru sighed in relief. Kurenai exited the closet she was hiding in and walked over to Shikamaru. Her eyes were bloodshot and her hair frazzled. She must have been very frightened. She closed her eyes as she smoothed out her hair with her hands. "I hope that moan didn't draw more of them towards us," Shikamaru said lowly. This caused Kurenai to smile. "No, I'm pretty sure we're safe," she said. "Huh, how do you know?" Shikamaru asked. He then turned towards the door as it was burst open. A familiar figure was in the doorway. "Because I took care of them," Kiba said from atop Akamaru, who barked in confirmation. Neji was panting in exhaustion. Protecting Hinata and Hanabi from these creatures was proving to be a far more formidable task than he had originally anticipated. The Hyuga clan had become something like the Walking Dead. They still moved, but they had no chakra flow, so the gentle fist fighting style was almost worthless. The only skills that were useful were the rotations and the empty palm technique, but those only knocked the Walking Dead back. They simply rose back up and continued approaching. Hinata and Hanabi were practically catatonic. Since every Hyuga besides the 3 had become the cannibalistic dead, Neji could only imagine how they felt right now. "I could use the Mountain Crusher technique, but it expends too much chakra," Neji grimly thought as he thrust his palm out into the belly of a nearby woman. She was knocked back, but 3 more seemed to take her place. He quickly poked at their arms, overloading them by sending out surges of chakra. And then he kicked the 3 back. He turned around and elbowed the zombified Hiyashi in the face. Neji grimaced as he spun around once more, expelling a whirling dome of chakra that knocked the zombies back once more. He took heavy breaths as he looked around and saw that the 3 of them were still surrounded. His arms were aching, and he could feel fatigue creeping across the rest of his body. He drew closer to Hinata and Hanabi as he took a fighting stance once more. "I will fight against these demons until the end," he said sternly as his Byakugan gave him a vision of all of the undead Hyugas approaching him. Killing techniques aimed at the throat had no effect on them, but Neji thought he killed a few of them by using killing techniques that were aimed at the head. He decided to try that. He ran towards the zombies in front of him and quickly poked at their foreheads. They fell down, limp. Neji grinned with success. By overloading their brains, he could kill them. He turned around to see Hinata cowering from her zombified mother next to her. Shit. Neji mentally swore as he ran over to save Hinata, but he fell to the ground. He turned around to see one of the Hyuga zombies on the ground. He had overloaded that man's leg. The man drug himself closer to Neji's leg, eagerly moving to bite it. Neji kicked at the man's head, which seemed to do little. His Byakugan showed the zombies closing in on Hanabi and Hinata, along with the ones above him that were leaning down to bite him, as well. So I failed. Neji thought with defeat as he ceased struggling against the undead. He thought he heard a familiar voice yell a familiar phrase, but he decided that it was his ears playing tricks on him, until he was suddenly free. Surprised, he looked around to see the zombies around him knocked away and sprawled across the ground. He stood up, his Byakugan showing that Hinata and Hanabi were gone, but they had not vanished. Immense relief washed over him as he saw Hinata and Hanabi with Lee and Tenten. His team had showed up. In front of him, Guy stood atop his ninja turtle, which had presumably spun directly into the horde, scattering them about. "All right. The new turtle-style dynamic entry is a success," Guy triumphantly announced. "Hooray Guy-sensei," Lee called out. "How did," Neji began. "Hold on. We need to clean up the scattered creatures, and Tenten will do that," Guy said. His turtle vanished in a puff of smoke, and Guy grabbed Neji and body flickered over to where the others were. "Guy, Lee, Tenten," Hinata asked, snapping out of her shocked stupor. "It's okay, Hinata. You might want to look away. The same with your sister," Guy said calmly. Tenten stepped into the clearing as the zombified Hyugas stood themselves up. She held a look of great determination as she reached behind her and pulled out the giant scroll she kept holstered to her back. She unfurled it in one flick of the wrist, and a large puff of smoke temporarily obscured her from vision. When it faded, almost 100 weapons of all kinds lay scattered about her feet. She raised her arms, showing that every weapon had a string around it that was attached to one of her fingers. Tenten began swinging her arms about, the weapons following the movements of her arms. The zombified Hyugas were cut into pieces by the weapons. Their skin was ripped as blood, organs, bone, and sinew flew everywhere. Tenten continued her assault upon noting that even some of the mutilated Hyugas were still moving. Blood was splattered everywhere as the grass was stained a rusty red color from all of the blood. Soon nothing was left except a massive pool of blood and the minced remains of the zombies. The weapons disappeared in several puffs of smoke, and Ten immediately ran towards a nearby bush to expel the contents of her stomach. "Amazing," Neji said, part of him sickened at how fascinated he was at that. Is everything okay?" Hanabi asked, her face turned away. "Yes. But don't look," Guy said, but not fast enough to stop Hinata from turning around. Her eyes grew wide as she stared at the massive bloodbath. What, she stammered as she began to cry. Neji walked over to his cousin and hugged her, letting her cry out her pain. "This is happening all throughout the village, isn't it?" Neji asked his teammates why, while letting Hinata continue to cry on his shoulder. "Unfortunately, yes," Guy said grimly. "The entire village?" Hanabi asked in disbelief. She was still facing the opposite way of the bloodbath. "Yes. As soon as I found Lee and Tenten, we headed straight here to see if Neji, Hinata, and you were all right. It seems we arrived just in time," said Guy. Tenten walked back over to the group. She whipped Her mouth is solidly having an exuberant smile, which kind of creeped her out. Nice job, Tenten, Lee exclaimed with a thumbs up. Tenten smiled, but she was concerned for Lee's mental health due to her partner's reaction to that horrible technique she just used. She didn't say anything to him, though. She reached down to her unfurled scroll and began to fold it back up. Once it was closed again, she placed it back on her back. This isn't a natural event. Someone created this plague. My Byakugan could see some strange substance substituting for the chakra of these people. For all intents and purposes, they were dead. But the mysterious jutsu was controlling their body from within, like a puppet. It spreads through bite, and you can only kill them by affecting the brain in some way. Neji said. Yes, we had figured out all except the jutsu part. That just makes this even more troubling if someone caused this. We need to find Lady Tsunade and see what she has found out. Ouch, she's still in the administration building, so it's time we searched the village, Guy said. The group nodded. Hinata had stopped crying, and she had buried her emotions. Neji saw something in his 359-degree vision. But it was soon gone. He could have sworn he just saw a cloaked person. He said nothing to the others as he deactivated his Byakugan and followed the group out of the Hyuga clan grounds. Jiraiya left the whorehouse, laughing, a bottle of alcohol in hand. His spirits had been rejuvenated by the services the place offered, and he felt wonderful. Please come again. A rather busty woman exclaimed from the door of the building as she waved goodbye to Jiraiya. Baby, for a wild time like that, I'd come back tomorrow if I could. Jiraiya replied to the woman, causing her to blush and smile coyly. Normally prostitutes didn't like their clients that much, but if you had the experience that Jiraiya had, it was hard not to feel satisfied. Jiraiya walked away from the whorehouse. Taking the last swig of the bottle of sake, he threw it away in a nearby trash can, and stumbled over to his apartments. He was only buzzed, but he always found it fun to act absolutely smashed no matter how little alcohol he had. And then a messenger toad appeared in a puff of smoke to ruin his good spirits. What do you want? He asked sourly as he comically scowled at the toad. Jiraiya's face soon became concerned when he saw the anxiety on the toad's face. It's real bad. You need to get to Konoha, real fast. The village, overrun, walking dead. The toad exclaimed in a rush. He then screamed in pain as he suddenly vanished in a puff of smoke. Was he broadcasting a message from Konoha? Nevertheless, Jiraiya had become deadly serious now. He body flickered out of the town, and quickly leapt from tree to tree towards Konoha. Kiba, Shikamaru exclaimed as a big grin spread across his face, you're safe. Kiba chuckled, yeah, fortunately, I made it. It's kind of hard to kick zombie ass when most of your fighting style relies on getting close, but we managed to adjust. Isn't that right, boy? Kiba asked his pet as he patted the large dog on the head. Akamaru's tail wagged as he rubbed his head on Kiba's hand affectionately. Are you sure you took care of all of the monsters, Kiba? Kurenai asked suspiciously as she raised an eyebrow and placed her hands on her hips. All the ones on this floor. Kiba said defensively. Please don't tell me you made a ruckus on the way up here. Shikamaru sighed. Kiba shot a comical glare at him. Of course not. I know well enough how these things work, he said. His voice dropping as his words brought back memories of fleeing his clan. Shikamaru realized the look on Kiba's face and suddenly felt bad. It's okay, we've all suffered losses today. Shikamaru said solemnly. Please, let's get out of here, Kurenai said sternly. I want to make sure the rest of my team is safe. I want to see if there are others alive. Kiba and Shikamaru nodded, and Akamaru barked in confirmation. The four exited the room and cautiously walked towards the staircases. Upon seeing no zombies nearby, they began walking down each flight of stairs quietly, making sure not to attract any more zombies to their position. Get ready, there were 3 of these creatures near the 14th floor. Shikamaru warned. They soon encountered the small group Shikamaru had passed earlier, and they were quickly dispatched by kunai and shuriken. The group of survivors continued down the flights of stairs. At the 8th floor, they heard a man scream in pain. This caused them all to stop in their tracks briefly. Akamaru growled at something as he sniffed the air. He's in the lobby. We need to hurry, Kiba said with determination. Shikamaru and Kurenai nodded as they picked up their pace down the stairs. As they reached the beginning of the long stairway, Kurenai signaled for the other three to stay back. I think we're too late. Kurenai whispered. They could hear quiet wet and smacking noises. The man had probably been attacked and was now being eaten. Kurenai cautiously approached the source of the noise. It was behind the receptionist's desk. She pulled a kunai out of her ninja tool pouch and peered over the desk. The woman that was once the receptionist stopped chewing on the man's throat and looked up at Kurenai. A long strip of flesh dangling from her bloody maw. The woman's lips had been ripped off, exposing her gums and most of her other teeth. Kurenai gagged at the sight, and she closed her eyes and turned her head away as she tossed the kunai at the zombie woman's head. She then heard the man begin to make choked breaths. She opened one eye to see that the man's eyes had changed color to that soulless white. And she ended his life again with another kunai. Kurenai turned away from the desk in disgust. So, where are we going next? Kiba asked. The Hyuga clan's section of the village. It's close enough to this apartment. Answered Kurenai, is that agreeable? Fine with me, Shikamaru said calmly. Yeah, Kiba said somewhat absent-mindedly. Okay then, we should remain quiet for now. We don't want to attract any of the dead, Kurenai advised. The other two nodded, and Kiba signaled for Akamaru to follow them. The four walked out of the apartment, only to stop in horror at what awaited them. An enormous horde of about 200 zombies were approaching their position, moaning loudly. They were closing in from every side, except for behind them, of course. The sight of the crowd made Shikamaru drop the kunai he was holding in shock. He shook his head and leaned down to pick it back up. Where the fuck did they come from? Kiba swore as he stared at the mob of corpses shuffling towards their location. Akamaru growled at the large horde, and Kiba continued, I mean, I noticed the noises were a bit louder outside, but I never imagined there were this many. They must have followed me here. Shikamaru said with grim realization. Should we go back in the apartment and look for another exit? Kiba asked. Kurenai shook her head, no. There's probably just as much of them inside as there are here, but what do we do? Isn't it obvious? We have to fight them off in some way. Shikamaru said grimly. He knew that his shadow jutsus wouldn't be of much help. And Kurenai's genjutsu would be ineffective. This would be a tough battle. Kenakami was casually lounging on a sofa, idly gazing out of a large window before him. He was in their revised hideout, nay of the many lookout towers in the village. The undead had eradicated everyone else in this tower, so it was free for the two rogue Akatsuki to inhabit. The view was quite nice, too. Kenakami could see the tiny walking corpses below spreading throughout the village. I hope Reiko's okay, she hasn't returned yet. Kenakami thought with a small sense of worry. He didn't doubt Reiko's power, but it seemed odd that she had not returned even when he had traveled all the way back to the site of his most recent battle to retrieve his swords. And, just as he thought that, her scent of roses and lemons filled the room as she appeared in front of him using that weird teleportation technique. You know, you should give me some warning before doing that. Kenakami said with a light grin, what if I'm in a skittish mood? I wouldn't want to accidentally injure you. You wouldn't be quick enough to strike me, Reiko said curtly, and I assume you failed your mission since you are here instead of out in the village. Yeah, Kenakami said, caught off guard by Reiko's temper. He lowered his head and continued, the kid tapped into the Kyuubi's power, and there were 3 other strong ninja. I got outnumbered. Describe to me the 3 other ninja that was with the Uzumaki boy, Reiko said sternly. There was a lady in black, didn't do much during the fight, but she was cool. Iken got me good in the neck by putting chakra around a scalpel. There was a pasty kid that didn't do much, but I think I saw him drawing things on scrolls, and he could make them come to life. And there was a tough guy who could use wood and seal my biju's power away. Kenakami explained. Reiko moved a gloved hand up to her face shrouded by the hood of her cloak. She paced a bit as she UGHT of who the ninja Kenakami described might be. The first one is definitely Shizune, Tsunade's assistant, she said, and the last one is absolutely the man known as Yamato, who fought Kakuzu. The second one doesn't sound familiar from the information my spies gathered. She continued to pace about the room, musing quietly to herself. Kenakami sat up and watched her walk about, and decided to speak up, so did you succeed? Reiko stopped moving and turned to face her partner. Even though her face was shadowed by the thick hood, Kanekami could see the impression of a smile form on her face. Another of our major problems has been disposed of. The great copy ninja has fallen, and soon the Hokage will, as well. She exclaimed. Wait, so she's not dead? Kanekami asked, confused by the wording she used. Not yet, but I poisoned her with the zombie jutsu. It may take longer to spread throughout the body as a liquid, but it's more subtle. She will be dead by tomorrow, and there is absolutely nothing she, nor anyone else, can do about it. Brother Madara made sure that this jutsu could not be cured. Well, that's certainly good news then, Kanekami said with a grin, because from what I can remember of old tales of the Sannin I heard back in Getsugakur, she sounded quite powerful. Indeed, the world's strongest woman, Reiko said quietly to herself. She then began giggling quietly, which soon erupted into loud and maniacal laughter. She spread her arms out wide and arched her body back, her hood falling down to reveal a face full of manic glee. The laughter quickly died, and she straightened herself and looked at Kanekami, her eyes showing signs of lunacy. The world's strongest woman, the greatest medic alive, one of the Sannin, and I killed her. She will die, and I will have caused it. And Kakashi, the man that knew 1,000 jutsus, the man known throughout the ninja world due to his Sharingan. I caused his end. It's so invigorating to know had I am responsible from wiping them from the earth. Kanekami was a bit unnerved by how Reiko was acting, but then he realized that her current rush was not unlike the feeling he often got in battle. Any other threats? He asked, wondering what other powerful ninja were in this village. Yes, it seems another small band of survivors has formed. It consists of Might Guy and his team, the Stro. Ngest Taijutsu-based team in the village. Guy is perhaps the second strongest person in the village, behind Tsunade, and undoubtedly the most skilled in taijutsu. His team consists of a Hyuga, another taijutsu specialist, and a ninja tool specialist. The plague infected the entire Hyuga clan except for him and 2 others that were rescued. They were fighting off the entire clan, and the ninja tool specialist single-handedly wiped out the horde. While we have caused significant damage to the village, there are still dangers to us out there. Like Otoshi, Kanekami growled. This statement caught Reiko by surprise. Wait, what are you? She began, but she then felt the blind man's strange chakra. He was in the village, and he was nearby. Her partner must have smelled Otoshi using the 5-tailed beast's innate powers. I wasn't expecting Akatsuki to pick up on our betrayal so quickly. Reiko said. Are we going to fight him? Kanekami asked, feeling eager to do battle with the mysterious new member of Akatsuki to see his abilities. We have no choice. Normally I would leave him be because he is blind, but Akatsuki's members are full of surprises, and he could possibly sabotage this mission of ours. He needs to be disposed of. Kanekami stood up and placed a hand on the hilt of one of his swords. All right. I can't wait to get this fight started. A gust of wind passed by, echoing through the village that was seemingly void of life. Naruto, Shizune, Sai, and Yamato uneasily walked through an empty street, the sounds of the damned ever present about them. Several purse and other general possessions lay about the street as if they were cast away by their owners. The winds gently made these objects drift about, adding to the forlorn atmosphere of the empty street. I don't get it. Shizune muttered with a hint of unease in her voice. Where are the dead? It was a good question. They had only encountered a few small groups of the undead while searching for survivors when the general condition of the village suggested that there should be much more. Maybe there are other groups like us that aren't so fortunate right now. Naruto replied lowly. He was picturing it in his head, a group of 3 or so plucky ninja who thought they could easily survive the outbreak suddenly losing all hope as a massive horde of the dead closed in. Naruto shook away the unpleasant image from his mind as his ears picked up a denser collection of moans amongst the general ambient noises of the damned village. Hey, guys, do you hear that? He asked the others, who stopped in place and carefully listened. Yeah, it sounds like a group of the dead nearby, Yamato mused to himself. I'll go check, Sai said as his body flickered away. He soon returned, with the usual emotionless look on his face and announced, there's a large group approaching some survivors near a tall apartment building nearby. I didn't get a close enough look at the survivors, but they're definitely in trouble. Let's go. Naruto exclaimed as he took off towards the direction of the moans. The other three quickly followed him. Don't just take off without warning like that. Shizune chastised Naruto. But the blonde boy ignored her and kept running. Soon, the group arrived at a large clearing in the village with a row of buildings that included the apartment to the right. Sure enough, there was a large mob of zombies closing in on a currently unseen group of survivors. Yamato quickly formed some hand seals and placed his hands on the ground. Two walls of wood rose up so that they sandwiched a small section of the horde. The walls then slammed together, crushing the dead caught between them. A single zombie was only crushed halfway by the walls, and it still tried advancing towards the survivors despite half of its body being rendered completely useless. Sai quickly unfurled a scroll and made a quick sketch of a large gorilla. The beast of ink sprang off of the paper and charged into the crowd, batting away several of the undead with its thick arms. This made an opening, and Shizune quickly darted into the opening. Quick, this way, she commanded as she retreated out of the opening. She smiled as she caught glimpses of who the survivors were. It was a relief knowing that they were safe. Naruto formed a shadow clone that assisted him in creating a Rasengan. He growled as he charged towards the horde of zombies. He poured more chakra into the spinning orb to increase its size, and he continued his charge. The orb tore into the undead and ripped apart their heads or torsos, depending on where the blue ball of energy connected. After Naruto made his first charge, Sai's ink gorilla turned around and ran into the now smaller horde and clapped its hands around the heads of any nearby zombies. Yamato made one hand seal, which modified the wooden walls to burst into thousands of sharp splinters that he directed into the heads of the remaining zombies. The horde had been eliminated, and Sai's ink gorilla dissipated. Naruto walked back towards the now larger group, panting from the charge he had just made. It took way more chakra than he thought it would to make the Rasengan that large. Kiba made an impressed whistle as he gazed back at the carnage that was minutes ago a threat. We sure are lucky you guys showed up. It's so good to know you're all okay. Shizune exclaimed. The same can be said on our end, Kurenai said with a smile. Nice work, all three of you, Shikamaru said with a grin. You guys busted us out of a real jam there. It's our pleasure, Yamato said. Besides, we were looking for survivors anyway. What happened to you three? They both came looking for me, Kurenai said, and we were just about to head to the Hyuga grounds to see if Hinata and the other Hyugas were safe. Hinata. Naruto thought with worry as he heard her name. He then realized that he had no idea of the fate of several of his friends. My parents are both dead. I don't know about the rest of my clan, Shikamaru said quietly, and Kiba's the only Inuzuka left. Akamaru barked in protest. And Akamaru, Shikamaru said as a small smile crept up on his lips. It was amazing how human that dog could act at times. We're sorry for your losses. Naruto said lowly. Being sorry won't bring anybody back, Kurenai said sadly. Hen spoke with more determination towards Shizune and Yamato. What do you know about this? Where is Tsunade? We know a lot, Shizune said, and Lady Tsunade is okay. She is with Sakura. We split up to cover more ground while searching for survivors, and were to meet back up at the administration building by sundown. As for the whole situation, it's caused by two rogue Akatsuki members. We've fought one of them as a group. He's a Jinchuriki. The other is a woman, and likely the one that created this jutsu. Yamato, Sai, and I haven't fought her, but Naruto did earlier today with Sakura and Kakashi. Shizune bowed her head and bit her lip as his name was brought up again. The general shock from the information lasted for a bit before the last part registered in Kurenai's mind. Wait, you mean? Yeah, he's dead, Yamato said glumly, but we sent out a letter to get reinforcements from the Sand Village. Kurenai ran a hand through her hair. We should just focus on rescuing other survivors right now. We can let this information sink in when we're safe and sound. The Hyuga grounds are nearby, let's go and see if they're safe. Shizune and Yamato nodded, and Naruto, Sai, Shikamaru, and Kiba all made warm nods toward each other. Kiba mounted himself on Akamaru's back, and the 8 survivors set off. Sakura stealthily walked through the living room of the house, her eyes scanning the room for any signs of the dead. The house was a mess. Furniture had been knocked down or moved about to make the whole house look like a child's careless doll house. Few patches of blood could be seen on the floor, along with some bloody smears on the wall. This didn't look good. Yet, despite the condition of the house, there was nothing of note on the first floor. Sakura bit her lip in anticipation as she climbed the staircase to the second floor. To her immediate right was a closed door with blood on the doorknob. She cautiously approached it in anticipation. She raised a gloved hand and lightly tapped on the door. A loud banging noise from past the door startled her. She realized that her involuntary yelp had attracted the residents of this home. A few moans from around the corner of this floor began. The banging against the door continued, and she heard frustrated growls from a girl. She closed her eyes as she rose a foot and kicked the door down. The force she applied to the door was significant enough to end the girl's unlife. She then turned her head and saw what she presumed to be the girl's parents shambling towards her. "May you rest in peace," she solemnly said as she walked up to them, grabbed their heads, and smashed them together. She retched at the bloody mess in her hands, which she wiped against the wall. Sullen, she walked back down the stairs and out the door of the house. "None alive in here," she called out in a defeated tone. She walked up to Tsunade and stood next to her. The three of them had been searching N.E.R.B. houses to see if there were any survivors hiding within. So far they had checked 37 homes, and not a single living soul had been seen. Shino emerged from the 38th home and shook his head, signifying that there was nothing alive in that house. Tsunade sighed in frustration. "Fuck it. The people who are hiding in their homes can die, we're wasting our time here." "But, Lady Tsunade," Sakura exclaimed in protest, "how can you be so callous? It's noon. We've barely searched through the whole village, and already we have less than 8 hours until sundown. What I'm saying is, this area is a lost cause. I heavily doubt anybody is alive here," she replied. "I wouldn't be so sure about that," a familiar voice full of machismo announced. The three looked towards the direction of the voice to see Guy, his team, Hinata, and Hanabi standing on a rooftop. Guy and Lee were striking dramatic poses. "Stop goofing off and get down here," Tsunade sighed as if she didn't care at all that the six of them were safe, but Sakura could see the smile on her face. The six of them jumped down from the rooftop and landed next to Tsunade's group. "It's such a relief to know that you're all safe," Sakura exclaimed. "Indeed," Guy exclaimed enthusiastically as he gave a thumbs up. He then glanced back towards his group. "See? I told you my skills of Finderosity would lead us to the Hokage." "Way to go, Guy-sensei." Lee cheered. He appeared to be the only one in that group that believed Guy. Hinata spoke up with worry in her voice. "Where is Naruto?" "We split up to cover more ground. We're to meet back at the administration building at sundown," Tsunade said. "Do any of you know how this happened?" "I know it's caused by an evil jutsu," Neji said. "We'll fill you in as we head to our next destination," Tsunade said as she began walking. The others followed her. "About damn time I arrived here," Otoshi grumbled to himself as he emerged from the shadows cast by the gates of Konoha. As he stepped into the village, the prospect of just how hard it would be to locate Kenakami and the Necromancer dawned upon him. "I hope they come and confront me," he sighed. He did not look forward to stumbling about in a large village trying to find the two when he couldn't see anything. He could manage moving about normally, but it became quite difficult in cities. Especially since this one was filled with the walking dead. Otoshi turned his head as he heard several irregular footsteps approach him. The raspy breaths from the zombies escalated into hungry moans as they drew nearer to the blind man. "What's this? This isn't how normal people act," Otoshi said to himself. He took a whiff of the air and made a disgusted look, "Nor is it how they smell." While Otoshi's idea of just walking into Konoha in broad daylight wearing Akatsuki garb wasn't a bright one, it would not pertain to him since the guards of the city were all likely dead. "Well, I guess that's why the Silent One was known as the Necromancer," Otoshi said as he unsheathed the katana at his right side. He couldn't sense any life coming from the approaching zombies. And judging from the ambience of the village, these creatures were widespread. "At least I can have some fun while waiting for them to show up," Otoshi said with a grin as he ran towards the nearest zombie and delivered a deadly slash across its chest. He assumed it would die, but the zombie turned around and reached towards him. Otoshi leapt back. "Odd, then again, they are dead," he thought to himself. He charged towards the same zombie and this time cut its head off. The lifeless body fell to the ground as the head of the man he decapitated landed near his feet. Otoshi grinned upon discovering how to kill the creatures until he heard the head by his feet chomping its jaws as it futilely tried to bite his foot. Really? The heads still move? Otoshi thought with disbelief as he slammed his sword into the head by his feet. That finally killed it. By this time, the zombies that were approaching him had drawn rather close. All right, bring it, he exclaimed. He charged forward and cleaved off the top half of the nearest zombie's head. He then turned around and slammed his elbow into another zombie's face, making it stumble back. His sword was quickly stabbed into the skull through the eye socket and withdrawn. The other 3 zombies approaching were in a rather circular pattern, so Otoshi spun around, his sword cleanly bisecting their heads. He reached into his robes and pulled out a cloth, which he used to clean the blood off of his blade. He then spun the sword about in his hands and sheathed it. He placed the cloth back into his robe and moved some of his bangs out of his face. It was then he heard 2 sets of regular footsteps nearing his position. A smile spread across his face. "Well, aren't you flashy?" Kenakami said as he glared at the newest member of Akatsuki. "Oh, hey, Kenakami, Necromancer. Thanks for walking out here. I really didn't want to find you guys by myself," Otoshi said lightheartedly. "Shut up, dog." Reiko spat at Otoshi, "We both know you're here on Akatsuki's behalf." A puzzled expression crossed Otoshi's face when he heard Reiko speak. "The Necromancer's a woman." "It's Reiko. I never wanted that title," she said coldly. "Well, you're in luck. I left Akatsuki, too. Maybe we can be good friends," Otoshi exclaimed in a mocking manner. "What? Stop lying," Kenakami barked at the blind man. "No joke. I just up and left them. Too bad I've decided to kill you both anyways." "Why? Why would you just leave them? What are your motives?" Reiko asked as she cautiously eyed Otoshi. "I volunteered to track down and eliminate both of you, but they wouldn't let me since I was new. So I bound them in a genjutsu and left. During my brief stay in that organization, I've always wanted to fight them upon hearing their powers, and I have the opportunity to fight 2 of them right now. And best of all, once Akatsuki breaks out of my genjutsu, they'll track me down, too." "Seriously? That is your motive?" Reiko asked in disbelief. "Hey, I can't blame him," Kenakami said. "There's nothing like the thrill of fighting a powerful opponent." "Well, I also have plans of my own," Otoshi said as if he was unsure of himself, "and I appreciate what you've done to this place. It's just that I don't like the results. They sort of clash with what I was planning to do. At least there are other villages untouched by these dead things, but I'm going to have to kill you both to prevent this from spreading." "Never. Our pain must be shared with the world," Reiko indignantly exclaimed. "And I'm not going to go down to a blind punk like you." Kenakami rolled as he unsheathed one of his katanas and charged towards Otoshi. "Just because I'm blind doesn't mean I'm weak," Otoshi yelled furiously as he unsheathed the katana on his right side faster than Kenakami could see. The 2 swords clashed together, sending a shower of sparks falling to the ground. "You'll have to try harder than that," Otoshi hissed as he slammed his foot square in Kenakami's chest, winding the jinchuriki as he was knocked back. Otoshi took a few steps forward and swung his sword downward, stopping a few inches from Kenakami's neck. "Right there, I could have killed you. You really must try harder," Otoshi said calmly as he ducked to avoid Kenakami's angry retaliation. He stuck out his leg and swept the jinchuriki's legs out from under him, causing him to fall down. He then leapt back and turned slightly to block Reiko's sudden strike with her wrist blades. He pushed Reiko's blades off of his and fell back to await their next moves. "He's blind, but his reaction times are on par with my own. And I have the Sharingan," Reiko thought with disbelief as she stared at Otoshi, "and he's just toying with us." "Well, your spirit on stopping me seemed to fade quickly," Otoshi said with a smirk. "Shut up," Kenakami roared as he sprang to his feet and unsheathed another katana. He charged recklessly towards the blind man, who easily maneuvered around the jinchuriki. Oshi thrust his blade at the neck of his opponent, once more stopping inches from it. "Kill number 2, he said as he suddenly pulled his blade away and blocked an incoming stealthy strike from Reiko. "How?" she asked. Otoshi ducked as Kenakami angrily turned around and swung his blade. Reiko had to leap back to avoid being cut down by the sword. "Control your anger, Kenakami," she exclaimed in a chastising tone. She gasped as Otoshi's blade was against her throat. "There's one for you," he said in a mocking tone. Reiko gritted her teeth and slammed her boot on Otoshi's toes, causing him to howl in pain. She then sharply elbowed him in the chest. She wasn't afraid of Otoshi's blade causing any damage as he stumbled back. Just as she predicted, the blade simply hit the metal part of her village headband around her neck and slid off of it. She then rolled out of the way as she saw Kenakami heading towards him. Kenakami was holding two swords at once, and he swung both of them down with tremendous strength. Otoshi made a quick set of hand seals, and the shadows beneath him rose up as a defensive wall that blocked the attack. Shadows. Kenakami thought in shock as they suddenly receded back into the ground, causing him to lose his balance as the momentum of his swing suddenly returned. Otoshi swung his katana down at Kenakami's back, but he was batted away by a large lance made of fire. He quickly stood up after the jutsu had pushed him back. Other than a hole in his robe and a bit of singed skin, Reiko's attack did little to the blind man. "Are you really blind? Your react. Ion times lead me to believe that you're hiding something," Reiko said with suspicion. Otoshi was wearing a headband with a metal plate over his forehead, and only one set of eyes could see through that, the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. It seemed far-fetched, but what else could it be? Surely a blind man couldn't move like that. "I assure you, I am blind," Otoshi said sternly, "and I assume your questions are to buy time for you to formulate a new strategy." "Maybe for her, but I know what I need to do," Kenakami said as he reached into his gi and pulled out his scroll. He unfurled it, causing his massive sword to be summoned into his hand. Otoshi frowned as the sword appeared. "Oh my, that sword is big," he stated as Kenakami swung the blade in a large arc with a single hand. Otoshi Florida shed a grin as he jumped into the air at just the right time. He landed on the flat of the blade and quickly ran up it, delivering a sharp kick to Kenakami's head. As soon as he landed, he leaned down to avoid a large sphere of electricity launched towards him by Reiko. "I don't think your little parlor trick will work," Otoshi said to Reiko. He then heard a mechanism fire, and he felt steel gripping him. He was suddenly dragged towards Reiko by what he assumed was a grappling device. He tried to break free of the steel claw's grip, but it was too tight. He felt a sharp pain enter his gut, and then he was released by the steel claw and kicked back. Reiko had stabbed him with her wrist blade. "You're dead, Otoshi," she announced with triumph. "My blade was coated with a powerful poison. You'll be dead within the minute. Or even before that," Kenakami yelled as he swung down his massive blade in a vertical arc towards Otoshi. Otoshi quickly formed some hand seals, only to discover that his chakra system wasn't working correctly. "Oh, shit," he thought as he quickly leapt away before he was crushed by the large hunk of steel Kenakami was wielding. He stumbled as he landed. He felt his body begin to lose control of itself as a sharp pain pierced through his head. He dropped his katana and he clutched his head, and then the sharp pain racked through his entire body. He yelled in pain as he collapsed and spasmed for a brief moment before becoming still. Reiko and Kenakami walked over to the fallen ex-Akatsuki man and inspected him. "He's not breathing, he's dead," Reiko said with a triumphant grin. Kenakami reached down to check Otoshi's pulse, and he gasped in surprise as Otoshi's arm tightly clutched his. The other arm grabbed the katana on the ground nearby, and Otoshi pulled himself up and thrust his katana deep into Kenakami's chest. He dragged the sword upwards before removing it, and he kicked the Jinchuriki away from him. He then quickly darted backward to avoid receiving another cut from Reiko's wrist blades. "How?" Reiko asked in shock. Her only response was a toothy grin from Otoshi. She then looked at the wound she inflicted on him only to notice that it had closed. What secrets did this man hold? And the eyes, she had to know what was under his headband. Kenakami struggled to stand as the large wound slowly closed. He unsummoned his huge blade, seeing its size as a disadvantage in this battle of speed. He reached down and picked up his two katanas that he placed on the ground earlier and ran towards the blind man with a surprising burst of speed. Otoshi, with surprising speed, dodged Kenakami's two slashes. With his free hand, he sharply hit Kenakami's elbows, causing his arms to dislocate. He then kneed the Jinchuriki sharply in the gut and pressed the tip of his blade against Kenakami's forehead. 3, he said as he kicked the Jinchuriki away once again. He smiled with self-confidence and said, "My, you two are such invigorating opponents. I haven't had a fight like this since. I haven't had a fight like this." Reiko said nothing to the egotistical man as she grabbed a fistful of the man's long hair and yanked him back. He struggled to break free. But Reiko simply made a cut on the side of his headband and released the blind man. His Sound Village headband fell to the ground with a metallic clang. Otoshi quickly overed his eyes with his free hand and cursed under his breath. "Go on, reveal your secret to us," Reiko exclaimed. "Fuck you." Otoshi shouted indignantly at Reiko as he turned around in preparation of attacking Reiko. Kenakami was behind him, though, and he swung his two swords down at Otoshi, who was still covering his eyes with his free hand. Otoshi simply rose his sword up and connected with Kenakami's first blade. He pushed it, causing his arms to go off trajectory and his swords only to slightly scrape Otoshi's arm. He then dashed towards Reiko with fierce killing intent. He had been toying with them the entire fight, and Reiko had managed to push his button by removing his headband. But she was ready. A blue orb crackling with arcs of electricity sat in her hand. She had observed Kashi using this jutsu in their brief fight, and she knew of its power. Even though it had no hand seals, her Sharingan picked up the process used to create it. The Reikiri would surely incapacitate Otoshi. She thrust the Reikiri forward, and it sliced through Otoshi, her arm bursting through the other end of his body. His arms became limp, and she withdrew her arm from his body. He fell to the ground, face first. She turned over Otoshi's body to see that he was still alive but barely. She glanced at the man's face with shock. Kenakami had walked over to investigate, and he was surprised at the man's face as well. His eyes, they were unnatural. They were not the Byakugan that Reiko had suspected, but they were a sort of dujutsu that she had never even seen before, let alone heard about. The eyes had blood-red sclerae, black irides, and bright red pupils. The eyes looked around in different directions from each other, but they didn't seem to be looking at anything in particular. Reiko felt very strange looking at the eyes, but she could tell that he was, indeed, blind. The extent of his blindness was not known, but the eyes were definitely unable to see them at this distance. "Are you happy?" he asked weakly with a smile as blood seeped from his mouth. "There you have it, my accursed eyes that I cannot see from, but..." He weakly mouthed a few other words, but no sound fell from his lips. His body fell limp as he died with a smile on his face. She leaned down and checked his pulse with caution, but he did not spring back to life. There was no pulse. She stood back up and looked at his face. He was dead, but his eyes still moved. "Let's get out of here, those eyes are creeping me out," she said. Kenakami nodded and sheathed his two katanas as the two walked back into the observation tower that they had made their hideout. Once they were at the top floor, Reiko glanced out of the window at Otoshi's body. Her eyes widened with bewilderment as she saw him shakily stand up. He made a few hand seals, and his shadow moved up his body and enveloped his wound, quickly healing it, and then it returned to its normal shape. "Reiko, what do you see?" Kenakami asked. "Otoshi. He's alive somehow and he healed his wounds," she exclaimed. "What?" Kenakami interjected with disbelief as he ran over to the windows to see. Sure enough, the blind man was standing up. He picked up his katana and sheathed it. And he picked up his cut headband. He untied the knot already present and ripped off a bit of cloth from his robes and tied it to make the headband's length whole again. And he tied it back so that the metal plate covered his eyes again. He then looked up at Reiko and Kenakami and made a little wave as he wore a large, mocking grin on his face. How could he see them if he was blind? Was he able to sense them? Let alone, how did he survive that attack? Many questions raced through their heads as they watched Otoshi casually stroll off to some other part of the village. "Should we?" Kenakami began. "No," Reiko said, "he's not heading here, and we need to recover our chakra and strength." "But he might be weakened," Kenakami complained. "We don't know that. He survived deadly poison and a powerful cutting jutsu. I think he might have regeneration powers similar to your own. The point is, we need to cautiously approach this threat before eliminating it." Even though she sounded supportive of her own plan, one of her hands was clenched in a tight fist. This man was a threat to her plans. Jiraiya was leaping through the trees as fast as he could towards Konoha. It had been an hour since he left, and if he kept traveling at this rate, he would arrive at Konoha at sundown. He didn't like that it would take so long to arrive at the village. But there was no way he could go faster. Any of the toads he could summon would cover more ground, but would move slower, resulting in about the same traveling speed. Damn it, I just wish I knew what this emergency was, he thought. No, that wasn't exactly correct. He knew what the emergency was, but he didn't know how bad it was. Judging from the toad's tone of voice, it was disastrous. And the implications surrounding this crisis were all very bad. He was snapped out of his thought as he saw sunlight reflect off of metal. He quickly planted his feet on the branch he was above and threw W2 kunai that collided with the two shuriken that were speeding his way. As soon as the metal tools crashed together, a large fireball suddenly appeared and rushed towards him. Jiraiya jumped out the way and landed on the ground below. Of all of the times to be attacked, he quickly shifted his body about as he scanned the entire area for signs of his assailant. He couldn't see the attacker, but he could definitely feel the dreadful killing intent resonating throughout the area. Whoever this person was, they either were very powerful or loathed his existence. Jiraiya suspected that the attacker held both qualities. Quit hiding. I can feel your bloodlust, so you obviously want to kill me. I'm in a hurry, so get out here so I can defeat you and continue on, Jiraiya said. Such a rog. Ants coming from someone weaker than myself, spoke a deep voice as a cloaked man walked out into the clearing Jiraiya was in. With a comment like that, I'm starting to doubt your right to judge someone as being arrogant. Jiraiya responded as he cautiously eyed the cloaked man. While he may have sounded nonchalant, Jiraiya was quite anxious towards this mysterious man. As far as he could remember, only Hanzo and Orochimaru had ever called him weak, and Hanzo's comment came before Jiraiya had developed or learned most of the skills that enabled him to become famous worldwide. I know where you are heading, the mysterious figure said, ignoring Jiraiya's comment, and it would not be wise to go there. Sorry, but I'm not going to turn back on my old village, especially after finding out what's happening there. You seem to know what's going on, but I don't think you're going to tell me anything, Jiraiya said sternly as he glared at the cloaked man. There was a moment of silence as two men continued staring at each other. It seemed that both of them were anticipating the other to strike first. And then the cloaked man suddenly vanished. He's fast, Jiraiya thought with alarm as he turned around and jumped out of the way of the cloaked man's attack. The man pulled back the sickle he was holding from the spot Jiraiya occupied moments ago. There was a chain on the sickle's handle that wrapped around his hand and receded into the sleeve of his cloak. The man let go of what Jiraiya presumed was a kusarigama and grabbed the chain as he began to spin the chain around. He hurled the sickle at Jiraiya, who leaned out of the way to dodge it. Jiraiya made a few hand seals and spat out some oil created by his chakra. The oil then ignited into a large fireball that rushed towards the cloaked man. He then gasped as he heard the chain by his feet begin to move. He rolled out of the way as the sickle flew by where his head was seconds ago, and he saw the sickle return to the hand of the cloaked man, who had dodged the jutsu. Aren't you going to show me how strong you are? Or are you all talk? Jiraiya mocked the man in an attempt to coax him to use something other than the kusarigama. You have shown me nothing that would require me to use anything else, the man replied as the hand holding the kusarigama began to glow blue with chakra. The chakra extended and enveloped the sickle and the chain, which launched forward as if it were sentient. Jiraiya weaved out of the way and prepared a jutsu, but the sickle made a return strike at him, causing him to dodge it once more. The sickle then suddenly halted and made a beeline back towards him. Jiraiya managed to avoid most of it, but it managed to nick his arm a little. Really? Is this all one of the Sannin can accomplish? If so, I doubt you'll be able to save Konoha with such a pathetic output, the mysterious figure taunted. Jiraiya growled at the cloaked man's comment and decided to make him eat his words. As the sickle rushed towards him, Jiraiya simply caught the blade and yanked on it, causing the cloaked man to be dragged towards him. Jiraiya then thrust his palm into the cloaked man's chest and triggered the jutsu he prepared earlier, which caused a large amount of fire to burst from his hands. Jiraiya held onto the sickle so the man could not escape, but he felt it vanish and heard a puff of smoke that signified that it was unsummoned. Jiraiya assumed that the man had dodged, so he took this opportunity to form some more hand seals to prepare more jutsus to be activated. Jiraiya heard another puff of smoke and was then thrown back by a powerful gust of wind that caused him to slam into a tree. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and shrugged off the pain. He was about to activate his latent jutsus in retaliation. But his eyes widened with shock as he saw what the cloaked man was wielding. The man had summoned another weapon, in this case, a large gun by fan. What was so striking about T's fan was the symbol appearing on it, 3 tomo in a triangular pattern. You are Madara Uchiha? Jiraiya asked in astonishment. The man said nothing and charged forward, aiming to bludgeon Jiraiya with the large wooden fan. This is bad. If he is Madara, I have to get out of here, and fast. Jiraiya thought as he triggered his latent jutsus. The ground behind Madara twisted and transformed into 3 spikes that shot towards him. The cloaked man planted his feet on the ground and jumped high up to avoid them and landed a few feet in front of Jiraiya. Gotcha! Jiraiya thought as he triggered his second jutsu, which caused the ground underneath the cloaked man's feet to turn into incredibly sticky mud. The cloaked man struggled for a bit before ceasing the useless battle to escape the mud. Well, it seems I underestimated you. You are the victor in this little fight, Jiraiya. Go to your damned village. See if you can salvage what is left, the man said. Damn you, Madara. What did you do to the village? Jiraiya asked with anger. It was not I that caused this to the village. My knowledge of the situation is just the same as yours, the cloaked man replied, still not confirming if he was Madara or not. Jiraiya simply glared at the mysterious man before continuing his advance towards Konoha. He knew better than to strike at the cloaked man while he was trapped. He was not aiming to kill his opponent. And striking him would most likely trigger a substitution to escape his trap. And if that man was actually Madara, then it was wise to trap and leave him like that. He would most likely escape eventually, but he was free of having to worry about him for now. Instead, his worries turned back towards the village. Jiraiya picked up his pace. He prayed that the village would not be doomed when he arrived. We have returned, Lord Danzo, spoke one of the 2 masked men as they bowed down in front of the leader of Root, who was reading some documents. He iced his head and turned around to face his 2 servants. And what did you find? What is the current situation in the village? Danzo asked. It is not good at all, sir, the other masked man said wearily. Not a single sector of the village is free of the dead. We didn't see a single living soul in our scan of the village, but we did see signs of conflict. Is that so? Danzo mumbled as he stroked his chin in thought. He then looked towards the Root member that spoke first. Tezuki, you are a censor. Did you sense anything? Yes, sir. There were a few groups of survivors scattered throughout the city. And quite a bit of small groups of lone survivors. But our orders were to scout out the city, so that is what we did, sir, the first masked man answered. Are Yamato and Sai alive? The Hokage, the Kyuubi brat, all alive, sir. I see. Well, your next mission is to safely acquire a few of these walking corpses and bring them back to me, Danzo said, much to the surprise of the 2 servants. Sir, are you sure, sir? The second masked man asked with a hint of worry in his voice. I gave you an order, Oda. Follow it, Danzo said harshly. Sir, if I may ask, why? The first man, Tezuki, asked. I want to see what these creatures are capable of. The old reports don't have enough detail. I think these creatures could be useful tools, and I want to study how exactly they work. Danzo said. How many, sir? The second man, Oda, asked, sounding like he had more confidence in Danzo's orders. Danzo muttered. A pause followed as he thought of the ideal amount he desired. 10 should be sufficient. Do be careful in restraining them. I would prefer that number stay 10 and not accidentally increase to 11 or 12. Yes, sir. Tezuki asked. Yes, Tezuki. Danzo replied with a hint of exasperation in his voice. Should we rescue any survivors that I might sense? No. Yamato and Sai are doing that with the Hokage. Your orders stand. You may depart now. Yes, my lord. The 2 servants shouted as they vanished. Danzo sighed and turned back to the documents he was reading earlier. Madara, what could have possibly given you the idea to create these monsters? He muttered to himself as he continued studying the documents. That's it for today, I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you please consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends, and don't forget to check out author of this story. Details in description.